What's up, dum-dums? Welcome to round number, whatever round this is, 4, I'm guessing, of the tournament of, dare I say, the year. The month of July.
Say.
Dortmund Sparkassen chess meeting, where, with 3 rounds in play. I don't speak English. I always start trying to figure out the words during the first sentence. You do that.
3 rounds played, maybe.
3 rounds played, 3 rounds per day.
No, not 3 rounds per day.
No? It's just 1 round per day?
1 round per day, at most. In fact, some days are a rest day, like tomorrow. But today we are here. It's round number 4, and we've got some interesting pairings. We've got Vachier-Lagrave versus Vachier, Wojtaszek against Fedoseev, Nisipiano against Kramnik, and Bluebaum against Andreikin. So, the story of the tournament so far is that Matthias Bluebaum is in the co-lead with Radek Wojtaszek, followed closely by MVL, Fedoseev, Andreikin, Nisipiano, and the big story...
Did you do all this in your head, or did you read the numbers that are on screen?
I did it all in my head.
Wow, that's very impressive.
And the big story being that Vladimir Kramnik is at the bottom of the table along
Yet
with
to win a
Wang
game. This dude, all the big guns not winning games. This dude. Did anybody win a game?
Yeah.
He must have won one.
There's only been 2 decisive results. Is that true?
I would guess that is true.
Yeah.
Unless you factor in all these Fedoseev games.
Yeah. Maybe there were 3 or 4 decisive. Anyway, whatever there were, that's the state of play. And today, I think we should do a little prediction round, Jan, as we normally do.
Let's do it. The wheels of my
wheels are coming off.
Are coming off, yeah, quickly today. MVL Vachier 1-0. Wojtaszek Fedoseev. I'm gonna say 1-0. Gonna go out on a limb here. Yesterday I said draw, but I changed my mind overnight. Nisipiano Kramnik, draw. Bluebaum Andreikin, draw.
Okay, I'm going to go for MVL Vachier draw, Wojtaszek Fedoseev 1-0, Nisipiano Kramnik 1-0. Nah. 0-1.
Brazen decision.
0-1. Today is the day Volodya comes back and puts his foot down and says, no more, thank you very much. I'm going to win the game. And then Bluebaum Andreikin draw.
Do you think Volodya will go to extremes to make it an interesting position? Yes. Not going to play the Queen's Gambit declined.
No. I'm actually going to go out on a limb and say Benko Gambit.
Can't bet against that. I'll give serious odds.
Well, Vladimir Kramnik doesn't even know what the Benko Gambit is.
I think he probably does know what it is.
Probably does know what it is. He's never played it.
He probably calls it Volga Gambit.
Too vulgar for him, probably.
Maybe, yeah.
So, the games are
Is that why you don't call it Volga Gambit in the English-speaking chess community? It's too vulgar a name?
Well, you can make the joke like I just did, but there's, of course, it's very nuanced. So, it's vulgar and vulgar. So, there is a slight pronunciation difference there. But you can make the joke. The joke works wonderfully.
But it's not a common description for the opening, right? You call it the Benko, not the
Most people
Volga.
Call it the Benko, but you do get people calling it the Volga.
We call it the Volga over here.
Yes, because you hate Pal Benko over here in Germany because of his...
That is true.
Because of his style.
Not true at all. But
this is the
Pal
Volga.
Benko might be more famous in the USA, where I think he went to than over here.
Is he?
Where's he from originally? Is he Hungarian?
Hungarian. He's still around.
But the Volga is not in Hungary, right? That's in Russia.
Doesn't it go?
I don't know.
We're gonna Google the Volga now.
This is the Benko Gambit, and we will find out where the Volga flows. Do you think that you should go on a self-finding trip along the Volga, just walk all the way from Chelyabinsk to
Russia? Does it go? It goes to Moscow. It doesn't go.
No, it avoids Moscow, but it's close to Moscow.
Okay.
Then it makes it to Yaroslavl, Nizhny Novgorod.
Nizhny Novgorod, famous chess.
They had
capital.
big tournaments there in the
They
90s.
used to, yeah.
Nizhny Novgorod, Kramnik.
Exactly. So there's the Volga.
Kazan.
Yeah.
Ulyanovsk, Samara. Wow.
Yeah,
Saratov. Volgograd.
Yeah.
You could have guessed Volgograd had you known that's a place, because it's right in the name.
Right.
Astrakhan. I have a feeling it will not make it hungry. I could be wrong, but it looks like the Volga, yeah. Boom.
So maybe it was called that because he found, I don't know why. We'll have to get the story. Anybody who knows why.
Invented it during a boat trip.
That's
on the
what
Volga.
I thought, yeah.
Is
Or maybe
really what
maybe he thought the opening was so bad he threw his chess pieces into the Volga whilst being in a tournament in Russia and thought, ugh, this is a silly opening, I'm going to throw it into the water.
Shall we talk about some of the games they started? Or not yet?
Yeah, we can.
Oh my god, it's a Volga in Nisipiano Kramnik. Oh no, wait, it's not. It's in Nimzo, India. And the good news for all you viewers out there is I know everything there is to know about the Nimzo, India. I do know everything.
You know
Especially
everything about
this
this variation, because what did you do, Jan?
I did not have a childhood. I locked myself up in a dark room and I memorized the Nimza.
You did a series on
this. That too, yeah.
Available to all of you lovely people. If you're watching this, that means you're
They're premium already.
member.
We don't have to sell
That's
them.
what I'm
this
saying.
Is free
We're
advice.
not selling
Watch
it.
my series.
We're not selling it. Just watch the series because Jan goes into this. I've seen this particular clip on this line. And
I've made the clip. I can't remember a single thing,
Neither
but
can
I do recall that after e4, d5, black was fine. If you know certain things, of course, in the queen c2 Nimzo, after castles, a3 is and will always be the main move. Takes. d5 is a line Kramnik has played 18,000 times. Didn't lose any of these 18,000 games. The other line, which I recommended in yet another video series for white, is knight f3 here. Was quite popular nowadays. d4 has always been there as a bit of a surprise weapon, but never really reached mainline status. Knight f3, in the old days they used to play takes, knight e2, but it doesn't really work. So knight f3 or knight e2 immediately is what's on vogue nowadays. And after knight d7, bishop f4, I can't remember, unfortunately. I have a feeling I might have recommended the move queen to h4 here. Oh yeah, that's what he did.
Yeah.
Kramnik knows his theory as well. Queen h4, g3, queen h5, stopping long castles. And asking white, what do you want? Bishop e2, I'll go queen g6. And threatening some knight c3. Bishop d3, worst case scenario I can repeat, but probably I can go knight dc5. So, let me try to remember anything. After takes. Is this a line? I do recall that at some point you could go g5, like bishop takes c3, b takes c, and g5. And that equalized. But I have no idea if it was here.
Sounds reasonable.
Why can't we take here?
You can.
Can we though?
Of course you can.
Two. There's some trickery.
Is there trickery?
That's what I'm trying to figure out, but I think there's trickery, because the queen has to keep
Knight g4?
defending this guy, knight g4, a take, I thought.
Bishop g4?
Then I'm gonna fork you up.
Ah! And this is obviously bad.
I don't know, but it looks like this could be a trick. That's why I believe that the correct way to play it was some aggressive g5. When, I don't know how it continued, but it sort of petered out.
Peter Svidlered out?
Yeah. Now knight g4 probably. Looks decent enough. Watch my series for details. I do remember that this was the theoretical antidote. And if I know such things, you can bet that Kramnik
he watched
knows
your
them
series,
in his sleep.
Actually.
And yeah, he does watch my series. Like every day after breakfast, he watches one chapter.
I do.
As you should. Some people do it before breakfast, but it's a bit hard to
I do it
stomach
before
if
bed.
you didn't anything. That is slightly disturbing, but I do believe you.
It's okay.
So, theoretical battle here. I would never bet against Kramnik in a theoretical battle. The problem, however, if you're black in a theoretical battle is normally white has a way to peter out, make a draw. We'll see if that's what's going to happen.
Peter Svidler out.
That's right. Peter Svidler out, but Pramod NVS in. I see the chat here. Pramod was badly missed, especially during a slow round like yesterday. We could have dealt with a sharp mind like Pramod NVS to keep us entertained. But today, I have a feeling it's going to be a fantastic round.
Okay.
Do you share that feeling?
Well,
I don't even share it myself.
we've got a few solid games, so we'll see.
Another line that I know inside and out. It's the a6 bishop f5 Slav. This is the Slav Wojtaszek, big theoretician, can do anything. Goes e3 in this position, bishop f5 and bishop g4. Always been the main moves here. Bishop f5, knight c3. If black goes e6, knight h4, will always be there, grabbing one of these bishops, and we could debate for hours if white is better here or not. After bishop e4 or bishop g6. But some black players don't want to part ways with this bishop. And they play the little move a6, very interesting. Point is after knight h4. We can keep this bishop alive on this diagonal, can still go back. Therefore, white should try to do something else. Lots of theory here, queen b3 is the main line, typically met by rook a7 or by b5. Knight e5 is a serious move, bishop d2, bishop e2, h3, you name it, it's a move. Bishop e2 is very logical because white is saying, if you go e6, I'll go knight h4, and then I'm not so sure your a6 move is more useful than my bishop e2 move. Therefore, in order to stick to his plan, black has to go h6, say, I understand, but bishop e2 was a little slow, I can afford the luxury to make a luft for this bishop on h7. And then, if white just castles, there's been some games with stuff like this. Black's supposed to be very solid.
Isn't this where Carlsen uncorked the old bishop e2, h6, bishop d3?
He did that once against Nakamura. It's been, yeah, a line that probably won't be repeated, but there is some logic to it. First of all, if you play bishop d3 immediately, there is the option of going bishop g6, which, yeah, is solid. But also after bishop e2, h6, bishop d3, you could make the argument that later, whatever, not exactly here, but later in these positions, h6 actually weakens the black king. And you would rather have the pawn here. So it's a cute little idea, but I don't think it's a refutation. And Radek Wojtaszek, Mr. Theory, goes queen to b3, which is met by b5.
Seems reasonable.
I'm trying to remember stuff. Is queen b3 a common move?
This is a line that you know more about than I do, that's clear.
No. But I'm trying
I know more about the Volga Gambit.
I doubt that. Strongly doubt it. My hunch would be that b5 is rare and you typically go rook a7 here. But let me look it up. I will slowly and clumsily consult the Chess24 database to ask for the great predecessors. No games found after b5, see? Queen b3 is already very rare, but after queen b3, everybody and their dog plays rook a7, which strikes me as a more logical choice than b5, frankly.
Because b5 is obviously very committal, because once you take on d5, let's say, take on d5, and now a4, you'll immediately have to answer some questions, basically, yeah?
That's what I was gonna say. The thing is, here, after bishop e2, h6, white has accelerated his development while black hasn't. There is a main line where you go queen b3 immediately, as I mentioned, and then after b5, takes, a4, it's critical. Black goes b4, queen takes b4, knight to c6, with complications, but compensation for the pawn. After queen c5, you go knight a5 or bishop d7, and stuff gets very murky. But having included bishop e2 and h6...
Very angular murky?
Not so angular murky, no, but messy. Leo Messi.
Bit Lionel.
That's right. Having included bishop e2 and h6, one would assume...
That benefits white.
That benefits white in these complications, no? Therefore, I'm not sure if the fat, as I like to call him, has had a close look at this, or if he's just bluffing.
He could be bluffing, but he could have come up with something quite interesting as well, right? I mean, it's not completely clear.
The Svit called him a maverick the other day, who likes to go with his gut. But if you blitz out such a move, then you normally know what you're doing. And with all the maverick talk, the Fat is 2726, coached by Alexander Khalifman, one of the premier theoreticians of our times. So odds are he's had a
and
look at
former world champion.
That's correct. B5, maybe this is an interesting novelty, because
think so.
I thought the move here was rook to A7.
But yeah, I don't see how the inclusion of bishop E2 should affect the evaluation so much of those positions after knight C6. So, yeah, B5, maybe C5 is an idea also to go A4. That looks very logical too.
Yeah, C5 is always a theme in these positions when
And
you can't allow white to go A4. Because
you have to go
under
A5.
pressure, so you sort of have to go A5. Then after knight E5 once again. There's many strategic ideas to be debated. It's very unclear. But even here I would feel that bishop E2 and H6 favors white in the similar position. Normally black plays with G6 with the bishop still on F1 and the pawn on H7. So yeah, I'm not sure I'm sold on the Fat's opening treatment. But I said that the other day, and afterwards I learned that everything he did was great against Kramnik.
Precisely. Okay, let's go to another game. Let's go to the game. Can we look at the undraking game? Because we haven't actually... Wow. Now this is a line I know everything about.
Boom. We found one.
We've got the old bishop b4 check, Bogo Indian, as they call it. Do you know why they call it the Bogo Indian?
I call it the bogus Indian, because I think the whole line is bogus.
Yes, it is. Named after Bogulabov. A guy whose name I never pronounced correctly. Our dear Rustem Kazimzhanov, friend of, well, somebody who I worked with
he must have
for
friends.
2 years. He always slated me for not pronouncing Bogulabov correctly.
That sounds terrible.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not sure I can do
Can
it
somebody
correctly,
write...
Bogulyubov.
Bogulyubov? Is it?
Well, I'm sure it's closer than Bogulabov. It sounds like Shia LaBeouf. Bishop b4 check.
Is Shia LaBeouf a reincarnation of Bogulabov?
I doubt it. Shia LaBeouf has some issues.
He's got some real issues.
He's got some real issues. Bogulyubov never had these issues. Bishop d2 is possible here, but then black has a wide choice between a5, c5, queen e7, whatnot. Knight d2 is the more ambitious move that you would expect from a theoretician like Bluebaum, trying to get the two bishops. Now, if black goes knight to f6, white can transpose to the real Bogulabov with knight f3, or he can say, I'll start with a3, try to use your move order. Because in these lines, typically after a3, the bishop goes back to e7, and we get some sharp stuff.
You can also go d6 there, a la Carlsen, right?
You can.
D4, d6.
You must suffer. But some dudes like to go for the direct c5 here. Yeah, a3 is the main move. Bishop takes, queen takes. After cd, queen d4 is possible, of course, but after knight f6, you're going to lose time. To knight c6.
And then a very quick d5, I suppose.
Right.
So knight f3 makes sense, knight f6. And now g3. Mateus knows his stuff here. He's not bungling around.
I'm surprised by g3. I thought you'd take. Like, this is, I believe, supposed to be the main line, and then you follow up with e3.
G3 is very thematic in some way, because the bishop on the long diagonal looks a lot better than it does on e2 or d3. It's more active there.
Yeah, but I do recall looking at this, and I thought g3, b6, as Andreikin played, was a problem, because now knight takes d4, bishop b7, and yeah, this is awkward. Therefore, I guess he's gonna play bishop to g2, and then after bishop b7, queen d4 is still no biggie. So what they normally do is castles, and there was the option of taking here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm hardly ever wrong. And I thought this was just fine for black. Once again, I would have to look it up to be sure. But I have a feeling that I've seen this before and I thought it was fine. But Matthias has blitzed out, or played, the move b4 very quickly.
Wow.
So maybe he's ahead of my old knowledge and has his own ideas here. b4! Did you ever play b4 before castling?
I did.
Wow.
Many times.
Move 1?
Do you know what? Can I be honest? I think I have played it one time on move 1. I know you've never played it move 1.
No.
Have you ever played b3 move 1?
No.
Have you ever played 1e4?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 1c4?
Many times.
d4?
Even more times.
d3?
No.
e3?
Maybe. No, probably not.
g3?
Yes. Let me tell you, there's 5 correct first moves.
Mm-hmm.
It's d4, e4, c4, knight f3, and g3.
Okay. Anything else? What's wrong with one knight c3?
Yeah, knight c3. Okay, it might be number 6 on the list, but after knight c3, d5, you really reduced your options. And after e4, d4 black is fine. After e4, de4, he's fine. So yeah, knight c3 is less good. Also knight c3, knight f6, what are you doing? Like d4, d5,
e4.
or e4, e5, yeah, but then you haven't achieved anything compared to
Maybe I
one
go
e4.
Maybe I go knight c3, knight f6, knight f3.
Maybe you will. And then d5, you'll go d4. And
I'll go e4.
Wow. Very impressive. More power to you.
All right, guys. Back to the series.
Is showing that he's watched my series. He's blitzed out this g5 business.
G5 business. Business time.
It's business time.
You know that, right?
You know when I'm down to my socks. It's time for business. That's why they call it business time.
That's right.
In case you don't know what I'm referencing, what are you doing with your life? If you don't know Flight of the Conchords, you should go watch that now.
I was never a fan of the series, but
How can you not be a fan of the series? Season 1 is fantastic.
I was more of a fan of just the stand-up shows. The touring.
Just the album? Yeah, they're funny guys.
They're funny dudes, yeah. B5, we still got the game in Fiddle 7, no moves. Let's go to the Vachier-Lagrave game, because this is
right up your alley.
This actually
Petrov.
is up my alley.
Ellie McBeal. Talk us through it.
We have a Russian defense, as it's called.
No, it's called the Petrov.
And the Russian defense.
Do the Russians call it the Russian?
I think so. Okay. Knight takes e5, d6. Believe it or not, knight takes e4 is not the end of the world, even though it looks like it.
It is the end of the world. Let's move past this.
Queen e2, queen e7, queen takes e4, d6, d4. And this is worth a little punt for a blitz game.
Yeah, if you want to get a worse endgame, seriously worse endgame, straight out of the opening, knock yourself out, knight c3, and you must suffer.
Knight c3 is a good move, because the problem is you can take and then do this, and it's a slight issue. So what they all do is they go d6, knight f3, and they win the pawn back like so. d4, knight c3 was for a long, long time the main move amongst the elite. d4 was, of course, the first main move amongst the elite. And then knight c3, probably for the last decade, was the main move. They've been switching back to d4 now, d5, and playing bishop d3.
This is the first surprise, the move bishop to f5. Like I've seen plenty of knight c6s, bishop e7s, even bishop d6 here. But bishop f5 strikes me as a rare line.
Yeah, bishop d6 has been the flavour
That's
of the
Fabi's
month.
move.
Yeah, it's been going castles, castles, c4, c6, now either queen c2, or you can go knight c3 straight away. Also, they've been playing a lot of knight bd2s as well, very early knight bd2s recently. But bishop f5, as you say, Jan, is
Rarer.
very rare, but logical.
Is it?
Yeah.
I don't know. To me, it looks more logical to go bishop e7 and castles than putting the bishop on f5.
I mean, I think the point is that now, if you try knight c3 or knight bd2,
Now you
I can go knight d6. I think that's the idea.
I've seen something similar recently, I think, in Danzo.
And then, yeah, exactly. There was a game. And the point is this knight is misplaced. After takes, black has got 0 problems.
And Minariva just went premium. Welcome, Minariva. I apologize in advance because you've come here for chess knowledge.
They're getting
entertained.
it. That's
true. So far, actually,
oh my goodness, what are you talking
being
about?
Very chessy. I'm apologizing in advance, just so that he doesn't feel bad later.
So, yes. So
95 looks like a critical move.
Yeah, 95 is kind of saying to black, do you know what? If you're not careful, I'm going to go queen f3 really quickly. And actually, if I play queen f3 here, you've got a problem. a big problemo. Which is
I was wondering about this. If I go castles, queen f3, bishop e6, how bad is it?
You just want to give the pawn.
I just want to give that pawn. I'm a bit of a maverick.
Well, it is a pawn, isn't it? But, I mean, you're right also. I mean, this looks like fantastic compensation.
Knight c6, and I have bishops, like as martial players. We know open position bishops, you're not supposed to lose.
You know when you say us martial players, like, do you have an AGM, an annual general meeting? Do you all get together?
We have a little Facebook group. Like
do you go for picnics and barbecues together? And
no, we're not very outdoorsy people. Like, it's more, you can think of it like a LAN party. Like in the old days, the nerdy kids, everyone brings their desktop computer. We all connect them to each other to build a 500 core machine that then finds a draw on every martial line. And then we congratulate each other.
That's what I thought.
It's a beautiful thing.
But you're right. This position here, if, for example, takes, let's say you're super greedy with white, you take here.
Queen d4.
Queen d4.
Us martial players, we're not scared.
This is just, maybe even this move I like very much.
Nah. As martial players, we want to take the pawn.
Yeah.
What do I know? I was just wondering about it. None of it happened.
No, none of it happened, but this is just beautiful compensation. So
it's fantastique.
So that's why, well, Van Gogh could have played that, but he played knight d7, after which Vachier-Lagrave continued with his plan queen f3.
What the H is going on? Knight e5? d5, because queen f5, knight d3 didn't make any sense. Yeah. But why is this so great, Maxi boy?
I don't think this is great anymore. It just feels like...
But Maxime is a big theoretician. It's not like...
Not really.
Okay, small theoretician. He's like, what, 178? Okay, a normal-sized theoretician.
No, I mean, he's a theoretician.
5'10".
He might be a theoretician in the Grunfeld and in the...
in the Najdorf, you're saying...
But I don't think his Petrov theory knowledge is going to be much greater than most others. I don't know.
Maybe this bishop f5 caught him off guard.
Of course, it can really catch you off guard as well. So this position... I think black is absolutely fine. I don't see any reason why black should be in trouble here. I mean, if you have to move a knight, for a start, knight d2, I can just...
Knight d2 looks wrong. Even knight g5 and heading for e6.
Yeah, I like this.
I thought c4 looked like the most natural.
c4, and now...
Thing is, if you go c6, I can take on d5, and after cd, bishop b5 check. Could be a little awkward, therefore, I don't know, might be asking some questions. I'm sure it's fine for black, but...
This is very interesting.
Who does that?
Well, I do have a threat.
What's your threat? Knight f2? Okay, that's way over my head.
Like, let's say you take, no?
Let's see.
Can I do this?
I strongly doubt it.
No.
Pramod NVS is saying Vlad is the biggest theoretician in size. That's probably accurate.
Something like this?
And I'm sure Vlad appreciates that Pramod calls him Vlad. Well, we've been calling him Vlad, right? It's all way too complicated for me, but c4 at least looks like it's
C4 definitely looks
tension.
Yeah, C4 definitely looks like the right move, doesn't it, in terms of putting black on the spot. And yeah, very, very we could get an interesting position. We'll see what Maxime decides to do.
Can we go to Wojtaszek?
Well, we've got this position that we said with
yeah, they've played this a4, b4, queen b4, which is very common, as I said, without h6 and bishop e2. And in that position, one of the main lines is this, this, and now boom! Wow. Shake, shake, shake the room.
Wow.
And I'm wondering if there's a big difference, because with the pawn on h7 is a theoretical position, but actually, in that theoretical position, here, and yes, I do know all these things, because I did not have a childhood. After knight d7, king d7, e4, e6, it's kind of important to have the bishop g5 option. So
this is genius, then?
Well, it wouldn't be genius for white.
No, but for black, if Fedoseev has found that h6 is actually...
It could be. This is one line, of course, but there it would be beneficial.
But what else do you do in this position after knight a5?
I don't know. As I said, queen b3 is also not the main move, but let's try to figure out what is going on.
Well, there's a threat. So
First thing, it should be mentioned. You can go passive here. But typically, black has decent positional compensation, I was going to say. But actually, here it's different because we can castle. Once again, to make myself clear, the line I'm comparing this to, because this is the normal line that I know, is this one. And here queen b3 is sort of dodgy, because rook b8, queen d1, knight b4. This check is very unpleasant.
Yes.
But with the bishop on e2, this might be a serious option. Because now we can castle away. We can say, you know what? You enjoy your cute little squares on the queen side. I'm a pawn up.
That's true.
However, it could be that these cute little squares are compensation enough, because they do exist.
They do. They really exist. Feels like comp, doesn't it? And also, there's no knight h4 now, so I keep my bishop on that long diagonal if I want.
Feels like comp, both compensation-wise and computer-wise, because I don't think Fedosseev made this up over the board. He's checked this out.
I'm not so sure, by the way. I think he's a bit of a bluffer.
No, not today. And I think he does have his prep.
Okay.
Like we've talked about the Khalifman situation. They do work on chess. You don't get to 2.
Do you like calling him Khalifman?
That's what he's called.
I know, but a lot of English speakers would call him Khalifman.
Yeah, but when I know how it's pronounced, I like to pronounce it correctly. Like, in your case, people don't know that it's really Laurence.
That's right, they don't know.
There you go.
And with you, they don't know it's Janis Gustafsson.
That's true, I am Greek. I have Greek ancestors. Used to be Janis Antetokounmpo.
I know, yes. You were the 3rd Earl of Thessaloniki, your family.
No, that is not true.
That is true. I read about it on Wikipedia.
I used to live in Greece. Kythera, Rhodos, spent a winter in Rhodos. Had a good time in Rhodos.
You've lived everywhere. Barcelona, Greece. Incredible. So we had this position in the Nisipianu-Kramnik game. Nisipianu actually castled.
Yeah, it's all theory. They're transposing to this line I was talking about, CD. It's here you have to count a bit of pieces. But then, I believe... I always get confused at this point. It's all in my series. Check it out. I thought that this is still valid. Because here it's always very confusing because everything is hanging. And I recall checking G, F and bishop C3 here. And I think I decided in the end that this is what you want to do. Attacking this, this, and then I looked at some nonsense. E6. Whatever. It's like comparing notes, and Kramnik's notes are normally pretty good. Or they've both watched my video series where I analyzed this till a draw.
Why do you not think they've watched it? I generally think they have watched it.
I don't think so.
I think so. Well, I know...
Full disclosure, my video series is normally based on whatever the computer tells me. And these guys, they're good at using their own computers. They don't need me for that.
But you know, Anish...
Can be a time saver, though.
Anish watched one of my series, he told me.
Wow.
So I know he watches. I know Fabi might have even taken a peek at some stuff. So I think you'd be surprised. Even Magnus, it wouldn't surprise me if Magnus has watched your series.
No, I'm not saying it's a bad idea, and it can save you time. Like, even if you could do the work yourself, why not check it if someone has already done it?
Like, for example, your DVD on the martial attack or martial defense. Did you call it attack or defense? I'm always confused.
I'm normally in a defensive mindset, but I think they just call it the martial.
Was the most popular DVD ever, if I remember correctly. Is that correct?
Good stuff.
Is that correct?
I wouldn't know.
I don't think it is correct, but But it was one of the best reviewed works ever. Is that fair to say?
I don't know. I think it was Godfather 2 and my Marshall DVD. Like, I'm going back and forth. Like 98% on Rotten Tomatoes, and then someone said, nah, it's actually bad. So yeah,
anybody who wants to know anything about the Marshall, I suggest actually looking at Jan's series on Chess24, which is an updated version of his work done in 1993. Was it 1994?
No, it was 1984.
1984 on the Marshall. Was it 2015? No.
I don't know things. That Marshall series, yeah, it's been a while.
Can't be. It's more than 2 years.
No, not the original one. The update.
Oh, the update. What about the original one? That must be 10 years.
2009 or 8.
Yeah,
or...
yeah.
Who the H knows? There's also a bit of a debate about how tall Kramnik is, and I don't believe the 195 that's published. I'm 193, and he's seriously taller than me. So I think he's very closer to like 198.
Be interesting to see if this one just pieces out, unfortunately.
Yeah, normally that's what I said. Like, it looks very exciting now, but if both sides have done their homework, like after e6, or there's lines like, once again, struggling to remember the details, but let's just say I know all about something like this, and I think b6. I gave all this in my series, and you make 2-3 more precise moves, and Peter Svidler out. Or instead of hg, that was also fg. So you have knight f5 jumps. Very similar business, b6, knight f5. And same old, same old. Oh yeah, I actually gave this line. This is really not a pluck. It actually matters to the thing. But I remember this was a bit of a detail.
Wow.
There you take this. And then it's a draw. So the magic of modern space barring.
Admit it, you love just...
I love pushing buttons. But it's not as easy as people think. You gotta push the right button. Sometimes you misclick and you don't press the space bar, but the M button.
Do you use this finger?
And no, I use my middle finger. And Pramod MVS is saying, is Jan really 193? I think Jan is 185. How many feet? That is 6'4".
2 feet. The last time I checked.
How dare you, Pramod? Question my height. It really hurts me.
What are you, 6'4", are you? In feet and inches.
Yeah.
6'4", okay.
Like it's an inexact sciences feet thing. I never really understand it, but I think it's between 6'3", 6'4".
Yeah, interestingly, Kramnik is just a huge mountain of a man. He's really massive.
Did you know that Kramnik was on Game of Thrones as the mountain?
Yes.
It is Kramnik behind that
I thought he...
armor.
Yes, he is the mountain.
They say as this Finnish strong man, but it really is Vladimir Kramnik. No, he's a tall guy.
Yeah, he is.
He doesn't look intimidating.
Well,
I think it's the chess playerness about him. He doesn't scare me. Like Peter Heine Nielsen scares me more.
Does he?
Yeah, when it comes to like
Shout out
big
to
guys
Peter
in chess.
Heine Nielsen. Apparently Peter Heine Nielsen can eat at a rate of knots never seen before.
Is that true?
He can gulp down full dinners quicker than you can say hubbalaboo. Hubbalaboo?
Sheilaboof.
Sheilaboo. I'm a huge fan of Peter Heine, though. I think he's a top dude. And no?
Not a big fan.
Okay. Sounds fair.
If you're watching.
He might be watching. What else has he got to do?
I don't know. Like, and there's Magnus duties. He has a family. He has other interests. But yeah, you're bringing up a fair point there.
That's fair. In the blue bum game against Andrei Kien, he finally took on d4, and after knight c6 decided to put his queen on the very standard square for these lines. He put it on f4. Looking at the d6 square, it's a...
I like this position. Is this b4? Is this relevant? Because as I said, I thought g3 was nothing. Because of b6, bishop b7.
Maybe he's just done a lot of work.
Maybe he knows more than me. Is it time to just throw in the towel?
I think so.
The bluester?
I think so. I think it's time to throw in the towel and call it a day.
Boom. He's looked at b4 before I got a chance to do so.
He did.
How many b4 puns do you think I can do per episode? Like 80?
No.
6?
6 is fair.
6 is better than 80. Yeah. All right. Anyway, I like White's position now. If you manage to develop the pieces, you will just have beautiful bishops.
Yeah.
And what's not to like about beautiful bishops? Black has to figure out how to arrange his forces. Typically, this might sound strange, but typically you want to open the position here with black before white is fully developed. Because once white is fully developed, bishop b2, bishop g2, castles, rook to d1, you must just suffer.
Right.
But I'm not sure if you're in time to do anything here, because after d5, which would be in that spirit, wherever I go here, takes maybe, here. I still like white. But still, maybe this is the way to play nonetheless. Then try to challenge this bishop on this diagonal and say, I understand you have the two bishops, but my bishop on b7 does a decent job compensating for your bishop. And I'm not that much worse. I'd still take white in a heartbeat here, but
may I just say, we're in a bit of an oven today. I don't know if it's just me, but I am, as some of my friends would say, schwitzing.
Sorry to hear that.
Can we do something about the air situation?
I don't know. You can switch on the fan and see if people complain.
Let's see if they complain. I hope they don't.
I'm used to suffering for the viewers. But it is a sunny day in Hamburg.
Really?
We don't have many of those, so we're never prepared for these situations.
I think we're okay. I think they'll be fine with it.
You think so?
They're good peoples.
Send your complaints to Lawrence Trent IM at Twitter or to support@chess24.com. Ideally strongly worded. I just went premium and now these selfish AH decided to put on the fan, so I can't hear anything they're saying, which might be a blessing because they're only talking nonsense. I want my money back.
If they genuinely can't hear us, we'll turn it off. But if they can, that's great. I think they can hear us.
You think so?
I think so.
I'm not so sure.
Let's see.
The commutator says it also protects the a5 square. What are we talking about? a5 creates room for the queen on a4.
Wow.
a5 Radek. Are we talking about the Radek game? No, you don't want to go a5 with black ever. You don't need to. You're controlling that square anyway. You want to control that square with pieces. And the Fed has played e6. Are we talking a5 for white? Now I'm following. That makes sense. Because knight a5, queen a4. Now I gotcha. I'm sorry. Yeah, it looks like a good move, and maybe this was better to just avoid any a5s.
Yeah, a5. As I said, I think Fedorseev is
You think he's full of it?
I think he's a bit of a, as the French say, bluffer.
Do they say bluffer?
No, they say bluffer.
Charlatan? Charlemagne?
Charlemagne. Charlemagne.
Do you know any French people?
Yes.
Have you talked to them about Fedorseev?
Yes.
Okay, and what did they say?
Sacre le bleu.
That's what they said?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Well, yeah, a5, excellent move. Shout out to the chat for...
Who said that?
The computer, and it was
Which guy suggested it?
Probably Pramod. Pramod NVS. Says, apparently after 12 a5, Radek has some pull.
How he can read those computer lines is...
No, Pramod likes to use his own head, which is not always a good thing.
I'm going to make a suggestion in the Wang Yue game, just very quickly. The move knight to c3, I like here.
But knight after knight d2.
Yes.
So c4 has been played, c6,
yes.
cd. You don't want to go cd because of Kaneshek. And queen takes d5, knight d2, and you like knight to c3.
Because I'm sick in the head.
Insane in the membrane.
Queen takes f3, and the point is you can't go bishop takes f7 check, keeping the pawn because of queen takes f7.
That would be a bit of a rude awakening.
That would be. So you have to take on f3. Then I give a Zwischenschach.
Échec intermédiaire.
Échec intermédiaire.
I don't know if that's any language.
King h1.
Forced.
And now the question
now
is...
you're very unhappy because your knight will get trapped. Like knight c1, bishop somewhere.
Yeah, but I don't go knight c1.
Okay.
Why can I not?
I'll still trap it. It's a tarp.
So I have to go f takes g6.
Please explain why now it's not tarped.
Because I have f4 as a square.
But you're worse. It's
F8?
like a Berlin gone wrong. Maybe not.
Is it
structurally a little shady.
Yeah, it's a bit. It's a little bit slim shady.
Do you agree that Machine Gun Kelly is the new Slim Shady?
No.
Me neither. So knight c3, one interesting option, but there's other moves. f5 looks very shady. Knight c5 looks more human.
Yeah, this is the kind of as well.
This is like the Vachier position too. Like, this is what he wants. Slightly worse endgame.
This is gross though, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Well, no.
f4. I don't know.
And Captain the TT says échec intermédiaire was parfait. Merci beaucoup. De rien. Pas de problème. And Kusar Chatterjee says English only, please. I think it was referring to my French earlier. So if it's anybody's fault, it's mine. Pardon my French.
By the way, out of the corner of my eye,
By the Wayne.
I see that.
I went GF.
He's going for
This
it.
was possible too. I think I mentioned this, that I couldn't decide if bishop c3 or gf. And then for the series, I think for simplicity's sake, I went with gf. But I do recall that I went with bishop c3, the line I showed earlier.
Right.
But gf was legal as well.
So what if I play knight takes? This is a mistake, I assume, because of
Knight e5 will be strong.
So if I take with the bish,
Just me and my bish.
black's okay.
It looks like one of your harakiri attacks, but this one's good. All of a
So I
sudden, the pawn on
really have
f4
to
is an
take on
attacking
e6
force.
here.
And Dieter, if you enter this line, like it's easy to criticize people being an armchair general, but Kramnik, that's the line he plays. So
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure what went wrong for Dieter,
Nothing has
where he
gone
got
wrong.
surprised. No, he's spending time, but maybe yeah, he's just trying to.
He's trying to
recall.
remember. He's not that far behind on the clock.
Right.
Oh, that'll be interesting to see if he bungles it. And Wang Yue has not let us down.
Boom!
He's gone for it, baby. Knight c3 in a heartbeat.
He might still be in book as well.
Nah,
Nah,
come on.
you wouldn't spend more than 2 minutes on knight c3.
I mean, if you look at knight c5 and think, well, that's just a bit of suffering, this one might throw MVL. This might make him actually a bit annoyed.
No, I don't think so.
No, probably not.
Maxime,
He doesn't get annoyed.
he doesn't get annoyed easily.
By the
And
way,
he's also seen this.
Queen takes d5 is a horrible move because after knight takes d5,
Yeah, this is the
black
dream
is
version.
actually better here, probably. So basically, he has to take. This is forced, 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 and then it looks like this one is forced.
Force Whitaker.
Here.
Why not castle? Weakens the d7 square, huh? Need the king on e8.
Right.
Yeah, makes sense.
Plus, yeah, no need to castle. Good to have the king nearer the centre. And is the idea that after this, just
Knight
here,
f4.
trying to get to d5, forcing you to exchange, because once the knight gets to d5. And the question is, does white have anything here?
Doesn't look like. Now the pawns don't roll.
Maybe.
I think we
Do
have
you
to.
take black here? No.
Yeah, I think so.
Do you?
Yeah.
What, because of you've got your queen
Yeah,
side
even on the
match?
king side. Like I put my pawn on g5, and what active ideas do you have? I can go rook
If
d8
this
and
is-
change a pair of pawns.
If this is all home prep, this is genius home prep by Wang Yue, by the way.
I think as long as you keep making the first computer move, it's very hard to call stuff genius home prep.
Why?
But, well, because you're just using the computer. Not that I'm not a fan of that practice. It's ideal, but I would, if it's still home prep.
You've used the computer
wouldn't.
before, is what you're saying.
No, I'm saying I do appreciate good computer home preparation. But the genius term implies that you've done something that only a genius can do, huh? No?
I think we should have a cappuccino bet today.
Ooh.
So let's try and make one up. Yesterday it was null because it was all draws.
Mulusin45 was saying, I thought that only my brother can irritate me when drinking his tea. But now I see another one, Jan.
This is true.
I'll take that as a compliment. You're thinking I'm a family member already. That's why I have the ability to irritate you. But this is not tea, it's coffee.
Yeah. I have to say, it wasn't very good coffee, which is why I mentioned the cappuccino.
It's fairly terrible.
It's fairly bad, isn't it? A cappuccino or a frappuccino or a macchiato or a mochaccino and a bloccacino and a...
Oof. One of the vanilla BS thingies?
Yeah, one of the vanilla BS thing. That's Larry again, isn't it? You see how much
getting
Larry
warmer.
I've watched? I think I even surprised you just there.
Yeah, well, I don't think you'd catch that reference, to be honest with you.
Yeah, because I told you, I've watched every episode a gazillion times.
Beautiful.
Not an exaggeration. Larry David, shout out to Larry, who's definitely watching, aka
probably
Pramod VS. What would you do if Pramod VS was Larry David?
And then I would honestly question everything I've ever believed.
Yeah.
If this was Larry David from day one, shout out to Pramod and Larry. And do we shout out to Radek, who has not played A5? He can still do it. But now the king would go away. Still, pawn. Pawn is a pawn.
But these positions are very difficult to play with white, I think.
Why? Pawn up, get the pieces out, bishop d2, rook f c1. Never seen an easier position to play with white.
Your queen?
F the queen.
That's what they used to say.
Isn't that the game that Ivanchuk invented?
What?
I think he invented a board game that was supposed to be called. Well, later they changed it to Kiss the Queen, but the original name of the game...
You're kidding me, right?
No, I'm not kidding. It was F the Queen.
Wow. He's a creative guy, that Vasil, isn't he?
Yes, he's very creative.
Did he change his name, by the way, officially to Vasil? I believe he did, right?
There's no change, it just... Depending on how it's translated in the West, Vasily or Vasil. Like
No.
always see
That's
both
not
versions.
true.
No?
No.
Okay.
Because Vasily is a Russian
Okay.
name and Vasil is a strictly Ukrainian name.
Right, but that's what I'm saying, that it's our version of it, whichever we try to choose.
No, but you can just translate it as Vasil.
Right.
So I think he wanted people to start calling him Vasil rather than Vasily.
To
To
stress the point that he's
He's
Ukrainian
Ukrainian,
and
yeah.
not a Ukrainian Russian.
And I know about these things because of my other half, and I tried to understand more. But I don't know what's happened to that, and whether that was just a late night thought of his. But actually, I saw him written as Vasil in some places now.
Yeah, I've also seen that, but I thought it's always been there, and it just depends
No,
if people
I-
use the Ukrainian
I
version
actually think
or
he
the
made
Russian
a
version,
point
but
of it.
it's
Now
very possible.
it's a bit
I'm
like
not aware of that.
nobody when you play the next tournament, you're gonna want them to say, "Call me Frederica." you
No,
know?
Yanis.
Yeah, sorry, Yanis, which is your real name.
That is my real name.
And
What?
nothing's happened so far.
What? There's lots of action. Today is much better round.
It is.
Even though all of this is still theory. Pramod
But
MBS
this
is saying, I thought Lawrence was a bachelor. Are you married, Pramod? I've always wondered.
I'm not a bachelor, I'm
I
afraid.
think Pramod is
I
probably
haven't
also a
been a
bachelor.
bachelor for a long
If they
Have
ask
I
you
ever
to-
been a bachelor?
If they ask you to be on the TV show The Bachelor, would you
Yes.
do it?
Am I getting paid a lot?
I don't know. I don't think you're getting paid that much. Normally, reality TV doesn't pay that well to begin with. But then you'll have a lot of fame and opportunities once you get out of it.
You know me, I don't like to sell myself.
Yeah, that is true. No, it wouldn't be for you, like all the attention.
Well, I mean, now that Sam Shanklin went on Survivor, how am I going to beat that?
It wasn't Survivor. It was. what's it
Sorry.
called? I don't know, Dazed and Confused or something.
Was it not Survivor?
No.
Okay, but it was something similar to that, right?
Yeah, I know all about it.
Do you?
Like, he lost in round 2 together with his buddy, the army veteran. They got kicked out.
Interesting
He said
chap.
some tough things on the show. He said, like,
Sam is an interesting...
I make a living crushing people's dreams.
I also
I'm paraphrasing.
do the same. I also do the same.
Must be nice.
Wow.
Pramod says, yes, I am, but we don't know if he is a bachelor or married. I think I asked both things.
I think
Please
he's
specify, Pramod. Think he's
most
married?
Indian guys, yeah, most Indian guys are married.
I'm not sure if that's accurate.
Marriage
Do you think
is
his better half
marriage
is
is
cool with him watching chess?
marriage is a big thing out there in India. You know, it's not just some excuse to go down the Reaper barn for a night.
Always makes me very uncomfortable when you're like stereotyping entire nations.
I'm not.
Okay.
I think marriage is much more sacred in India than it is in some parts of Western Europe.
Okay.
I think that's not a generalization.
Fair enough. How's that not a generalization?
It's an observation, an accurate observation. Anyway, Wojciech has gone A5, which
Well, his
is
timing is a little off. No, why didn't he do this a move
story of
earlier?
my life. Yeah.
And now after Queen A4, this is a lot more unpleasant.
I agree. Well, he still got it in. As Pramod confirms, sacred and holy arranged marriages. Unlike our typical, go to a Vegas chapel, drunk. Have you ever been to a chapel in Vegas?
I've seen them. I haven't entered one.
Yeah.
They don't look like trustworthy places. Unless the priest, or whatever the dude is called, wears an Elvis costume. Then I believe in them.
Would you get married by an Elvis guy?
No.
Okay.
Did you ever get married in Vegas?
I did, one time.
I would like to think this
To
is
a
a lie, but I
Vietnamese
don't think it is.
dwarf.
No, that's probably a lie.
No, that's not a lie. Her name was Sahara.
Sahara.
Yeah, it was a very surreal experience.
I see.
And, well, we had to split up, unfortunately. It's
I'm very sorry to hear.
very sad story. Yep.
After gf4, d takes e6 has been played. And
She was an illegal.
who, Sahara?
Yes. Donald Trump actually had her on his list to deport her.
So it's you recently got married in Vegas.
Right.
It was after Trump was president.
Right.
See.
It was all very sad. Didn't work out. But we'll stay in touch via pigeon letters.
I'm not following. This position, I'm also not sure, since Kramnik recklessly decided to depart from my recommendation,
See,
bishop c3.
this is the thing, right? This is what you should have done in your series, Jan, if I may say so.
You don't.
I will.
Okay.
And maybe you can do an update. Is that in your series you recommend bishop takes c3
Yes.
with a way to basically maintain the balance, hold the draw. But the way Kramnik has played, from what I can see, is actually a way to play for a win.
But how much can you see?
I can't see that.
That's what I'm saying.
But maybe it is a way just to keep things a bit alive if you're in a must-win sitch like he is.
But hadn't I told you everything about bishop c3? Would you have any clue about which move is the must play for a win here and which one is a draw?
I'm not
Are you saying that after gf4 white is worse?
No, I'm saying white might even be better. But what I'm saying is I think gf4 is a way for things not to be forced.
Play for 3 results.
Right,
Yeah, that's probably
That's
fair.
all I'm trying to say.
Fair enough.
I think so. I think it would be lovely for you to add a little bonus clip, including this game as the sort of feature game to discuss gf4.
I don't think I'm ever going to do that.
Okay. I'll do it.
Okay, you do that.
Yeah.
But it does look interesting. Like f takes e6, and it's a weird position. Like, first glance, black seems to be worse because his king is a little exposed, but all his pieces are extremely active. And
This is what I'm trying to say. This looks like a great
it's
shout.
very messy. Boom, boom.
Well,
king
hold on.
h1.
Whoa.
What?
Who in their right mind plays g takes f4?
Leave your dieter.
Yeah.
He's piano. King h1, rook g1. It's gonna be a bit of a bar fight.
Have you ever been in a bar fight?
No.
Would you like to be?
No.
Has Fika?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay. For all of you who don't know, Vachier is Jan's best imaginary friend who he employs a guy to come around with you. You pay him.
No.
Oh, okay. No, Vachier. Shout out to Vachier. By the way, Vachier, is he watching?
I don't know.
If you're watching, well done on the Blitz game. You really schooled me. Good player.
Sure. Paramount MVS says, any good upcoming movies? Brixby Bear? How's it? What's Brixby Bear?
I don't know.
Neither do I. Too lazy to Google it. What's Brixby Bear?
I have not watched a movie in a while, actually. What's the last movie you saw?
I watched Spider-Man Homecoming the other day.
Oh, you did finally watch it, did you? Is that the one you wanted to see in the cinema? No.
It's the one we talked about yesterday that I watched it.
What's the one we talked about in Luneburg?
I can't remember.
Robocop? No. Time Cop?
Robocop? Time Cop. Yeah, I watched Time Cop, but that's a 1994 vehicle. Wasn't in the cinema.
Right, the Jean-Claude Van Damme, right?
I purchased it on Amazon.de, but I only rented it. Like, you can rent these movies or you buy them. I thought I would not watch Time Cop more often than one.
Fair enough.
That was good. I heard Dunkirk is good. Jawbreaker.
Who's in that?
I don't know, it's the latest Christopher Nolan movie.
Right.
I'm guessing from the title it's a World War II thing, but I haven't heard much about it. Bluebomb Andrakin. Bishop b2. I like Bluebomb's position, but Andrakin has decided not to go for this d5, which I was advocating. But also very classical. He has a light square bishop. He wants to put his pawns on dark squares. Fight against this guy and say, congratulations about your two bishops. Me, Dmitry Andrakin, I do not care. I believe that is his position.
I agree.
Do you agree with him?
I agree with him. I think he's got a very interesting setup, yes. As it happens.
I'm not sure I like bishop b2. e5 was coming. Maybe it doesn't make a difference. Yeah, probably. This bishop didn't have a different square. But yeah.
Okay, very interesting. There's actually potential for some real decisive results today. Wang Yue, he is the man. He is the man.
Is Wang Yue your favorite player in the field?
Yes.
Who's second?
Wang Yue.
I don't think you can choose the same player.
Okay,
twice.
Yue.
No.
Wang is my first. Yue is my second.
It's not how it works. Anyway, he did go for this. They did play this whole line, where Maxime probably from a distance, or maybe not even from a distance, thought, you know what, you have double pawns, I have a passed e-pawn, I'm in good shape. But after rook f8, if this knight manages to escape, or if you have to give the bishop for it, not clear that white is better.
Yeah, and he played knight d2.
Knight d2, probably dreaming of a world where you can go knight e4 and f4 and all these things.
Dreaming of a knight on e4.
Are you? But knight f4 still looks like a good move, no?
Yeah, especially if you have to take this.
Nah, I don't think you can take. No, black's just too active. I'm not gonna be able to do it. Thrifty is asking Sylvester Stallone? Of course not Thrifty. Time Cop is Jean-Claude Van Damme. GCVD.
The muscles from Brussels.
That's right.
Was he actually from Brussels, or was he from some town?
Maybe it was just from Belgium, and since people only knew Brussels, they called him the muscles from Brussels.
How many times have you been to Belgium?
I've been to Belgium. Not many times, but I've been.
I've been there quite a few times as well, and I have to say, I like Belgium. I'm a fan of Belgium.
Me too. It's a nice
Actually,
place.
Really nice place. Can I tell you where I'm also a fan of?
Yes.
Leuven.
Yeah, it's a lovely place. I've been there
Were we
last
there?
year. Yeah.
We were there together last year, right?
I wouldn't call it that, but we both happened to be there.
Why were you there?
I was doing commentary.
Oh, that's right. Yes, beautiful little town.
Lovely.
Really nice.
I liked it, yeah.
That place is in Belgium.
That's true.
So
Bruges, I'm sure you've seen
I've
the
been
movie.
to Bruges. Yes,
Bruges.
I have been.
Nice place.
Nice place.
I'll go to Brussels soon.
I've been to
Looking forward
Ghent.
to it.
That's Belgium as well.
Mm-hmm.
That's nice. Brussels, meh.
Too much EU stuff for your taste?
A bit too bureaucratic for my liking.
Okay. So you made your Brussels Brexit after you went there?
I did. Yeah, I refuse to have Brussels at Christmas dinner now.
No more Brussels sprouts for you?
Right. Actually, it's written in law now that we can't have Brussels for Christmas in England as a result of Brexit.
Makes sense to me.
Bloodsport is a wonderful production.
Now I'm starting to get upset. I'm trying to focus on chess here, but when Thrifty tells me Bloodsport is the only Van Damme movie worth watching, thereby really spitting on classics like The Street Fighter, The Quest, Hard Target, Time Cop, Double Impact, Double Team, JCVD. It does hurt my feelings.
Wow, you are a huge Van Damme expert.
Lionheart.
Wow, I've only seen about 3 or 4 Van Damme.
I do agree with you that Bloodsport is a timeless classic.
It is a classic.
Kumite. I could name more titles, but I only know the German titles, where I'm not sure what the English title is. Like in German, Karate Tiger. Van Damme is the bad guy. But I think in English it's probably different.
Okay. Well, we've got d6, we've got queen d2. This all looks rather normal.
Yeah. Well, I still like white bishops, but it's a more ambitious setup in a way than the white. What I was suggesting. Once again, because what I was suggesting, d5 and dc4 and get the knight out of the way, was really playing to equalize. Maybe Andrekian thinking, you know what, let's keep the ball in play a little bit. But I like white here. I like the bishops for shizzle. Gustav Chatterjee 1 is asking Lionheart or Braveheart. I did mean Lionheart. Braveheart does not feature Jean-Claude Van Damme. That's the other guy, Mel Gibson. They often get mistaken for each other.
The guy who is a big fan of certain tribes people from Israel.
Easy Rider 27 is asking, how can Andrekian weaken the d5 square in this way? What does he get in return? d5 square doesn't matter here. It would only matter if there's a big fat white knight and you can't challenge it. But you have all the pieces in the world to challenge and the white knight is far away from it. So what he's trying to do is he's playing against the dark squared bishop, which is the one that is unopposed, because black doesn't have a dark squared bishop. Putting this wall in its way. Like imagine the dark squared bishop was a bad hombre. He's trying to jump over that wall and bring the worst people with him all the way on the way to g7. You're saying, no, I will build this wall and you can't cross. And you're going to have to stay where you are, bishop b2. That's
so you're
Andrekian's
saying
rationale.
like the e5 point is the border between Mexico and the US and g7 is like Texas?
You're impossible to fool. That is
Would that be
exactly
fair?
what I'm saying.
Okay. I get it. I think these analogies are helpful.
I think so too. Just
especially
contextualizing things.
Yes, especially the sort of racially oriented ones and, you know,
You're welcome.
political, yeah. But you're right. Fedoseev has castled his king to a safe square on g8. But it's difficult to make progress for both players here. Queen a4, knight b4, and... But you've got to be careful here with white. You know, there's always bishop c2s you have to look out for, which is bishop c2, queen a3, knight d3, for example.
Yeah.
And maybe draw.
Maybe draw. Maybe it's full compensation. 95 might also be possible. I don't know. I like pawns, but I will admit that it's a little clumsy for
He
white.
played bishop d2, but now
There you
I
go.
have a feeling rook b8 and...
First question, why can't I take? Is there some trick?
You can take.
Ah, he wants to go queen a4. Knight b7 is not a pretty square. I don't have knight c6, and this gives the pawn right back. Okay, so rook b8. queen a4. He's saying this is a better version now after knight b4. You've made the superfluous rook b8 and gives him time to do whatever. Knight e5, rook fc1.
Even this doesn't look too bad for black, does it? So.
Thrifty is asking, Jan, are you also a fan of old Steven Seagal movies? Nah, I just can't do it.
Steven Seagal?
I've tried.
Citizen of Russia, no less.
Just can't do it.
You know he's got a Russian passport.
I know all about him.
Do you?
Nah, probably not, but I know this, yeah.
What's that all about?
I don't know. I'm not a fan.
It was Dennis Rodman in North Korea, right?
Yes.
You must know a lot about Dennis Rodman.
I'm not sure.
I thought you knew everything about basketball.
Yeah, but Dennis Rodman has not played basketball for a while.
You claim to be the oracle on basketball. I mentioned one of the most famous names in basketball. I'm not convinced.
About what?
Your basketball knowledge. I'm sitting on the fence until I know more about Dennis Rodman.
What would you like to know about Dennis Rodman?
Who did he play for?
Well, he had his coming out party as member of the bad boy Detroit Pistons, which were famous for being a very rugged team led by Isaiah Thomas, Joe Dumars, Bill Mahorn, and the likes of those. But he became famous as a Chicago Bull after Phil Jackson, back in the days when Phil Jackson was supposed to be a competent coach and not an incompetent executive. Recruited him and said, you know what, Dennis Rodman, I'll keep him in line, we'll be cool. They had this meeting at Phil Jackson's house. And even though he was already old, he became incredibly famous as the premier rebounder and one of the premier defenders the game had ever seen. Dennis Rodman took a lot of pride in scoring 0 points and having like 20 rebounds. Therefore, he would often not score on purpose. Well, sometimes he would score. But his goal would be to have like 20 rebounds and no points, which is not ideal, but he was an amazing athlete and he had a great feel for where the ball would bounce to.
Wow.
Therefore,
I take it
the
all
most
back.
famous rebounder the game
I take
has
it
ever
all.
seen.
I take it all back. It's Bill Lambier, not Bill Mahorn, but I don't want to correct you.
Bill Lambier is the center, but is he not called Bill Mahorn? Rick Mahorn. Did I say Bill Mahorn?
You said Bill Mahorn, but I'm not going
My apologies. I did combine their backcourt into one player. It's Rick Mahorn and Bill Lambier. And yes, I am very sorry about that.
But that was impressive. Thank you. I take it all back.
I'm embarrassed about the Bill Mahorn thing. I meant Rick Mahorn. Didn't mean Bill Lambier. But Bill Lambier is a horrible person.
Why?
He is the most hated basketball player out there. Because of his antics. And he fouled the chief, Robert Parrish.
He fouled the
and
referee.
He got into a fist fight with Larry Bird.
Oh, Larry Bird, I know. Didn't Larry Bird... there was something recently that he... Not that he did, but he's been celebrated recently for something? Or does that make sense to you?
Larry Bird?
Yeah.
He stepped down as being the general manager of the Indiana Pacers.
Right.
I'm not sure they celebrated him for that.
I can't remember. As you can see, I'm...
Let's try to figure out. A donor is asking, who was Rodman traded for when he got to the Bulls from the Spurs? Do I know that? I don't think I know that. I'm sorry. Let's think. One of these. No, I don't know. That's true, actually. That he did not go from the Pistons to the Bulls directly. He was first on the Spurs. Played for a lot of super teams that guy. But donor, educate us. Whom did they trade Rodman for? Sure, I used to know it, but can't remember. Anyway, let's try to make sense of this position. After c takes d5, g takes f4. Material is currently what? Black is a piece up, right? White has 1 pawn for the piece. Of course, white could take the piece back, then black would take on e5 and be in good shape. Therefore, Dieter, probably correctly, went for the Zwischenzug d takes e6, when we were expecting knight takes e5, and either knight takes e4 or bishop takes e4. You were praising Kramnik for his choice. I was critical of it because he did not play the drawing line, which I enjoyed so much. But of course, Kramnik probably knows all this and took a practical decision to keep the game more complicated. After d takes e6, he spent a lot of time and he decided to play the move bishop takes c3 now. But now after b takes c, he probably has to go knight takes e5. And after bishop e4, all of this looks very familiar as well. But white is better, no? If you have to go fe6, now I can stabilize with f3. And your king is just worse than my king. So this looks seriously better for white. And if you go knight g4, maybe this is his point. It all looks very clumsy. I think something's gone wrong for Kramnik. Either he misremembered that you're supposed to go bishop c3, or he thought bishop c3 is too drawish. Let's do something little cray-cray. And then after de6, he, decided to go for this line, which I don't know, I don't trust. After bc, you will have to give your piece back. Both knights are hanging. Knight takes e5 looks like the only sensible move. Looks like Dieter is better here. Will Perdue, there you go, was traded for Rodman. I wouldn't have come up with that name. Donor is saying Kramnik was unaware of the Leiko Dominguez game. I'm not sure what that game was, but I don't think Kramnik is unaware of anything here. He's analyzed his line till the end, but he either misremembered or, gambled to get
gamble.
More mixed position.
Gamble. Thankfully, I'm not a gambler.
Must be nice. Andreikin has played a5. Does that carry a threat if I go here? Honest question, because I was curious if we can try to grab a pawn. But no, like this we can't, because after knight e4 there's queen b2.
Queen c2.
Queen c2 works as well. Yeah? Takes queen e4. So bishop g2, knight e4, queen c2 also doesn't do anything, or queen anywhere. And what's his point? Just bishop g2.
I'm not sure
no
a5 really helps black's cause.
I don't think it does. Weakens b6 if there's no follow-up. That must be this. Maybe not rook a1, but immediately knight e4. Ah, that's the point. And now after queen c2 we can take, because there's no check. So how does this go? Takes.
Queen
takes.
Queen e3, simply knight b4. Wow,
this
is
simple.
A bit complicated.
This is a mess. Knight b4.
Wow.
Castles.
Wow.
Nah, this is a mess.
This is a good try, Bandraken. I can't believe so many people are basketball experts in the chat today. It's quite upsetting for me being...
Is the chat still busy with basketball?
I think so.
I didn't open that can of worms. You started with the Dennis Rodman talk.
I'm just a noob. N-O-O-B. That's what the kids say now, you know? For somebody who doesn't know much about it.
Is it short for newbie?
Well, I don't know what it's short for, but maybe...
I'm pretty sure it's short for newbie.
Yeah, that could be. Interesting. So, I won the cappuccino bet, right?
Have we made a cappuccino bet?
I just decided I won it.
Okay, I don't think we made one. Kramnik in trouble. Is that not exciting news?
He's not in trouble.
Of course he's in trouble.
Of course he's
in
not.
Real big trouble.
Why?
Because he's worse. Seriously worse.
Knight g4, he's fine. Bishop takes e6. Show me the trouble.
Double trouble.
How is he worse? If anything, he's better.
He's worse. Worst king. Worst king scenario.
He's fine.
He's not fine.
I did go for 0-1 today, though.
I know you did. Donor is saying it was a good time to be a Bulls fan when Rodman was on the team. Yeah, it tends to be easy to be fan of the team that wins 6 titles in, what was it, 8 years?
Did they?
Yeah, they were pretty good. They had the double three-peat. Some people say this guy, Michael Jordan, had more to do with it than Rodman.
Is Jordan the
Rodman was only there for the second round.
The highest, when I say highest paid, what I want to say is the guy who made the most money from basketball, even though somebody like Bryant or others recently have made a lot. Did Jordan cash in on the Nike deal?
Jordan did pretty well for himself because he has this Jordan brand, which is worth
with Nike,
billions. Right? Yeah, it's part of Nike, but it's his own brand, the Jordan brand.
It's worth billions?
I'm not sure if billions, but I would say, yeah, he's a billionaire for sure.
Right, okay.
And salary-wise, salaries are bigger now, but
course.
he was still the highest paid player until reasonably recently.
Really?
His 98 season, he got paid $34 million, which was a record until very recently. But now Steph Curry just signed a $200 million deal. James Harden just got a $266 million deal. So these guys will make more money playing than he did.
But endorsement-wise, he crushed it.
He's the GOAT.
He's a GOAT?
The greatest of all time, the GOAT.
Okay.
You can also call him the BOAT, the best of all time.
Okay.
Like people try to put
Can you call
LeBron
him
James.
the COAT?
No, you can't call him the COAT.
The craziest of all time?
No.
Okay.
Sick gambler though, Jordan.
Is he?
Yeah.
No, he's not.
Mhm.
Is a real gambler?
He's the most insane gambler of all times. Like,
What are you talking about?
betting $1 million on a golf game or any card game or whatever. Like, read a book on Jordan. He was the craziest guy.
Wow.
Yeah.
$1 million on a golf game, huh?
He had all these tricks. Like, he would say, he would pay, what do you call this? The guy that handles your luggage at the airport to put his luggage on the tray first. Then he would bet 50,000 with his teammates that his luggage would come out first. And he would do stuff like that. He was a real sicko.
Wow.
And yeah,
Too
Michael
much
Jordan
money.
net worth $1.31 billion. Yeah,
That's
I don't think
kind of
it's like that.
sick.
He's the owner of the Charlotte Hornets.
The Charlotte Hornets.
Yeah, he owns the team.
He owns the team. What, each individual player, he's got a contract with them? Like the good old
No,
days?
it's called like that in basketball. Like you own the team. It's your team. You're the owner.
Right.
It's worth.
Right.
Even the Charlotte Hornets, not a top team, but it's still worth $1 billion, I would guess.
There you go, folks.
You know who's not worth $1 billion?
Me. Would it make you sad if I was worth $1 billion one day?
No, it would make me happy.
It would make
$1
you
million would upset me, but $1 billion I'd be fine with.
If I had a few million, it'd make you unhappy?
Yeah, that would make me unhappy.
Why is that?
But $1 billion with a B, like, would make me happy. Because then, I don't know. I'm not sure my logic holds up here. But probably, yeah. If you had like 900 million, I would still despise you. But once you make it to 1 billion, three commas, as us billionaires like to call it, 3 commas, then yeah, I'd respect you.
Rook AD1. So I can plonk the guy on D5 now, no?
And plonk it.
Plonk that boy on D5 where it will never, ever, ever be removed. Black's fine.
Don't understand. Could you imagine if he was playing in this era with all the social media? It was obvious what he actually did. And I think he'd get in trouble, like people shooting their little cell phone videos of stuff he was up to. I don't think would
What was he
answer
up
well.
to?
No, read up on Jordan. Like, it's fascinating stuff.
Who was the guy who slept with 10 million women? Chamberlain.
That's allegedly Will Chamberlain. I don't think it's 10 million, but what did he say? 20,000? I think he said 20,000.
That's insane, isn't it?
I don't know. Have you broken 10,000 yet?
I'm close. I'm on the
That's
cusp.
what I thought. Like, I don't know what to say about this position. Looks fine for black to me.
Absolutely.
Put the horsey. But the white knight is also. It's on a nice square.
It's a knight in shining armor. But you have to defend the E5 pawn.
Do it.
Yeah, but now... Yeah. Looks okay. Looks okay.
Yeah. Égalité, fraternité.
Liberté.
Ah, liberté.
That's right. That's the 3. Yeah, something going on with Spain and the head of... Who was it in Spain who got busted the other day?
I don't know. Are you telling me there's a corruption scandal in Spain?
Embezzlement
That'd be
charges.
shocking.
Yeah. There is.
How's your boy Ronaldo doing? Is he still upset that the government wants some of his soccer money and he's threatening to leave? Is he getting sued? I haven't followed that narrative much.
I think he's going to court, but I'm sure the settlement of whatever X amount of money for half a week's wages won't upset him too much. You know,
something like there's serious
how
stuff.
did they get away with
what happened with Messi? Didn't they have the same? Like,
he had to pay. He had to pay. No,
I haven't followed.
He had to pay something. Yeah, the poor guy had to pay half a week's wages. Poor guy. How is he going to get over it? I don't know.
As long as they don't lock you up, I think these guys will be okay.
They're never going to get locked up.
I agree. What is Nisi thinking about? What could he be thinking about? EF7?
Can I ask a question?
Please.
Because it is related to the last question.
EF7 doesn't work because here you're a piece down.
Do you ever, in the middle of a game, let's say like now, you're in Nisi's position, you try and focus, and then at some point your mind just wanders and you just think about something totally unrelated to chess?
Of course. Everyone does it.
Does it happen to you as well?
Yeah.
What do you think about often during a chess game? Do you think about food?
I don't even know. Like, I always have some song in my head that sometimes...
I hate that.
Dominates all other thoughts, and it's really annoying. Sometimes I just focus on getting it out of there. But
when there's a song that's on repeat in your head, it's...
Yeah, it's very annoying. It's never good music either. It's always like Kaizet or French Montana, stuff like that. But yeah, that's what intuitive players do. You try really hard to focus on chess and calculate something, then you get distracted and you just bang out some move. Who cares? It's a bishop. How bad can it be to take it?
That's my other favourite move in chess, is to analyse a variation for 20 minutes, then just play another move that you've looked at for 10 seconds.
You thought about for 10 seconds.
The school of not how to play chess, ladies and gentlemen, here at Chess 24.
95 bishop e4 will appear on board quickly. When Kramnik has to be very careful. This knight g4 resource seems to be crucial, because if this is a horrible position for black. Sooner or later, this king will just be in a world of hurt.
I agree, but he's not going to do that.
So he has to go here, and then knight f3 or h4 are plausible candidates.
Wow.
When it's a jungle out there. Well, you're threatening checkmate on h2. I have like 3 legal moves to parry that. Trying to make one of those.
FG, knight e3, and then your idea is just sack the exchange.
I don't know what's going on, but it is a mess. Do I have to go ef7? The computer gives some weird shit, of course. Oh! Now we're winning! Compy boy! Compy boy in the building. Let's put this on the board. But here, the computer says white is winning.
I can believe that.
So it's just a game. Therefore, Kramnik in trouble.
Nah.
Yes?
Did you go for 1-0? No, you went for a draw.
I can't remember. Probably I went for a draw.
Will you give me odds on 1-0?
No, of course not. I just told you that he's in trouble.
What's that got to do with anything?
It helps your chances of winning the game if you're seriously better.
Well.
Therefore, after knight g4, h4. Apparently fg doesn't work, so you would have to go here. But this, once again, is a bad position. It's just bad position. Not game over, but your king is weaker than the white king. That really is the main factor.
Maybe. Maybe. Maybe, baby.
This is fascinating.
You did?
Kramnik, you should have watched my series. Like, you were telling me to do an update. He should have checked the updated version.
But he wants to win.
Yeah, but he's taking 2 great chances.
No. You gotta gamble in life.
Please tell me more about it.
I don't trust people who don't gamble.
Okay.
Like you, for example.
So, has it taken you places in life that you only associate with gamblers?
I don't understand what you mean.
You said you don't trust people that don't gamble, so you only trust people that gamble. Has that trust that you put in the gamblers helped you?
Yes.
Okay.
When I mean gamble, I don't mean in the one-dimensional way that you're thinking of, like putting 50 euro on red.
I'm just talking about
getting a bit out of line from time to time. You know, just taking that little bit of risk.
Okay.
That's all I'm talking about. I'm not talking about Michael Jordan bet 50,000 on which suitcase comes out first. You know,
that's not gambling. He paid the guy to put his suitcase out first, so it was just smart investing.
Ah, what you're saying is he bet with his teammates that his suitcase would come in first for a large amount of money.
Delivery guy.
And then paid the delivery guy
$500 or $50 to put his suitcase out first.
He's a genius.
That's what I'm saying.
Now, he's the sort of gambler we could learn from.
I think. I'm not sure. He's a pretty degenerate gambler too.
Is he?
Read up on Michael Jordan.
I will. Does he have an autobiography? I assume he does. Mm-hmm. Have you read it?
You can read the Jordan rules.
Okay. I will, actually. That sounds interesting. I like reading about degenerate gamblers. It makes me feel less degenerate. I'm not a degenerate. No. Which is good news.
Kramnik gambling today.
Kramnik is definitely...
Kramnik has changed his chess style towards, taking more chances. I think calculated risks is more like it, but it certainly has led to more exciting games, like the latest iteration of Kramnik in his 40s. Mina Rival asking, do you think Nisi has more than 20% chance to win? Of course, I think it's 40-50% chance to win. He's better. And Nisi is a very good player with the initiative.
He's very good, yeah. I like what Andreikin has done.
I really dislike the move B5 by
yeah.
I understand.
He was worried about this line.
He was worried about these tricky lines here. Yeah. How did it go? A, B, knight, E4.
Knight E4, yeah.
And he thought he might lose a pawn here. But B5 is a big concession.
It's a really big concession, because when you give away C5 and the C4 pawn now is just so weak eternally.
Yeah, and you don't really have play on the queen side anymore. Like, otherwise you always had the option of going C5 later to break this bad ombre free. While now he's really stuck here for good. So yeah, this is an achievement for Andreikin, and I think he's fine now.
Queen C7.
He's an interesting positional player, Andreikin. He has like a very distinct style. And he's showing it today.
Wow!
Bishop E6 by Vladi.
Bungling it.
Oh. When will you believe that he's in trouble?
Well, after Bishop E6, I believe he's in trouble. Bunglesville, Tennessee. Rook FB1, that's a hard move, though.
Yeah, you don't need it. Just go here. Play like a normal person.
Wow, Bishop takes H7 is a serious threat here.
It's a bad position. Your king is bad.
Well, Bishop H7 is just clear, you know. Pawn up in an ending. Good knight. Now you've got your stuff with F3. Yeah, but now my knight's just, yeah. Yeah, I'll take the white win. Thanks.
You're welcome.
For the coffee.
You took a black win.
No, I said a black coffee.
I understand, but you're not getting a coffee by randomly changing your prediction from black wins to white wins.
So how can I win the coffee?
You can't win a coffee.
Can you tell me to name 3 major basketball players for the coffee?
How hard can it be to name 3 major basketball players? We've already discussed Dennis Rodman, Michael Jordan,
and Will Chamberlain at the moment.
In the last 3 minutes.
That have not been retired.
I'm pretty sure you can do that.
I can do that. I couldn't do 10 though.
I was wondering like what the number is. I don't think you can do 15.
Well, 15 I definitely can't do. I think I could do 6 if I really tried hard.
That's easy.
But I can't do 10. Pretty sure I can't do 10.
I think I can do 250.
You probably can.
Yeah.
No, you can't.
No, I can easily do 250.
You can? Of existing players playing at the moment?
Yeah. Like, it wouldn't be very good programming, but I could.
Okay.
How many players are there in the NBA? It's 15 per roster, right? And it's...
how many
32 teams? 32 times 15.
About 450 or a bit
there you
more.
go. So I only have to name like half. That's very easy.
Okay.
Like if you're a nerd, like you know every player on Chelsea or something, right?
Should know. Not now, probably, actually, after the summer transfers. Antonio Conte has signed another 2-year deal, though.
I couldn't name 2 players on Chelsea.
Yes, you could. Of course you could.
I honestly couldn't.
Oh, okay. Could you name 3 players with Bayern Munich?
Probably. Yeah, probably.
Could you name 5 players?
I follow zero football, but I guess their lineup hasn't changed so much that.
Well, if you say Philipp Lahm, it doesn't count for.
Well, Lahm is not there, right? But like, Thomas Müller is probably still there. Manuel Neuer, the keeper, must be there. Joshua Kimmich. I think he's there. Boateng must be there. What about the old farts like Robben? Is Robben still around?
Yeah.
Ribéry?
You did it. That's fine.
No, I can name more. Yeah, Bayern is easy, but I honestly can't name it. Probably not one player on Chelsea.
If you tried really hard, you could name 1 player.
Like, who could be a Chelsea regular?
Maybe you can. Especially because John Terry is now retired, so I wouldn't.
That's what I'm thinking. Like I said, were there 15 years ago when I was watching.
Yeah. Fair enough. Kimmich, Max Hummels.
No, I can name more Bayern players. That's not going to be hard.
Hamburg, beautiful. They stayed up. I remember where I was when they survived this year.
I don't think I can name it. No, I did mention Neuer. I don't think I can name a player on Hamburg either. I really don't follow football. He's there? I know him from the old days. Wasn't he on Schalke?
Probably.
Or Bremen? Or both?
Or both. But, you know, they stayed up by the skin of their teeth.
They always do. Same every year. They finish like 15th and then they win relegation or 16th. It's disgusting.
I was outside the bank when that happened.
Money in the bank.
You're not a Hamburg fan?
Like traditionally I'm more of a St. Pauli guy.
Okay.
When I was following football, I used to have St. Pauli season tickets, but it's a long time ago. I decided a long time ago, football not my sport.
There we go.
Nothing ever happens. G5 played by
good move.
Vachier. Just
playing excellent.
I don't want to play your boring position stuff. I want to take your pawn.
Also, a good point of G5 is that it really dissuades white from going F4 very quickly in a lot of positions. So I think he's played basically a model game so far.
He's a fantastic technical player.
Is he though?
Yeah. He always has been a very good technical player.
So what's his problem? Is that he just gets too many passive positions and can't win?
Well, he's not very sharp in the opening, and he's not pushing for positions outside of his comfort zone. But he also hasn't been very active, really. He's played 7 tournament games in 2017. Donor is saying that the Kramnik game is still following a game.
Wow.
That's interesting.
That's incredible.
So yeah, Kramnik, I don't know, he was surprised there by Nisipiano's choice.
Would you be surprised if he finished on -3 in this tournament?
He's struggled in Dortmund in recent years.
He really has, yeah. Wow, there was a game. Which game?
Trying to find out. Not going to be able to do it. I'm in the open tree, not in the database. Wouter Spoelman against Erwin. Wow. There you go, in 2014. I might have seen that game when I was doing my video series. But yeah, it's strange what Kramnik is doing. What can I tell you? It's also, sometimes it's tricky to mix both things. To play the very theoretical line, which forces you to be precise to equalize, and then to start, mixing it. I don't know. I'm not a fan. But having said all these things, it's still a sharp position where anything can happen. But so far, Nisipiano is doing very well. Rook f1 is an obvious move. Peter likes Rook fb1, targeting his pawn, introducing Rook b5 ideas.
I'd be very surprised if he played Rook fb1. It's not out of his, but Rook fb1 is just... Rook fb1 looks most natural. Definitely doesn't look most natural to me. Rook fe1 is the most natural move. No question. And then he goes and plays Rook fb1.
Play Rook fb1, yeah? There you go. And Kramnik, if he loses this game, he's going to drop below 2,800. Which... I think don't you hate it when that happens?
I think he already dropped below 2,800, didn't he?
I beg to differ.
Oh, okay. Fabi, back to number 3 by not playing. It's amazing not playing how many
Back playing is huge. I've been not playing is huge. I've been doing it for years. Like,
you just improve your position so much.
Keep winning.
Yeah.
And there you go. This is 2700chess.com live rating list. Kramnik 2803. One narrative that we should not forget of is he's in a race with these other guys for a qualification spot for the candidates tournament.
Yes.
2 people qualified by rating, and this is the average rating they have in the year 2017, which means out of the 12 rating lists that get published in 2017, the average gets calculated and the 2 highest get the spot. And Kramnik, by losing rating, he's going to fall behind.
Serious. So, and Wesley and Fabi are pulling away now. There's some...
I thought So and Kramnik were ahead of Fabi before this tournament. No? Okay.
I'm willing to bet a coffee on that.
No, I believe you.
No, let's bet a coffee on it.
I really do believe you.
No, I know, but let's do it anyway.
No,
in the spirit
I'm not giving you a coffee.
Like in the spirit of Michael Jordan.
What are you talking about? But yeah, so Kramnik, if he keeps not doing well in this tournament, it's going to be very hard for him to qualify for the candidates via rating, which would mean he would have to find a different way, and that would only leave either winning or finishing second in the World Cup, or being the wild card, which would mean they would probably have to organize it in Russia to get him in there. Even though last time was organized in Russia, but by, I believe, Armenian sponsors, and Levan Aronian got the wild card, not Kramnik. So this, of course, is on all these guys' minds, because you have to play the candidates in order to become world champion.
So who do you think So and Fabi will qualify by rating?
Who the H knows, but I'm not sure. If Kramnik loses rating, that of course increases their chances greatly, no?
Well, Fabi's got a Sinkfield. I mean, the Sinkfield Cup's going to be huge starting.
Yeah, that of course is big.
2 weeks.
Levan Aronian made a brief stride, but he's probably too far behind now. He's lost points again.
He's already.
Mamedyarov had a good year, but also not quite there. So it looks like with Kramnik not being stable, So and Caruana are the overwhelming favorites, no?
Nobody knows where the candidates is going to be next year, I believe, or do they?
I don't know.
Do you know? Has it been announced?
No. I do not know. You know what hurts me to see? My boy Anish Giri outside of the top 10.
Yeah. But it's hard to be a top 10 player.
Not for Anish, though. He belongs in the top 10.
Yeah?
I think so. Not saying all these other guys don't belong. They're all fantastic players, but
look at people like, Veselin outside and
yeah, but Veselin hasn't been looking at much chess for the last 10 years, really.
So do you think one day the top 10 in the world will all be over 2800?
It looks that way, no? The ratings are steadily increasing. Inflation is real. No? Even now, like number 10 is 2782. I think if you go back 3-4 years, there was more 2750 territory, no?
Could be.
No, I think I'm sure math people knows better than me, but there's like an average inflation of 3 points per year or something like that. But maybe more.
I don't really understand the inflation argument.
I don't understand stuff either. I don't know how stuff works, but ratings keep getting bigger. The rich get richer. Maybe that's what it's about. Kramnik can't be very happy here.
Yeah, Kramnik is in a very tricky spot. I suggest actually, we've been going for about 2 hours, that shortly we take a breather. How do you think about that? What are your feelings on that?
Let's breathe.
I could really actually do with a nice coffee.
Do you say a nice coffee or an iced coffee?
A nice coffee.
Okay, let's do it.
Because it's, no offense to the Chess24 coffee machine, if he's listening, but he's kind of lacking something. He's lacking a bit of, as they say in France, je ne sais quoi.
Yeah.
You know?
I do know. Let me do a 1 minute recap and then we'll get on the break. Wang Yue played the opening very well, is doing fine. Just put the knight on e6, forcing bishop to c3. Well, he can go rook d8 or g4 or whatnot. I don't think he's better, but he's doing alright. My money's on a draw here against MVL. Wojtaszek against Fedoseev. Fedoseev briefly recaptured the pawn, but after queen a4, instead of going passive with knight c7 or bishop c7, he decided to sacrifice it again instantly. Now I think Wojtaszek is better. Some compensation, but not full compensation. And his piano is better after spotting this rook fb1 move, even though we like rook fe1 as well. Better king, b7 weak. Kramnik won't be a happy camper here. And in Bluebomb, Andreikin, it's probably still balanced, but I like Andreikin's position now, ever since Bluebomb went for this b5. That feels like major concession. And black only has decent pieces, control of the c5 square.
Yeah.
He's doing fine.
Yeah.
As much as it pains me as the Archbishop of the Church of the Two Bishops. Two bishops not very valuable here. This one is neutralized, this one's passive. Andreikin's fine. We shall be back with a nice coffee and an iced coffee in a couple minutes. Thank you guys so much for keeping us company. See you soon. Hello everyone, welcome back to our coverage of the Dortmund 2017 Chess Classic round number 4. Yes, you did press the fast forward button. From now on the show will be in double time. Livio Di Ispiano has a pull against Vladimir Kramnik, and he might very well pull this off, even though Rook A8 looks like a good move coordinating Black's forces. I'm joined by international chess master Lawrence Trent, who will talk you through the evening. What's happening, Lawrence?
I just got a coffee. And looking forward to the next phase of the game. We're 2 hours and a bit into the round. 4 games still going on, all very interesting. We will get to those soon. One topic, though, that has come up is quite a big topic at the moment, Jan, is the BBC, which is the British Broadcasting Corporation, which you may know.
I thought BBC stood for something else.
It does in your world. In my world, it's the British Broadcasting Corporation. They've released the salaries of their talent today. It's caused huge outrage because, of course, some of the presenters are getting 1.5 million, 2 million pounds.
Must be nice.
And the big argument is, well, with the BBC, you're forced to pay for the channel as a result of the television license. And the question is, you know, should presenters be receiving such salaries if you have no choice in actually deciding whether you want that channel or not?
So what you're saying is, if you paid taxes in England, then your hard-earned tax dollars would be paying the BBC presenters.
No, it's not taxes. Isn't
it like a public tax if you're forced to pay it?
No, but I mean, they call it the TV license, but there are some ways you don't have to pay it. But basically, they kind of force you to pay it. It's kind of outrageous, right?
Yeah, it feels wrong. We have the same here.
I mean, why should you pay for a channel if you don't want to watch their content?
Yeah, here I think it's not.
It's a bit like
flat rate per household. You just pay amount X, and that supports like the German public channels.
But if you don't watch TV and don't want to watch it, then you have no choice. It's extortion.
It's a hard knock life.
It's a bit like saying to people, come to Chess24, and if you want to watch a show on Dortmund, you have to be a premium member.
I'm not sure it's exactly like that. It's like if they had no choice but paying. Really is the case.
That's the
only difference is
the scandal of
spoiler alert. We don't get millions of dollars for doing this. Not even millions of pounds. Okay.
You told me that.
You didn't read the fine print?
You lied to me.
Owe us millions of pounds for sitting here.
Let's look at the games. Bluebaum Andrakin. Andrakin is absolutely fine here. Bluebaum might even take this knight off because it just nestles so nicely into c5, or he can follow up with f5. So Bluebaum actually might make the decision to take and then play the move.
Big decision, though.
Nah.
Ugh. It is in my world.
No, you follow.
I don't like it.
No?
He might do it, but I'd be uncomfortable with it. No. We'll find out. Let's call it equal. This is, of course, the big game.
Volodya is kind of struggling, but Rook A8. Good move, Rook A8. You know, just staying active. I like Rook Fe1 instead of Rook Fb1 personally. I think threatening Bishop takes H7 and these endings playing for 2 results can't be bad. So now the question is, what does White do? You can take on B7.
Take the effing pawn.
But, you know, Knight G4.
Pas de problème.
Knight E3.
Pas de problème.
Bishop. Yeah, my knight is always in a bit of... Maybe I go Bishop H3 and... Yeah, it's not easy, is it? Not easy at all. People saying the BBC is a joke. They still send letters. No, they are actually. Rafa Zibka says the BBC is a joke.
He's saying that BBC joke.
That BBC. Oh, that BBC joke. What was the joke exactly?
I think he might be referring to me thinking BBC did not stand for British
Broadcasting
Corporation. No, I was wrong. It does stand for that.
Okay. Wow, Nissi took on f4. Holy smokes.
Whoa. We have liftoff.
Is that good?
I like it.
Do you like it?
I don't know. Whatever the computer says, I shall then make his opinion my own. It's like I don't have opinions in real life, so normally I like to, read stuff written by smart people, and I'll pretend those are my opinions. I do the same with chess. Like I read whatever the computer says, who's the smartest person in chess, and then I say, this is my opinion.
GF though, that's a bold move, my friend.
Did you ever have a GF?
I've got a GF.
Wow.
Well,
Did you ever have like 3 F pawns?
yes. Have you ever had 3 A pawns?
No.
3 H pawns?
No.
3 E pawns?
I don't think I've ever had triple pawns.
Of course
like
you
maybe
have.
for a half a move, like triple C pawns. I must have had triple C pawns.
Yeah, of course. Some Nimzo line.
Exactly. And GF. Queen check. King out of the way. Take here. This is where it begins. Rook G1 check, bishop H7.
Bishop H7 is...
B7.
Well,
Who knows?
Bishop H7, King H8, Queen E4 is super logical.
Is it though?
Well, because you force the exchange of queens pretty much.
Do you?
Well, Queen takes E5, you're not worried about it.
I'm slightly worried. Also about bishop F5. Yeah, this is just bad.
So if you have to take, then it is, as we say in the fishing game, a prawn. Well, this is...
This is the sickness. Witness the sickness.
Well, it might be a draw, but
Might be bad.
I doubt it. So Nissi, playing well.
Of course, told ya. Very good player with initiative. He's not afraid once he gets a chance. He's played enough of these tournaments. It's not his first rodeo. Do you recall your first rodeo?
I do.
Where was it?
I've been on one of those electric bucking balls.
I'm not surprised.
It's not pleasant actually if you... It bucks and you're sitting awkwardly and it crushes one of your,
Your gum?
your gram, as Borat would say. Are you a big Borat fan?
I like Borat.
Yeah. Huge Borat fan, by the way.
Rook FC8, what's happening here?
Looks a bit random.
It's, I don't know, white is a pawn up, but after knight c5 we take this and then he's no longer a pawn up, right? So, we should probably just go somewhere.
Yeah, but it's difficult to make this pawn count in
Why?
this position. Well, because the bishop's coming to
1,
e4.
2, 3, 4, 5,
You can
6.
count it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I just made the pawn count.
It's about mobilizing them. Bishop
okay.
e4, maybe?
Yeah, I don't know. I want to go, let's say, bishop e1 and then b4, knight c5. At
Never gonna
an
happen.
appropriate moment. The right appropriate moment. But yeah, it's a nice bishy.
A nice bishy Anand.
Yeah, ironically, Bishy is more famous for playing with the knights. He's a good knight player.
Is he?
Yes.
I thought he was more of a daytime kind of guy.
Doesn't do it for me.
No.
But,
It wasn't bad.
the effort counts.
What about Wang Yue? Is he holding here? Looks like he is, right?
I don't think he's worse. But the problem, this knight covers this, it's like a dream Berlin, and he's held plenty Berlins where he had these double pawns.
Exactly.
Like here, he's thinking this pawn is doing something useful. This is like the best day of my life. No, he's gonna be fine. And
Yeah, I did predict half-half in that one, I have to say.
you have to say that.
Yeah, you predicted 1-0.
That is correct.
Yeah.
You predicted 0-1 in this one, and
Not going to happen.
what do you have in the blue stack?
Draw.
We had a draw here. We both had a draw, and Blue Baum did not give that bishop. German chess school, we don't give fianchetto bishops. Not going to be able to do it.
But I kind of like black here.
It's weird, you don't like the BBC, but you like black here.
Moving on to Wang Yue.
Let's go back to Wang Yue.
He played Rook F4. So the time sitch is... This is actually a really long time control. I mean, they still have a gazillion hours each. Well, they start with 2 hours?
I think they start with 7 hours.
Yes.
7 hours for 30 moves, then 8 hours to make it to move 40. But seriously, they start with 1 hour 40 minutes and 30 seconds increment per move. Sometimes I can't speak. 30 seconds increment per move. Hence, they still have like 8,000 minutes.
Hands. Super hands.
It's a word us Germans like to use because it reminds us of a popular German first name, Hens.
Hands. Quite a popular name, isn't it?
Used to be, not anymore.
What's it now? Sort of.
Now it's Jan because of my fame and popularity. Okay. But other than that, I believe it is... I don't know. Let's Google it. Powell, Maximilian, those dudes. Alexander.
I'm gonna go for Mohammed.
Tom,
or Ismail. That's the most popular name.
I don't think it's Ismail.
Let's have a look.
Just boys?
Just boys. Wow.
Whoa, it's
Milan?
All kinds of hipster names. Liam, Milan. Whoa.
The hell?
Jonas. What the H? Elias, Levi. Levi Strauss is a popular name. Who knew? Where's Jan? How am I not crushing his ranking? Ah, number 16. That's very upsetting.
Yeah, Jan is still there.
Yeah. Maria is number 20 for boys. What's happening?
Everything. The world has gone mad.
Liam, is that because of Liam Neeson? Liam Gallagher?
I have no idea why Liam would be a
Probably Liam Neeson. Like parents watch Taken or The Grey where he fights wolves with his bare hands. And I think I want my kid to be able to fight wolves with his bare hands too. Liam Neeson. Milan.
Wow.
AC Milan.
Crazy. Linus? I thought that was an operating system.
No, that's Linux.
Oh.
Linus is the guy from Peanuts. The guy with the blanket.
I haven't seen that either.
You're not familiar with Peanuts, Charlie Brown, Snoopy.
Oh, Snoopy, right. Yes,
that's
right.
Shocking. That's the most shocking thing.
Right.
Okay, so we've all learned something.
I never had a childhood.
I'm not surprised.
I was too busy studying the classical games of Tartakova.
I thought you were an Irish traveller when you were young.
I was.
I'm not surprised.
I still am. I still have a caravan, actually.
Knight c5 has been played by Wojtaszek.
Take the pawn.
Take the pawn, but he probably will also take the pawn.
Okay. What's the big deal?
No big deal. No biggie. No biggie smalls. Peter might join the show later on, or he might not. He's currently traveling from his home to his dacha. I think that's what the Russians call it. He's stuck in traffic.
Poor guy traveling to his holiday home.
Must be tough. You want to make it to your holiday house, and then you're stuck on the way.
Terrible. Where is his dacha? Do you know?
I do not know. I believe it's outside St. Petersburg. I'm also not sure that information is correct. He might be going back. But what's important is he might join us later, or he might not. Like, at the moment, it's like a Svidless cat situation. He might show up on the show, or he might not show up on the show.
How many cats does Peter have?
I don't know.
2, no?
I have no idea. Does he have cats?
He definitely has 1 cat.
Really?
Yeah. Called Jan. Jan the cat.
I think you're mistaken there.
No, they have a cat.
Okay. What's happening in this game? Queen b2, rook a6? Pawn up, no?
Yeah, but...
It is pawn. Might not be enough to win it, because, yeah, it's hard to mobilize the pawns, and it's all on one side. But a pawn it is.
A pawn's a pawn.
Normally I'd say bishops are enough compensation, but the white structure is so solid that you take white here for sure.
Yeah.
Too hot for cheesy. for TV. I'm not a good rapper.
In this one, yeah. Unfortunately for
In
MVL,
this one, you?
this is Van Gogh. Unfortunately for MVL, there's just nothing to do here. Also, Black is threatening G4.
MVL has to be careful.
Do you think so?
Yeah. He will probably be careful. Both these guys are fantastic and game players, Van Gogh. Because of his maneuvering ability, and MVL because of his brute force. He can just calculate everything.
Do you think MVL will ever be world champion?
I think he's not a favorite. He's not younger than Magnus or Fabiano or Wesley, so. And yeah, with the exception of Magnus, probably no one out of that group is a favorite to be world champion. He has a shot, but I think, yeah, he's an underdog. Like, I would put it, I don't know. I would put it at around 6%.
6%?
Thing is, you have to win the candidates and then you have to win a match against the current world champion. It's
I'll
not
take
an easy
6%.
thing to do.
So you're giving me...
It's not bad. It means like in
You're giving
20 universes, he's a world champion in one.
6% is like 6 out of 100. 100 is... You're giving me like... What's that? 20 to 1? No, less. 15 to 1.
Yeah, whatever. I can't do math.
15.
16 to 1 or something.
16 to 1.
Maybe that's high.
Might take you up on that.
I didn't say anything. I just gave a number. It wasn't a bet. People are saying that Wesley So has the highest chance.
Definitely
He has
an
to have the
argument.
highest chance.
Definitely an argument. The next candidate is going to be really interesting, actually. Really, really interesting.
Yeah, I might watch that. Decision time for Vladimir Kramnik. And more good news. Peter Svidler has arrived at his parts unknown. Therefore, he can join us shortly.
Okay, so we're going to have to get plugged in.
Yeah, I'm wondering, because I'm feeling very strange sharing headphones with you. Do you think we can plug 2 headphones in here?
How do we plug 2 headphones?
2 sets of headphones.
Where?
Here.
Are they both the right outputs?
That is the big question.
I mean, you can just listen and I'll...
No. You should be able to listen.
Can we not have him on loud?
Nah.
Okay,
Messes up the sound system.
Okay.
Let's get a bunch of headphones and see what happens.
All right. P. Sviddy in the house. P. Sviddy, the one and only. He's going to have some strong opinions about today, I think.
He never has any strong opinions.
He does.
He's very nuanced.
How do I say nuance in German?
Nuanced.
No, really.
I don't know. I don't think we have a word for that. But
We can try to, but I really don't think.
you don't think?
Yeah,
We can try though.
we can try.
Let's try everything. I'm not sure if these work. If at first you don't succeed,
Try and
dust
try
yourself off and try again.
Let's see if this works.
This is gonna be exciting.
Gonna be exciting, guys. P. Sviddy is here in the his owl.
We
In
back
the-
in the building. Y'all thought I was
I
gone.
can't hear anything right now. Not even the ringing.
Well, one of those might not work. Might try the other one. Hello, hello? I can't hear anything either. I can see Peter though.
I can see him.
Can we both see him? We have visual.
We-
Let's see what happens if I do this. Now I can hear him. Okay. Let's share.
It's okay, you can't catch a virus like this.
I'm not so sure about that. And the thing is, we're both unhappy sharing earphones, but there's no way around it. And it's a stunning visual for the viewers. Lawrence and I mean. Let's bring...
We're just gonna put you on the screen, Peter.
Let's put him on the screen spot.
So you're at your dasher, are you at the moment? Where is your dasher? Tell everybody about
Hang
your
on,
dasher.
people can't hear you yet. Maybe not.
Oh, now. Where is your
Okay.
dacha?
It's about a half an hour drive from the city.
And is it so? It's on the not the coast. What's the right word I'm looking for?
No, there's no proper
The
body of
famous
water.
St. Petersburg coast?
They have a sea near.
We have a gulf, not sea exactly.
Not a
but
sea.
Gulf of
Okay.
Finland is reasonably nearby, but it's not in this direction.
Okay, so yours is actually inland than your dacha.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
And do you have a lovely garden?
We do have a lovely garden, yeah.
Okay.
I could maybe even show you the lovely garden.
That
but
would
it's
be
raining
great.
Outside.
Oh, that's a shame. I'm sure the viewers, they'd love to see a sort of a quick tour of your dacha. It's raining.
It is raining,
Ah, that's a shame.
so the tour will have to be postponed.
Okay. Well, let's talk chess then, as it's raining, Peter. Now, we've actually got 4 relatively interesting games. Well, compared to yesterday, they're all interesting, actually. But the thing that has surprised me most today is, I think, how Vladimir Kramnik, your countryman, has... he's kind of gone a bit all in today, because his position...
But yeah,
is-
I think, I mean, if we could argue about game 1, I think today it's reasonably obvious that the rating situation is becoming a serious factor, because I wouldn't be able to demonstrate the actual moves to you. This is not a line I know particularly well, but I do know that it's supposed to be a forced draw.
I know the line very well. We've demonstrated it after CD, bishop takes c3 on move 13. More or less forces a draw. And I'm sure Kramnik knows that. But
Of course he does. Yeah, that was my point exactly. There's absolutely zero chance that he doesn't know how to make a forced draw in this line. And the fact that he's gone for this, I think it would be fair to describe it as speculative line that he chose instead. I think he does feel that maybe even more than winning his umpteenth Dortmund in a row, he feels that he's kind of losing pace in the rating race for the candidates.
Yeah, we discussed that earlier. He's actually some way behind Wesley and Fabi now. And if he loses today, that will be a tremendous setback.
I don't think he's losing today. I mean, I think it's more sort of he feels that he needs to give himself the best chance of winning. It's not really. I still don't think he will lose.
Okay.
I think his position should be defensible, in particular because I think I've been looking at this on the way here, and you know, sort of trying to analyze, but not very deeply. And I think the fact that Dieter took on f4, he sort of blinked there, because I don't think Black still had any threats. So you could maybe make an argument for taking on b7 and just saying, okay, show me what you're actually doing on the king side.
both rook b7 or bishop b7 were possible according to the Silicon friend. So yeah, you're right about that.
And now with the queen occupying this very strong square on f4 and actual threats-ish coming in, I think Black probably will survive this. But yeah, I mean, losing today would really put everything in a tailspin for Vladimir, not only for this tournament, but I think for the larger picture as well.
But he's not playing in St. Louis, is he?
I think he might be.
Can we check that?
I can check that in a second. Hang on a second.
Yeah, I can't recall because that's kind of crucial as well. Because
well, he is playing the World Cup.
Right, but that
because he has to.
Yes, but that in
Obviously.
terms of having such an effect on rating, I've always found is a bit, it's limited, right? Because if you get knocked out, you get knocked out. So unless you lose 2 games at some point.
Well, but I mean, World Cup is very dangerous for rating purposes. Let's put it like this, because even if you progress, you do occasionally have to take practical decisions. Like if you, like generally, it's a good idea to just, well, a decent idea at least. If your first game is a black game, you make a draw, you sort of focus on the white game. In particular, if your previous match was a very tiring one. But if you actually have to count every single point of rating, that becomes more difficult.
Yeah, I also feel like it's not really in his hands, right? I mean, Wesley and Fabi have got some.
Yeah, he's not playing St. Louis.
He's not playing St. Louis, right?
Yeah, he's not playing St. Louis.
So
what he is playing, we have to. I mean, he is playing the World Cup. He potentially is playing some games in the European Club Cup for Siberia.
Right.
And London will not count, yeah, because London is after the December list.
London doesn't count.
No, it's from January to December, and London starts and London is sometime in December, right?
Yes. So this will be his.
So unless I'm missing something, those two seem to be.
Can I ask a question? If he were, let's say, as an example, he were 5 points away, average 5 points. Do you think he'd gamble it up and just try and throw in an event in November and just play something?
But I mean, for him, how do you throw in an event?
I don't know which event.
Play Vachier Open.
Yeah, play like a random Open to try and win it. I don't know.
Play a match against Simon Meyer.
I mean,
there's all kinds of ways.
Yeah, that second one is a possibility. No, I mean he might have to. He's not going to be particularly happy about this choice, I think, because it's not something he's particularly well accustomed to, I think.
Right.
And I mean, he did play Qatar.
He's playing Isle of Man. He's playing Isle of Man. He's playing Isle of Man. This is critical.
Okay.
If he doesn't get to the World Cup final,
this one I did not know. Yeah.
Yes.
I've never seen you as excited about any topic than Kramnik's schedule for the year 2017.
Let me tell you why.
Why are you so worked up about this?
Let me tell you why it's important. He will only play Isle of Man based on his progress in the World Cup. In other words, if he gets to the World Cup final, he will not play the Isle of Man. That's the conditions that they've granted the top players. And the Isle of Man tournament this year is insanely strong, as you've probably seen. Wesley Sir,
yeah,
Fabiano
Isle of Man Open
Vachier-Lagrave.
makes definite sense because it's up there with the with the Aeroflots and the Qatar Open and on the list of extreme and Gibraltar, of course, and on the list of extremely strong opens in which if you start well, you are playing a bit of a round robin.
Yes, indeed.
Except I mean against exceptionally strong players. So yeah, that does make some sense.
Yeah. So he's got some shots. So he doesn't really need to go completely all in here, but clearly anyway, if he's not going to get a win on the board this tournament, that would be a disaster.
No, come on. I mean, it's a bit too early. It's a bit early to go this doom and gloom.
It's round 4 of 7, no?
You think he has no chance to win a game?
Games are white against MVL, black against Wang Yue. Those two are difficult, and white against Bluebaum.
He's white against Bluebaum, but I'm not sure. I don't know.
What's the position they have on the board currently? Because we have some moves. Queen F4.
Yeah, well,
Dieter
I think is continuing with the let's make it as simple as possible strategy. It's a sound strategy because the game. I mean, the position did look quite complicated before the simplifications Dieter went for. But now the queen will have to go somewhere or king h8. If black plays king h8, the big question is whether we can play bishop d5 and win more material, but I guess we don't really have that option because after queen f6, we cannot take the rook. I think king h8 is the most natural move in this position. To ask the bishop where it wants to go first. And if you go bishop d5, we play queen f6, and we're not entirely unhappy because we made you waste a tempo on this.
And if we take the pawn, we're not better? It's pawn.
No, yeah, of course you can take a pawn, but you can take a pawn on pretty much any move now. I think, this probably is not great for white, putting it very mildly. Rook g8 check. At the very least, we can take the queen.
No, I'm sorry, I meant 22, bishop takes b7.
20, yeah, I need to bring up the move numbers too. Yeah, bishop takes b7.
King h8, and that takes.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, and once again, the queen goes back to f6, and we have this weird position where, yes, white is a pawn up, but the knight on e5 is a very nice piece, and you have to control all kinds of jumps. But you feel like white should be reasonably in control if he plays accurately somehow. Although, I mean, what's your next move? Let's say bishop b7, queen f6. What is your next move as white? It's not that easy to make a
F4.
harmonious move.
f4. Yeah, right.
Yeah, I don't want to allow knight g4. I mean, if f4, knight g4, f5 actually wins material, then maybe yes. But apart from that, like f4 is not a comfortable move to even contemplate.
I agree.
But the thing is, I wanted to go rook g1, but then knight f3 is extremely awkward.
Ooh.
And apart from rook g1, sort of on health grounds, there's really not very much I would like to play. Yeah, let's have a look at this. f4, knight g4, what do you do?
Bishop
if it lands on e3, I mean, how happy
I'm reading out computer moves, just so you know. This is not very fair. The computer says f4, knight g4, bishop f3, and equality. It's not like white is winning or anything.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't really feel like a world breaker. Yeah, this
Maybe
this is
Kramnik
just
is okay now.
No, I think he is. Yeah, I think objectively, also his moves are sort of easier to make. Whenever white attacks something, you move it to the next best square, and you want to play either rook g8, or if the knight gets driven away from e5, you might want to double on the e file and try to find some squares to penetrate into the white camp. Feels perfectly playable for black. What's the time situation?
Kramnik has 39 minutes, Dieter has 27, so neither side in big time trouble.
Well, 20 to go, and this is still a complicated position, although Dieter did take some material off. So
27 plus increment, it's not.
Yeah, no, but Dieter might end up in some slight time trouble, potentially. So you're disliking h8, or let's say the machine dislikes king h8?
No, the machine loves king h8.
Okay.
It says it's clearly the best move.
Okay.
And it says equality. It's not unthinkable that Kramnik could even win this, right? There's all kinds of tricks.
Yeah. No, I mean, this could go off the rails for white quite easily. I think you miss some tactical shot somewhere. And
Did I say
that would upset me, because it would vindicate Lauren's whole narrative of bungling the position by taking chances, playing for 3 results. I'd be very upset if Kramnik won this. Not because of Kramnik, but because of Lawrence.
I agree. It would make me very happy. And justify everything I said before. So.
Exactly.
What about some other games?
That's how life works. Yeah, be as results oriented as possible, and
results orientated outlooks are the best possible outlooks you can have in life.
Is that going to be the first chapter of the book you're going to write on gambling?
I won today. This is an example. I won today. Therefore, I am the greatest.
Yeah, therefore my entire history of life choices is correct and vindicated.
Correct, exactly.
Yeah.
What about the Bluebaum and Draken game?
Whoa.
Oh, a lot of stuff happened here.
This escalated.
F3?
Why not F3?
He still really doesn't want to exchange his bishop.
He really doesn't want to get rid of that bishop.
F3,
well,
F4,
I think Andrakin is a large favorite now.
Draken's outplaying him.
Large favorite. Wow.
Knight g6, no?
Yeah, knight g6, rook a8, knight lands on h4. I mean, apart from the fact that I think Andrakin is, as of right now, a stronger player of the two. Bluebaum is a very promising young player, but Andrakin is a well-established sort of senior pro of the pair. But also, I think he completely outplayed him.
Also, this position is just gross for white. I mean, rook a8, knight h4. What do you actually do?
Yeah, I mean, I'm struggling to find a plan for white, frankly.
Even a move, let alone a plan. I mean,
this knight on d3 looks kind of nice until you start thinking about where it can go, which is currently nowhere, apart from f2, and really, what's it doing on f2? And black has a number of very natural continuations here, which will increase his attacking potential on the king side.
Mateus is
looks kind of horrible. For
this
white.
Is absolutely impossible to defend, practically.
No, I mean, once again, you put a reasonably strong machine in charge of the white pieces, it might hold this. But
no, I mean, yeah, you put a machine, but as a human, you don't even find moves.
As a human being, you just feel sort of more than a mild disgust at your situation, and yeah, it's very difficult to play these positions.
It's been a very interesting game. Okay, what about the curious? Do you think Fedoseev is going to hold against Voja?
I need to bring the position up. Hang on a sec.
I can't call him Voja, right? Because that will get him confused with the...
Yeah, I think black holds this reasonably comfortably. And this, on the way in also, I thought about this, and I thought, this has definite parallels with what he was trying to do against Kramnik in round 1, right? The kind of a pawn sacrifice to get a couple of bishops, the light one being the stronger one of the two, and White's pieces somewhat restricted. And Kramnik decided not to accept because he had more exciting options in mind, but Radek didn't really have a choice, so he is going to play some kind of an endgame a pawn up. But I mean, for martial players, you just feel you're going to defend this.
But actually, queen takes a6, knight takes a6, rook takes c1, bishop takes bishop d.
Or something.
Why not bishop d3?
Well, bishop d3. I mean, the knight goes back. I mean, what do you expect me to say?
Yeah. No, I thought I could win the pawn, but I can't.
No, yeah. This is why I wanted to start with knight d7 to really ham in this knight. I think it might just win the pawn back immediately, no?
Bishop
because
d2?
you threaten bishop d3, and if you go knight e1, I go bishop b4, and then bishop b7. I think it might be an immediate.
No, I go bishop d2. I have the b4 square.
You have the bishop. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
But even after bishop d3, the opposite, just taking that off is.
Now, of course, black should draw this, but the game continues.
Can you take this?
Yeah, I mean, if you don't win the pawn back immediately, you probably should. No, hang on. There's bishop takes. No, you play knight before, not bishop before. I thought you were going to play bishop before, and then bishop takes h2 would win the pawn back. But let's say we go bishop d3 here, knight b4, bishop b4, or somewhere, and then we play f5 and g5 and b7.
Can't win this with white. I mean, well, you can, but it's
bishop anywhere. Just choose a square. I would like to keep it on the long diagonal, or even that, frankly. Yeah, even that, and just play. I don't know. Once again, f5 at some point and keep control. But I would keep the pair of bishops under most circumstances here. Let's say bishop e4, knight e1, f5, f3, bishop b7.
Yeah. This
will be extremely difficult for white to make progress. Yeah. Although white, of course, will be perfectly justified in playing forever.
Yeah. Agreed.
In your experience with Fedoseev, is he a good or a patient defender, or do you think he might try to solve his problems directly?
Well, if there is any way to avoid a position like this, because, I mean, you do have a sort of a reasonable expectation of being tortured for about 3 more hours or 4, or whatever the time control is, he will probably go for it. But the thing is, in the current position they have on the board, I don't think he has much in the way of better choices.
Right.
So it's a bit academic.
Fair
and
enough.
I do believe this is holdable, frankly. It's extremely difficult. I mean, knight bd3, bishop b4, knight c5, and so on. But still, feels like black should not be in. Black should not have insurmountable problems there.
Agreed. And what about the MVL versus Wang Yue game? Is MVL? Danger is probably the wrong word, but you get mobilized with this pawn to c5, king to c6 very quickly. I mean,
if
black here.
If anyone is better, it is black, but but I think it's very, very close to equality. Probably is objectively equal. Although, I mean, Wang Yue will be rubbing his hands at this, obviously.
This is the best version of this endgame he's ever had. Like normally he has a pawn on c7 and c6.
Yeah, no, this is obviously very nice for black. If black does nothing, white never makes any progress. And the question is there any expansion plan on the queen side which actually gives him anything? And I'm not sure, but he will try for a while.
Yeah.
I got nothing.
He's played a beautiful game today, Wang Yue. He's played a really beautiful game.
One thing I couldn't check on the mobile client, I think, was the timings.
26 minutes for Wang Yue, 42
No, not
for
about
Abel.
this. I meant the whole sequence was knight c3 and knight e2 check.
He played it quickly.
He played the whole thing reasonably quickly, and could even be something he checked previously.
Yeah, it's a.
Yeah, fairly sure.
I mean, it's not at all impossible to find, but still, to actually go for this after spending something like, I don't know, 10 minutes in total on the entire sequence is a bit strange if you don't know this works. You generally take more time.
Did you play Wang Yue in the old days?
Of course I played Wang Yue, yeah. I think most of our games were drawn, unsurprisingly. I had a very famous, at least famous for me, game against Wang Yue in the Sochi Grand Prix during the first Grand Prix cycle. That was probably '08 or something, where basically what happened was I did something really horrible to my back. And I had a game with, I think, white against Grishuk, and then a rest day, and then a white game against Wang Yue. And my game against Grishuk was drawn fairly quickly. So I had basically a day and a half to get myself into some kind of physical shape to actually get to the board and to prepare against his repertoire. And he already was playing the Berlin and the Petrov full time, but mainly the Berlin, I think, in those years.
No, didn't he play the Berlin, the Petrov, and the Pelikan? And he would play one game Berlin, then one game Petrov, then one game Pelikan?
Yeah. Basically, my point being is I really disliked everything about his repertoire against Van E4. And he played a very, very set repertoire against Van D4 as well, and I think he still does, which was mainly the Slav, and also not the absolute mainline Slav, so I felt I had a shot there, although in those years I didn't really play Van D4. So what happened was, and that was before Zero Tolerance, and I think that was maybe the tournament where Zero Tolerance was, you know, birthed in the minds of the FIDE officials, because a very normal occurrence would be, I generally don't like to be late, so I would get to the round on time, and I would be there together with Ivan Cheparinov and maybe one other player, and then people will sort of slowly drift in towards like the first 5 minutes of the round. And I think Kirsan was there for more than one day, and I think one day he brought a guest. And this is what the guests saw when they came to see the first 5 or 10 minutes of the round, and it really isn't a particularly good picture.
No, I agree.
I'm no fan of Zero Tolerance, but I also don't really like people being late, you know, much. I mean, seriously late for the first move. Anyway, this actually has some relevance to the story. So I prepared some kind of a Slav for like a day and a half, found some ideas. And I come to the board, and obviously there's me and Ivan, and I'm not playing Ivan, so I'm alone at the board and sort of half alone in the playing hall. And then the arbiters say, you can start your clock. So the arbiter comes to my board and starts my clock, and like, it's a weird feeling when there's really nobody there. And on absolute autopilot, I just play 1e4, because this is what I do. After seriously spending a day and a half trying to learn the Slav. That was just so annoying.
How did you do in the game? You probably won as well, right?
No. I drew. I didn't equalize out of the opening and drew with some difficulty.
Oh my god, that's frustrating. I think that's happened to everybody. That's not a totally uncommon thing. But
so did I get the story right that Wang Yue is to blame for Zero Tolerance?
Not him personally, but I think that tournament really was like when the idea started to take shape, because. That picture wasn't very uncommon during the event.
I'm actually in favor of Zero Tolerance for specific tournaments, closed super elite tournaments where there's really no excuse.
Yeah, in particular if you're playing somewhere in the hotel where you're staying, there's really no excuse for being late.
But things like an Olympiad with a gazillion teams and various reasons why people can't be there.
Madness.
It's madness.
That should never be. But yeah, for like a 10 people round robin, and you have to take a lift ride to the playing venue.
Yeah, exactly.
You really should be there on time, I think.
Yeah. Okay. What else?
Kramnik played King H8 after some contemplating.
I'm happy with my 0-1 here. Actually,
yeah, it can no longer be ruled out.
Yeah. I'm happy with my 0-1. I think...
I really don't like it that you're putting me in a position to strongly root against Kramnik in this game now, just because I don't want to see you vindicated.
But why would you not be for your countryman?
Well, I can be for my countryman.
He played Bishop D5! He played Bishop D5, so now we're going to get some fireworks. Queen F6 is forced, yes. Queen F6 is forced, but I think the problem is, and let me highlight the problem.
Please, highlight the problem.
If Bishop takes E6...
Yes. The
Queen
problem is that
F3.
Queen F3 check wins them.
No, but hold on. King G1. The point is that Rook G8 check doesn't win.
Mm-hmm.
And Rook G8 might be a bit of a slip of the old hand rather than FE6 straight away. Like, how obvious is FE6 in terms of completely winning?
I think it's fairly obvious you don't go here with white.
No, but I'm...
Yeah, no one ever takes, come on. Bishop takes E6 is not a move.
It's not going to happen. Okay, fair enough.
It's just not
So
a
what's
move.
he going to do? Queen somewhere, E4,
Queen
yeah?
E4.
Queen E4, yeah. Centralize Her Majesty. Actually, this also looks a bit rocky for black, right? Because suddenly the rook, where do you put the rook?
Well, and he's already blitzed out F4 as well. This is...
What?
That's his point. He thinks it's a double attack.
He thinks he's winning, right?
This is very interesting now, because once again I'm cheating slightly because I decided not to turn the machine off, and I think Dieter kind of expects that black has to play knight c6 here so as not to lose an exchange, and then he will take on b7, and he's not winning by any stretch, but he feels reasonably safe, I guess. But apparently you can just go knight g4 here.
That's a very difficult move to play in
How
my
does this
opinion.
work? Bishop e6?
And just queen
Just
takes
queen
e6.
e6?
Yeah, and white is sort of uncoordinated enough for this to be just absolutely fine for black.
Yeah, I'm showing some cheapos like rook e4, queen e4. Oddly, yeah, the computer says black is better.
Yeah, computer already gives a slight advantage to black and doesn't even take on e6, which is a very large indication of just how strong and unpleasant this is.
Wow, if he finds knight g4.
Well, he has 30 minutes, and
It's a difficult move to play though, knight g4, because if you...
well, I mean, optically, I understand I'm swayed by staring at the screen here, obviously, but optically, if you look at this position, just rook g8 after queen g2. I don't think it's impossible to play this. I'm not sure if rook g8 is the best move there. Maybe
Rook
knight
g1?
e3 first.
Rook g1 is a...
Yeah, exactly, because rook g1 I have...
Rook g1,
Oh
maybe
my
queen
god,
c6.
queen c6! Oh my god! That's a...
Yeah,
that's
and we have to go rook b2 so as not to immediately resign, right?
I don't know. Rook b2.
I guess we have to go rook b2, and he goes
then-
knight f2 check, rook takes g2.
Yeah, and who's better than white?
It's actually still a draw, I guess, but yeah, black is reasonably comfortable.
Is it?
Yeah, I mean, and also kind of finding rook b2
black
here
is
is
not
not really.
Okay. Okay, I agree.
But yeah,
But this is
interesting
all.
stuff.
This is tricky. This is. You got to see this stuff from.
No, this
afar.
is a very interesting position. Very interesting position to discuss suddenly.
I have a feeling he's going to go knight g4. I think he's in the knight g4 kind of mood.
Yeah, and I mean, everything he's done up to this point in this game points
Yes.
to him playing knight g4.
Yes.
Everything he's done the last 3 years points to him playing knight g4.
That is true as well, but in particular, I think everything he's done up to this point in this game, yeah.
We have a bunch of, not really questions, but more observations in the chat. Like Pramod NVS is saying, Lawrence amuses Peter a lot. He brings out the funny side of Peter.
Is there a funny side of Peter?
Of course there is.
This has been put into question recently.
Who doubted your funny bone?
People.
Pramod NVS is also saying, problem with human mind is it needs reasoning to make moves. Just
Profound as usual.
I assume.
Just telling you guys.
Assume that's true. Yeah. Sounds.
Pramod MVS is wondering, will Peter join us for Sinkerfield Rapid and Blitz 2? I don't think
No.
we
You mean for
our
commentary?
Commentary.
For commentary, yeah, I
Good.
could maybe call in. I don't know. We'll see.
Ooh.
It kind of lends itself. It's going to be more difficult than here because I am actually, like, I'm not in sync with your picture. And during a Rapid and Blitz game, not being in sync with the picture kind of makes your commentary lag further and further behind from what's happening on the board. But
Can I
the
ask
idea is, sure.
Sorry to interrupt, Peter, but there is.
Are you really sorry?
No. I have got an interesting question though that has been asked.
Is that actually an interesting question?
Yeah, it's quite interesting because I don't think you've been asked this, or at least nobody. I've not seen anybody ask you this. Is how you think Mr. Kasparov will do in the tournament in St. Louis?
Yeah, this actually is an interesting topic, and
Thank you for confirming that.
Yeah, I've seen widely a very wide range of opinions on this. I don't think he'll do horribly, but I don't think he'll crush either. I think the field is a bit too strong for him to crush. I'm sure he's getting some private practice in, but he still will be a bit rusty. And
where do you think he will finish? Do you think he will finish top 3?
Can I have a look at the lineup again?
I'll tell you.
No.
It's Levon, Fabiano, Hikaru, MVL.
Dominguez was in there, Le Quang Liem, Navarra.
Navarra, Dominguez.
And Jan is playing, right?
Jan.
No,
Jan is playing. And we're missing some people, but I'm not sure exactly.
Missing one. Who are we missing?
It's not impossible that he finishes in the top 3, but if I absolutely had to bet on this, I would probably bet against. But this is where, like, this is the interesting line. I think it's slightly optimistic, but not at all impossible. In particular, if he starts well and gets into a proper killing mood.
Odds on him actually winning the whole thing, Peter?
I don't really know how to set those lines, but those will be long.
Is Kasparov your favorite chess player of all time, Lawrence?
He's definitely one of them.
Who's the others?
Apart from you and Peter Svidler?
No, you can put us on the list.
I quite have to say, this won't surprise you. I know it might surprise you. I'm a bit of a Paul Morphy kind of fan. I think he was just so ahead of his time. It's incredible the games he played at the time, in my opinion.
Yeah.
In a match, Lawrence, Trent, Paul Morphy, with all the information you guys have at your respective times, who's winning?
I think he's still beating me, right?
No. And that's a scathing indictment on his chess.
That really is. The Morphy fans out there are going to be sick, and I think he's still beating me if I played him from 1867, 1880.
He's just not getting out of the opening against you. This is the problem.
No, he is. Isn't he?
I'm not sure you're getting.
I'm the one who's not getting out of the opening. That's the problem. I play a Caro-Kann against him. No tricks. Anyway, so that's interesting. So yeah, Kasparov playing in St. Louis. I actually think he's going to do extremely well. That's my instinct. I think he's going to bash a lot of these guys up. I think he's going to struggle against Levon. And he's going to struggle against... No, that's it. He's just going to struggle against Levon.
You don't think he might be a little rusty and have the occasional blunder here or there?
No.
This is what we've seen in the previous tournament he played in, right? We all know what a fantastic chess player he is, but he is these days a lot more than he used to be. Prone to just blundering stuff away. In particular, in the blitz, I think this will become an issue. Some of really prime exponents of the faster time controls are playing in that thing. I don't know why you picked Levon specifically, like Hikaru and.
But I just think against Levon's style, especially, I have a feeling. I actually think he's going to finish top 3. I'm going out on a limb. I think he's going to finish.
Okay, not at all impossible.
I think he's going to. We'll see. It's going to be very interesting. Anyway,
And
Chess.
I actually quite like what Bluebaum is doing, because if he gets a combination of, let's say, if the queen gets to f2 and he gets rook g1 bishop f1 in, you see an outline of how white's position might not suddenly become completely terrible.
True
but I think you need a lot of time for that, and black obviously will also be making moves in the meantime.
But hold on, white has got legitimate threats here. Queen f2, rook g1, bishop f1, h4, etc. is...
Well, this is 4 moves in a row. This is not how chess works exactly. But even, let's say, if you allow queen f2 and bishop d4, the pawn on b6 is actually an important one. Like, if white survives until any kind of endgame and the b6 pawn falls, this is a whole different game. So,
of course. So what do you do here with black?
Yeah, I've been thinking about that.
Maybe bishop c8?
Yeah, bishop c8 with all kinds of ideas. Also, you could sort of safeguard against those things I mentioned by maybe transferring the knight to e6 and c5. But that kind of means you are signaling, you are abandoning the idea of giving immediate mate, which is sad and not something you'd want to do, at least not immediately. I don't know. Yeah, maybe we were a bit too harsh about Bluebaum's position, but I still like black's position here in general.
Yeah. What about Wang Yue? He's kind of, you know, he pushed a pawn. Can't be bad.
Well, yeah, that was kind of natural.
Yeah,
but I'm still not entirely sure how you make much progress, because, like, you play king c6 and white probably sidesteps the bishop from b2 to have knight c3 as an option after king d5. I think that's sensible. And then how much do you actually have in terms of resources?
Yeah, that's true.
But you kind of have to juggle all these things, because you ideally probably want the king on d3, but you need to play g3 to be able to do that,
right.
Otherwise you're plundering the g2 pawn with check. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, material is limited enough that white should normally survive, but yeah, it's a lot more enjoyable to play with black.
Mm.
I think it's just equal.
Yeah, Vladdy's still thinking. He's really going to try and make knight g4 work, but he might have to spend another few more minutes on it, because it is...
Is he getting in time trouble again?
Yeah, he's kind of approaching time trouble.
Peter, have you noticed that? I'm not sure if it's true at all. It just feels like new creative Kramnik is more time trouble prone than old, more theoretical Kramnik was.
Well, that's understandable, because, I mean, if you blitz out the first 25, you're a lot less likely to be in time trouble later in the game. And these days he actually, although he obviously puts a lot of thought into the offbeat stuff he plays, this is not just ad lib, but yeah, the opening phase requires a lot more thought now for him than it used to. Not against me, though.
Even though today they did play a heavily theoretical line where he just decided.
No, I think it applies more to his white games than his black games. I think with black he generally doesn't stray too far from his stuff.
So against you, you're the one who ended up in time trouble in your games?
Yeah, I'm in constant time trouble against him these days. Like, he plays this Tarash thing against me with black time and time again, and I find ways to start thinking and become worse and occasionally lose.
If you need someone to force a draw against the semi-Tarash, I'm available at reasonable rates.
The thing is, it kind of feels shameful, right, to just go there and make a theoretical force draw with white. So I always, I mean, I know the theoretical draws there, and I always feel like, come on, man up, play something. And I do play something, and then I'm worse. And and this is not. So Dieter has done something weird. Well, not weird exactly,
wow,
but
bunch of moves. Maybe there was some delay because all of a sudden we
yeah, I
got like
think
three
I think
moves in a
Black
row.
has played knight g4 a while back, or possibly the entire sequence has been blitzed out.
Takes, queen takes.
We're unsure
queen
about
G2.
this.
Oh no, but all this happened. Rook G8, and he didn't start with Rook G1, but with Rook
Yeah, I
G2.
started with Rook b2, but this basically Black needs to do the exact same thing. This is now the time to play knight f2 check, and if you don't do it here, you might never have an opportunity to do it. And this probably means you will be in a lot of trouble because you are a full exchange down currently. If you allow some kind of a move like queen f3 here, or maybe even Rook g1 anyway, you might never have another shot at this. So knight f2 check is required now, but yeah, after that Black is never worse, but he's also never better because of the nature of these queen against double rook positions. The rooks always have enough counterplay. You really need to be up a ton of material for the queen to be better.
And the rooks can also always stop a passed pawn.
Yeah,
like
that's
if it
true,
starts
yeah.
running with two rooks, you can always stop it.
Yeah, no, this is very close to a draw.
So, good defense by Dieter, given the circumstances.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I think he switched to defense a bit too early. I don't think he was absolutely required to sort of damage control as early as he chose to damage control.
No, but he probably missed knight G4, no? And then he had to switch.
That as well, yeah, it's very possible that. But I mean, once again, the timings currently see us him blitzing the entire sequence out. So who knows?
Yeah, there might have been some delay. You never know.
Yeah, you never know with these things, sure.
What else can you tell us? Any TV show recommendations? My family's gone. I got a week to kill. That's not true. I'll be here with Lawrence. But what are you watching these days?
New stuff.
New stuff,
I'm
old
not-
stuff.
New stuff also. I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of contemplating rewatching Deadwood, but that probably will not happen. There's also, but this is also kind of not your cup of tea. This is I found out that I think I wanted to see it as a play in London when I'm in London next, and I understand these are many words in a row which you don't particularly relate to. But it's out as a TV series as well, something called a Vicious Season, featuring I think Ian McKellen and one other theatrical giant.
Ian McKellen,
but-
that's Magneto.
And Gandalf, yes.
I had no idea he had done theater.
I will assume this is sarcasm.
I googled the Vicious Season, no results. Are you sure it's called that? I think
Fairly
I've heard about this. Wasn't it
Fairly
even
sure.
It's there. It's the second link. I don't know what you're talking about.
Vicious? I don't think
Yes.
that's it.
It
Ah,
is.
oh yeah, it is.
That's the third link, but close enough.
Fair enough. TLDR. I'll
Okay.
look into it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a camp.
So
comedy,
I got myself that to look forward to, but not exactly sure what else to recommend. My children are now actual detectorists, which is an interesting twist on that tale.
You
what?
recommended a TV show featuring detectorists, and your kids are now actually looking for metal on the ground. Is that what happened? What's
Yes.
happening?
Yes, this is the two events in proper sequence. Yeah, it's a bit confusing.
Speaking of a bit confusing, why has Maxime? I'm the king of the segue. Why has Maxime played A4?
Well, he wants to. I mean, Black will play b5 eventually, and he wants more pawns off the board. This is understandable, I think.
Ah, it's just limiting the number of pawns. Fair enough.
Yeah, he's preparing for what is very likely to be the Black's plan in this position, and he wants as few pawns on the board as possible if Black actually achieves something on the queen side.
Okay, we have some excellent viewer question. A viewer called Pramod NVS is asking: is Peter a better speaker of English or Russian?
Russian. I make fewer
surprised.
mistakes in Russian, I think, than I do in English.
Gustav Chatterjee #1 is asking, Peter watches TV shows? ?
Peter does watch TV shows.
Yeah, and the Pope does defecate in the woods.
Pramod MVS is asking, Dunkirk, Peter? ?
Dunkirk is a movie, not a TV series, so
Sure.
I'm aware this is supposed to be very good, but and there are posters all around town of Dunkirk, but I haven't done my research on that. I'm sort of reliably told by a number of sources that the new Spider-Man is excellent, but
It is pretty good. I've seen it the other day. It's not like... It's still a superhero movie, so there's still an ant fight, but yeah, Michael Keaton is a very good villain, and it's cute. It's like, yeah, it's very watchable.
Okay. I can't find anyone to watch it with, because, like, this new generation of kids, they are very alien to everything I remember about myself as a child, because, like, they actively resist attempts to bring them to the cinema.
It's because they have smartphones.
Exactly, but still, like, it doesn't feel natural or right that, like, you tell them, let's go watch something in a cinema, and they just flat out refuse, and they look pissed that you even offered.
There is a question by Tonmeister. Is there a reason why Lawrence and Jan have to share in capitals a set of earphones? We do that so that we feel more connected to each other. There's nothing to do with the fact that we would like to hear Peter without having an echo. It is just so we can feel more like Siamese twins. And do you guys have any other questions for Peter Svidler before we let him enjoy dacha life? He has a lot of gardening to do.
Yeah.
What do you typically do in your dacha, Peter?
I alternate between eating and sleeping.
Okay. Are you there with the whole family?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a cat?
We have a walk-in cat, but she hasn't been seen in a while because her owner finally decided that this is not cool, that she's spending more time here, and kind of asked us politely to stop feeding her. And now that we're not giving her food, she's not really coming that often.
Tonmeister, let me explain the situation to you. It's not a lack of money for more headphones. It's more the thing that this thing only has one plug for headphones.
Right, we only have one output.
We are aware that there is probably a thing such as a headphone splitter, but we have not acquired this. However, if we get Peter to call in more often, we will probably get it, if we can afford it. I'm not sure how much these headphone splitters are these days.
Yeah. I think we could also afford a pair of headphones each, believe it or not. Things aren't that bad.
Speak for yourself.
Speak for yourself. So you sleep and eat in your dacha. Do you read a lot? Well, you read a lot anyway, right?
I do read a lot.
This is
Well, let's talk about it. This is interesting. What are you currently reading?
Not entirely sure how to answer that, because I generally have like 5 things juggled at one time, and yeah, it's difficult. I'm very happy because during the Novi Sad Euro Club, I forgot my first edition of the first volume of the Baroque cycle by Neil Stevenson in the hotel, and it was finally brought back to me during Geneva, so I can hopefully get back into the project of rereading that. But that's a massive undertaking, because those books are heavy.
Yeah.
In every sense, like it.
Yeah. I agree.
No, I agree. If they're heavy, they're heavy. I mean,
like I almost had to pay for excess luggage after this book was returned to me. It seriously is a proper
heavy.
brick.
Yeah. It's a brick. Any cricket going on at the moment?
Oh boy, I thought literature was bad.
There's
cricket.
Yeah, you should let me go. There's the Women's World Cup final is coming soon.
The Women's World Cup final?
I might look for a way to watch that.
Is this my cue to say something extremely sexist?
Up to you. You're not into women's cricket?
Restrain yourself if you can.
To be fair, I really have never seen women's cricket, so...
Neither have I. But in my defense, I've also never seen... Is it men's cricket or open cricket?
You have actually watched some men's cricket whilst I forced you to by putting it on.
It was on my TV. I wouldn't say me mocking it, actually watching it.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, because I simply cannot comment because I've never seen Women's World Cup cricket, but I imagine there's some very strong teams. So.
I watched England.
Do you imagine that?
Don't put him on the spot.
I'm just
He
curious.
puts himself on the spot without
I would
you.
love to just speak my mind, but we live in this world where
Tell us.
I get chastised.
What are your true feelings about women's cricket?
I don't really have any because
Also, chastised is not a word.
Peter is the native speaker. You should trust him.
What is it?
I think he's
Chastised.
trying to say
Did I say
chastised, not chastised.
Yeah, I meant to
I'm
say
German,
chastised. I meant to say chastised. I'm listening to Jan in one ear, Peter in the other. I would say that what's interesting at the moment is, of course, there was this huge controversy recently when John McEnroe said that were Serena to play the men's tennis tour, that she wouldn't be top 700 in the world. Which was obviously...
Which is A, probably true, and B, completely irrelevant.
Well, that's the whole point. It's true and irrelevant because we're just built differently. So I suppose...
Speak for yourself.
We are certainly
okay, guys.
All right, you enjoy your dacha.
I don't think I'm ready to sleep, but I am definitely ready to eat something. So I'll leave you be.
What are you gonna eat? Are you gonna cook, or is the wife gonna cook, or what are you thinking?
There's gonna be shashlik at some point today, maybe tomorrow.
They love shashlik, barbecued, right?
they?
Fresh. Russians.
It's just another of your
Russians.
racial stereotypes?
No, I have Russia at my girlfriend's place. We do shashlik.
So you're saying it's okay if you say it because your girlfriend is... I don't think she's Russian, but...
Well, her parents are Russian,
Okay.
so, there's an argument for her to be at least somewhat Russian.
Where is she from?
She was born in Ukraine,
Mm-hmm.
and her parents are born in Russia. Mm-hmm. So you call it what you will, but shashlik has always been a very thematic dish.
Indeed.
Oh.
And I'm not making that up, right, Peter?
I thought it was more of a Georgian thing.
It's not Georgian at all. Okay. I don't think.
Originally, no, Jan is correct. Originally, it definitely originated somewhere. I mean, I think
a Caucasus nation.
Yeah, they will have a nice little fight between themselves on,
It's like
exactly
the currywurst. Was it born here or in Berlin?
It originated, but yeah, it's definitely not Russian in origin, but we've adopted it.
Do you like wobbler?
I do like wobbler. Yes.
There we go. Yeah, I like it. Do you know a wobbler? It's a big fish.
Thanks for joining Super Grandmaster Peter Swindler. Enjoy the rest of your...
You have it with a beer.
Yeah,
wobbler
cheers.
And beer. Have a nice wobbler.
Beer. I might bring some to Hamburg the next time.
Can you bring some wobbler? Honestly, that would be great if you could.
Okay.
Nice. We'll have a wobbler at Jan's house and a barbecue and watch some Sherlock Holmes.
Women's cricket.
Some women's cricket.
All right, guys.
See you later, man.
Yeah, cheers.
Bye. Well, if you didn't know about women's cricket, shashlik,
now you
do.
Yeah, that was a great interview.
Let's
see what's
going on.
What's going on? As mentioned, the computer prefers black in the Nice-Piano Kramnik, but two rooks are too powerful a defensive force to really give black any winning chances here. Even if you lose or give the c3 pawn, you will always have enough counterplay. Starting with rook e1, so you can't take because of rook e8 checkmate. This should be reasonably straightforward draw.
h6 rook e3, right?
Yeah, but even if you lose one of the pawns, black can never queen his pawn, so that's really...
But there's just doubling on the g file as well, and
yeah, this is
just very simple. Okay, so he played rook e1, so that's going to end in a draw, much to my chagrin, or chagrin, as they say.
Yeah. I don't think you'll get chastised for that prediction.
I'll get chastised.
Will probably also end in a draw, but there's still play. I said earlier that maybe the Fat is not such a patient defender. He will try to,
What?
keep some
this
more action.
This is a piece. No, it's not.
Knight e4, knight f4. There is tricks, but still.
Yeah.
Looks like white made more progress than black here. How did this happen? After queen a6, he decided not to exchange rooks.
That's an odd decision, in my
It's
opinion.
a bit strange, yeah. Because this position, whatever we were looking at earlier, knight d7, looked reasonably simple to draw.
Yeah.
In
And MPL.
the maxi game.
So what happens if I go...
c4, knight c3.
Yes, I saw that one.
Let's put this.
That's awkward, to say the least.
Awkwardo.
Yeah, it's just a dynamically balanced position. Nothing to say. It's going to be Nietzsche. We're going to get 4 Nietzsche's again. No, we're not going to get in blue bound, right?
There's no Nietzsche in the field. Wrong you.
Nietzsche.
That's good. It looks like blue bound's done well to stabilize. He's gotten almost all the moves we wanted him to play. Well, he's counterplay along the G
Really
file.
has a lot.
This guy who was earlier locked up behind the wall does now have free sights. A free view.
sights?
Yeah, I can't speak anymore. A clear view towards the G7 pawn. And I don't know why is I'm losing somehow. Yeah, I was gonna say why is white worse,
F3
but
is a
then
bit weak,
yeah,
yeah.
this is rook e3 of course. This is a bit much. So we need to chop this off.
Yeah, but you kind of want to chop that off, right?
Chop it.
Chop-a-loff.
Vaseline Chopolov.
But I actually like white. Am I sick that I prefer white here?
You're probably sick, but I understand the notion. The problem is that this construction is
Why
too
would
shaky, I guess.
Why would
I want to go here to cover this, and then the horsey. It's too many tricks against these dudes.
Is there so many tricks?
I can't think of a single trick, but I have a feeling I'll blunder one eventually. Knight d3, bishop f3, knight d3, knight f3, rook e3. Something might happen, or just, I don't know.
It's still complicated. I'm curious as to what's going to happen in this game.
Are you curious?
Yeah.
What do you think is going to happen?
I think it's going to be a...
Lovely day.
A lovely day. It's 6:30. Can you believe we've been here for 3.5 hours already?
I do believe that.
It's been already a marvelous coming together of great minds. He played rook cd1. Very curious. Basically saying you can't actually do anything, but yeah, knight a4 is very interesting. It's very interesting because it covers b6 and attacks the bishop. Very, very interesting.
What's the clock situation? This is drifting towards some mild time trial, right? 13 moves.
I'm on a bit of
10 minutes, 50
I
minutes.
fancy a bit of blitz here, don't you?
Well, the thing is they play with increment. They get 30 seconds extra per move, so it's never dramatic time trouble. But the remaining thinking time is somewhat limited. You've seen many dramatic increment time trouble fights?
Been in them recently.
Wow.
Been in them.
How
It's
did
amazing.
that go?
Amazing. Amazing. I like it when I get slated in chat for making generalizations about the shashlik, and then Peter says, "Yeah, actually, lots of Russians we eat lots of shashlik." Like, okay, wasn't a generalization. When I get confirmed by the host nation, that's what I like.
So Peter is a host nation?
He's the host nation. When it comes to generalizing
When it comes
about
to shashlik.
shashlik in Russia, yeah.
Fair enough.
Um.
Scrap 11 is curious what Blue Bomb did wrong in the opening.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not that easy to say. I quite liked his position. He had this new idea with b4. I thought this g3 line wasn't anything special, but then he got the two bishops. Draken went for this very ambitious and interesting plan, d6, e5. Computerly speaking, I believe the crucial point is after a5, where he went b5, which really robs you of all your play on the queen side. There's never c5 to free this bishop. There's never any expansion. You give up the crucial c5 square, the c4 pawn becomes weaker. So what he had to do is play bishop g2 here, which Bluebomb did not play, because after AB knight e4, it looks like you're losing a pawn. But here after queen e3, knight takes b4, castles. Seems like white is active enough with threats like knight takes e5.
Amazing, it runs into like rook a1, knight c2, it runs into everything.
No, rook a1 you go bishop a1.
No, but it still runs into knight c2, right? And it just looks like nothing for white. So.
Oh no, actually it's more precise to take here to avoid that. Now queen e3, and after knight b4 you castle, and then b6 is hanging, and there's none of this business. That's what he should have done, but of course it's very understandable that he wanted to avoid that. But ever since he played b5, we liked black's position.
This one is going to be a bit of a slow grind. Fedoseev is going to have a bit of a task on his hands to defend here.
Yeah.
He should have exchanged rooks. I mean, why are you not exchanging rooks? For me, that's... You would play the 3-piece endgame rather than keep the rooks on.
My apologies.
I like how you mute, you know, that's very, very well-mannered of you.
Yep. So what are we thinking? Wojtaszek might have some chances to grind this out against Fedoseev.
As you have no kids and wives, we could do dinner after tonight.
After tonight?
After we wrap things up, potentially we could grab a bite of salad, bit of losteria. Let's
discuss it off air, depending on how things go.
Let's discuss it now. I mean,
I don't know.
You just ponder away.
I'll ponder away. But yeah, it sounds...
We could get Fika, the Fikester. Is MVL making any progress, or is it just the same old... I can't do anything sitch? I think he should just go b6 here with black. Just cut out any...
b6, a6.
No, just b6.
Egalite, no?
Move your bishop with black. Bishop h4. Repetition.
Yeah, bishop, whatever, here. Should just be a draw, no? We should probably stop bishop e1.
Did I just get friend-zoned?
Friend-zoned?
You know? You know friend-zoned? It's when you ask a girl out. Isn't it like when you get...
My understanding of friend-zone was like you're getting friendly with a girl, but nothing happens for a while, and then you're stuck in the friend zone.
I thought friend zoned was when like there's you overtly try to do something with the girl, and she just says, "Oh, you're such a good friend," and really happy to have you as a friend. Or
yeah, same thing, right? You want something more to happen, but you're friend zoned.
Is that what's happening here? I mean,
I thought I was not even making it friend zoned. It's like acquaintance zoned. Like that was the plan, at least. But
I've been acquaintance zoned. Man.
Unless you're in the friends with benefits zone.
Wow, is that a zone?
The Henker, he knows the good zones. And Olaf146 believes in German that Blue Bomb should draw. But it's an English chat, Olaf, sorry. Hang on. Is white better now? My computer says white is better. Queen d4. Is Blue Bomb going to win this game? Is he going to make a surprise... boom, turnaround?
I still think it's easier for white to blunder than black.
Yeah, I'm also not sure why it's
G7 is so overprotected.
Yeah, I agree. I'm also not sure what that was about.
Queen d4 is an odd move as well. I mean, yes, it's an... I mean, why would you play Queen d4? That's what I'm trying to say. Like, a much more sensible move is to play Bishop a1 or Bishop d4 or... He's not going to play Queen d4 here. But... this is really interesting. He got 7.5 minutes for 11 moves in a position where basically moves aren't very natural and obvious. So this is going to be really interesting. And he plays Queen d4.
There you go.
I'm just such a patzer. It's insane. Okay, so let me just see what happens if I play knight h4.
Nothing happens. The computer already changed his mind.
Exactly.
That's e5.
Okay, DC.
Washington, DC.
King back.
Strange position. This bishop is a powerhouse. This bishop is an idiot. So, which one is it?
A tale of two bishops.
Is it the Fredo of the team or the Michael of the team?
But the
that
problem
will
is,
decide?
like, knight f5 is coming, the knight's landing on e3. I mean, don't you just take black here? Like, always?
Yeah, looks...
I mean, this bishop on b7 is actually
like
more of a monster than... And also...
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
But this knight is stronger than this bishop.
Okay.
Well, it's a team game. It's chess. It's hard to argue about individual bishops.
I think Andrekin's going to win.
You think so?
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
I think a lot depends on the next 11 moves.
Yeah.
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 Yep. b5. Do you think Kramnik's going to win?
No.
I think they're going to draw.
Yeah, nothing to be said here.
Draw.
The Wojtaszek game is, wow, we're going to be here for some time for that one. It's going to be a long one.
Oh yeah, that's true.
This one is not ending in the next 2 hours.
Whoa.
Would that be a fair assessment?
Dagger or dinner plans?
No,
really
no,
looking forward to
we'll have a late dinner.
Oh, nice.
I'm thinking about coming over. Maybe you can cook for us.
Yeah, maybe a little sleepover, have some pillow fights. Let's make it happen.
Oh man, the dream. If Wang Yue did manage to get bishop e1 and bishop takes c3 in, is he winning?
Sorry, bishop e1, bishop c3. Won't happen. But yeah, that... No, it's probably still a draw, but it's unpleasant. Let's make it happen.
Bishop d2, and now I wanted to get some c4, knight b6 in. Well, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No, I mean, I don't know, but is c4 after? Is this? Yeah, I can lose this.
You
Yeah, I can
probably
lose
lose
this.
it.
Still,
No.
no, it's still a draw. Really easy draw. No, I blockade on the king side. It's still an easy
Blokadovich?
draw. Still an easy draw. Just take on c4, take on a. Whatever.
Very curious about your easy draw.
Why is this not an easy draw?
Because this is a weak pawn.
Can't ever get to it, no?
Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's winning.
Okay. Good luck.
Are we playing this position?
I mean, we're not, but I'm telling you, it's not winning.
Okay. I don't believe you.
No?
Nah. It's the principle of the two weaknesses. This is one weakness, it's the other weakness.
Right. Nah.
Nah.
Nah. But even still, I did bungle that.
Yeah, but
That's
I
not
don't
gonna
think
happen.
MVL would allow
Right.
this bishop taking the horse. Even if it did, it's probably still a draw, but he can, of course, avoid that. Can you, though? You can probably do this, right?
Yeah,
Like
this
winning
is a draw.
Yeah. It's just a draw. White has to be more careful than black. Which probably was not Maxim's idea for his white game today. But people be solid.
People be in the streets, holding down.
What people are those?
Any people.
They be in the streets?
They be in the streets.
Nowadays? Aren't they lying on their couch staring at their phones? I never see any people in the streets.
It's very alarming how many people are just on their phones all the time. I'm guilty. Guilty as charged, but...
Do you worry about society?
Yes. Do you?
Yeah.
No, you don't.
I do.
Do you? Is it because you're a father now?
No.
Okay.
I'm very worried that we are losing our attention spans.
That's
so hard to finish reading a book because you're distracted every 2 minutes. Like
It's
you need to check your phone every 2 minutes.
It's true.
So it's hard to get stuff done. And you would think we're getting smarter with all this technology, but we're getting dumber. You don't need to know anything anymore.
What?
I'm just pointing out
He
this
can win a pawn?
resource. No, rook c5 probably. Yeah? But then rook b1 or no? So rook b1 blunders a rook.
No, it doesn't. Rook takes...
Might be one.
Oh!
That's his point. And rook b2. It looks very active for black.
93,
f5. Curious.
Curiosidad.
Curious man. Would be nice if this worked. It doesn't.
Rook c5.
Only move.
Well, good enough.
Mulushin 45 says Wojtaszek can't win this. Stan Hooper is lying on his couch on his phone.
Yeah.
Lying on your phone? Then at least you're not staring at your phone. I often fall asleep on my phone. And it gets uncomfortably hot. Does it happen to you?
I used to have a leather couch. Leather couches in the summer.
Leather couches are the worst. This
you
is
stick
one
to them.
life lesson I had to learn because I used to have leather couches.
Yeah.
Don't get a leather couch. They're uncomfortable. They're no good.
I like these L-shaped couches. You know the ones?
Of course, you know my couch. I have this giant couch. Giant L.
Your couch.
Yeah,
right.
Upstairs.
The one upstairs.
Yeah, it's a giant L.
Yeah, they're fantastic. How much are they? About 600-700 euros, something like that.
I think they come in all kinds of price ranges.
I'm gonna have to
you
buy
don't
one.
pay the L, you pay whatever. The fabric. Black Rook is saying this conversation is painful.
Tell me about
I hear you. What shall we talk about, Black Rook?
Oh! E5. That's a bit committal.
I don't like the Fats play in this game.
In general, or?
Yeah. Hang on, he can take here though. This the computer might be excited for white, but it looks fairly drawn.
Very
Opposite
drawn.
count bishops, very reduced material.
Yeah.
Should be a draw.
Very drawn. And if you go bishop c5,
then
he's
I have
got
knight d3,
93. Yeah, yeah, I like
Nah,
this.
okay, then I take everything back. E5 was fine.
I agree. There was a draw. Draw.
No surprise, Nisipiano, after possibly missing knight g4. Earlier Nisipiano was better than it felt like after knight g4 the tables had turned, but he bailed out in a good way, allowing this where the two rooks always give you enough counterplay, and the players wasted no time knowing that neither side can win this in finding a perpetual.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nisipiano 4 draws so far, drew all 7 of his games last year in Dortmund.
That's true.
It's 11 draws in a row. Very solid.
Tough to beat. And German champion, we should say.
We should say that.
Congratulations. Have you ever been German champion?
I have not. I
That's
finished second
quite
a couple
surprising.
times, but yeah, it's on the bucket list.
Is it actually?
I don't know. Would be nice,
Why
wouldn't it?
don't you play it?
I'm a very busy man. I'm always sitting here
understand.
like commentating exciting chess tournaments.
I know, but you know, come on. You should play it, win it. Come on.
All right.
Do it next year.
All right.
It's going to be in
Your
Hamburg.
words have inspired me.
It's going to be in Hamburg.
It's gonna be in Hamburg?
Yeah,
Who says that?
I do.
Okay.
I'm going to find
But
a
you just
sponsor.
made it up,
I
right?
just made it up, right.
Fair enough.
But if it were in Hamburg, I think you'd play it.
I don't know. I don't like staying at home. Like,
You don't like staying at home.
Well, I'm playing. But I
Is that
wouldn't mind it being in
because
Hamburg. I just have to move it to wherever.
Of the baby,
hotel I have.
or just...
No, I never liked it. It's different when you're sleeping in your own bed and the homey distractions. You don't get into chess mode. I think it's a normal thing.
Agreed. Okay, so a draw in Nissi versus Vladi. And now we got Blueby versus Andrejki.
That's what they're commonly called.
And I'm going for a 0-1 here.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is terribly difficult to defend.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, King G8, your move.
Mm-hmm. My move?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No moves.
No moves.
No movies.
It's always movies.
Queen d6.
Queen d6. Whoa.
Okay. Queen e3, and I'm already beginning to readjust my pants.
Your pants?
Yeah, this is.
Are you like Kasparov used to put his watch back on? Do you put your pants back on when you have a good position? Because we all know you take them off at the beginning of a game.
I wish I did.
So
that whole
once you have a good
can you
position,
imagine how
you just put them back on?
Can you imagine how intimidating it must be? Kasparov, he looks at the position, puts his watch back up. I mean, how intimidating must that be?
Must be very intimidating.
I'm serious.
But I think he only does it when he's winning, so it's probably not that intimidating because you have your
But
own
if you don't think you're losing and he does it, do you know what I mean?
I do know what you mean.
So USS position is unclear and he just puts his watch back on. Do you just resign? Is that the time for you to resign?
No.
Okay. Queen e3 played by... No, not played. And Breakin will think about it. But Queen e3 is very logical. And if Queen takes b6, should we just try and crunch some variations to...
Let's crunch the numbers. Queen
find
e3,
the winner.
Queen b6. And...
Got to find the winner still.
Squanch it. What do you think about this?
That's insanely funny. Yeah.
Quite dangerous, no?
Yeah. Nah, not that dangerous.
Not
There's
that dangerous?
Queen g6 checks at the end.
I'll take it.
No, at the end.
Gotcha.
Yeah, maybe. Nissi... Yeah, Nissi... Wow, he didn't take on c5 first. He went f5 first. I mean, maybe it doesn't make a difference, but...
It does make a difference. This knight stays alive.
Why wouldn't you take...
He doesn't like to simplify. He's a maverick. But this one really seems to be pushing his luck.
Like, why not play bishop c5, and if rook c5 is forced, rook c5... Bishop c5, rook c5, rook c5, bishop c5, f4 is just... f5 is just such an easy draw.
Looks quite drawish.
I mean...
That's the second time he's doing this.
What is he
After
doing?
knight a6, he already refused to exchange rooks, which look fairly drawish. And now, again, he likes to keep pieces on the board.
Yeah, but I understand if you're a pawn up or something, but not... Like, if he plays knight d7 now... There's like rook c6, there's just all...
In his defense, that is what you're taught normally, right? If you're material down... Sorry, mix up here. If you're material down, you don't want to exchange pieces, you want to exchange pawns.
Yes, but he could have done that with opposite colour bishops. I mean, look, it just doesn't make sense. Vincent Kmar will become German #1 in the future. Made the 4th German judge. Yeah, I think he's a serious player, Vincent Kmar. He's a serious player. Knight d7, king f7. He's losing the plot. He's also low on time. Now rook c6 is like...
It's a nice move to make too.
It's
like
just
it feels
so
like
logical.
Lining up for trickery.
So logical.
This could end badly for
Just could just end in like 3 moves. Could be over. Yeah, this is just horrible now. I think it's over.
Is it though?
Yeah. Okay.
I'm just curious. This is...
What? What's this?
Fairly,
Yeah, good job calculating all that. Yeah, okay.
fairly obvious to me.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
Yeah, okay.
How do you feel about it?
Okay, buddy. With 2 minutes left on your clock. Yeah, okay.
Draw.
Yeah, alright. Good luck to you. No, he's going down. He's going down. He didn't simplify when he could. Rook c6 is really the only move that makes sense here with white. And then knight c4, you see rook check, king up, knight d3, king e3, and then you just stop with black because all your pieces are on pre. No. You giving me odds for 1-0?
No.
Okay. People are saying Kmar isn't that great, actually, says Kostav Chatterjee with 0 titles by his name. You know, if I was 2450 at 12 higher rated than Carlsen was at 12, higher rated than Karjakin was.
I thought you were 24.50 at 12. No, you just
I'm not
kept
even
the level.
24.50 at 32, 31. So I think it's safe to say Vincent Kmar is the best under 12 in the world.
Is it?
I think it's true.
Isn't there my boy Pragnananda?
Isn't he world champion, Vincent Kmar?
I don't know stuff.
I think he is. So I think you're wrong there, Sir Kostav. I think you are... There are better talents. I don't understand what you mean by there are better talents. I mean, you're talking about kids that are 3, 4, 5 years older than him, so I don't know what you're going on about.
I'm not an expert on the scene, as I said yesterday. I've heard only good things about Keimer, but I never checked his games. So
what I find extremely impressive about Keimer is he plays very mature chess for somebody of his age. He plays Catalans and this kind of stuff, and it's just very nice to see that he's just not a hacker. He's just...
he works with Yusupov, right? No, some
he must do,
instruction.
yeah, of course. Doesn't surprise me. I saw Yusupov the other day, actually.
Okay.
The other week at the German Blitz Team Championships. He actually came up to me, said hello, and I greeted him and asked him how he was, and so on and so forth.
It's a great story.
Yeah, I mean, that was the extent of the exchange. Why wouldn't you play b6 here?
Yeah, it's a bit curious. I was always discarding a6 because of a5, but he's clearly trying to provoke it.
So he has bishop e1.
Target in the distant future.
Wow,
but Maxime shall not be bluffed.
Bluff.
Le bluff.
Michel Le Bluff? Yeah. Yeah, I know Morata's signed with Chelsea. 80 million is, you know, a fair number. I mean, what's going on? None of these guys are worth 80 million. But Morata is obviously an extremely strong player. Oh, he didn't go rook c6. Wow, I don't understand anything.
Probably the line I gave earlier.
Come on.
I'm just trolling.
Because now the king is kind of centralized, and after knight takes d6, king takes d6, you get something similar to what we just had with rooks on. The knight's also lacking squares after knight takes d6, king takes d6. So...
Moluchin45 is saying WDDD. That's not what you think it is. Is Kramnik's string of results so far? That's not technically true, since Kramnik lost the first round. It would more be like LDDD, right?
Yeah, he definitely didn't win the first round, so... Yeah, I don't like Wojtaszek's last move. I think rook c6 is natural, it's good. What I've learned is natural moves are kind of the best moves most of the time. Some real insight there, folks.
Wow. Planning to put that wisdom into practice?
Yeah. I've decided for the British Championships I'm going to play very kind of orthodox chess.
Yeah, I'll be following it very closely.
No, you won't.
That's true. Will Fedosiev make a draw here?
Yeah, I think so now.
No, we have opposite color bishops. Little weak pawn on e4.
I wish, yeah, but it's still a bit tricky. e5 check and rook c6 check and tings are coming.
So it's not over yet?
No. Definitely not over yet.
In the Bluebaum game after queen d6, Andreikin played the strongest move, queen e3. Bluebaum decided this queen is a little close to home and exchanged it by going queen d3 check. Andreikin took
but this
d3
is
and g5.
This is disgusting for white. Now there's no...
It's hard to free himself.
Now you can't even get your pieces out. This is just gross.
So stuck to the e2 pawn.
Yeah, now...
This looks normal.
Yeah, but did you analyze everything?
No, I'm saying it's a normal looking move, attacking the pawn.
No, sure. Knight f5, rook b6, knight e3, threatening f1, threatening c4. Yeah, just very unpleasant. Very, very unpleasant.
Yeah, this bishop on f1 is just... no, it's not even a bishop.
It's a bi-hop.
It's, yeah, it's a bish.
Vishy-Anand.
No, it's not a bishy.
If Vishy asked you to work for him if he qualified for the candidates, would you?
Right. Consider it.
Okay. What about Ricard Rapport?
If he qualifies for the candidate.
Yeah.
I'd consider any candidate qualified player asking me to work for him.
Okay.
What?
You'd have to do work on 1e3, knight f6, 2g4, and so.
Yeah, you might be a better match then.
Yeah. Knight e6 played, and yeah, the problem is white. Knight c5 is coming, and bishop a1, knight c5. Not easy. It's going to be a draw. It's going to hold it together. He is going to hold. He is going to hold. Hold on.
I'm still not 100% sure.
I'm pretty sure.
100%?
No. I'm not 100% about anything. I'm not even about 100% about my own death.
No, you might be. You're young enough to be part of that generation that just lives forever. There's also, I understand this is probably unlikely, but I wouldn't rule it out that you're a vampire.
Yeah. Yeah. Just got too
We
much
do have a mirror right over there. I can only see myself.
coordination. That's true.
Just saying. Never seen you
May-
eat anything.
Maybe we'll get
Only
a...
tomato juice.
Do you think we'll get a tour of Peter's house, dacha, tomorrow?
I doubt it.
Would you like to see his dacha?
I'd love to see his dacha. But you can't just ask another man to show you his dacha.
That you cannot. So, yeah. Yeah.
Let's sum up. This game will end peacefully after strong opening play, possibly homework by Vachier-Lagrave. MVL never got anywhere and found himself in this endgame, which, after the key move rook f8, is just fine for black.
Yep.
Dream position for a Berlin expert like Vachier-Lagrave, but MVL did not let it get out of hand. Played carefully. Should be a draw. The Fed, Fedoseev, is a favorite to make a draw, but he's still a pawn down against Radek Wojciech and has to continue to handle with care. Nisipianu against Vladimir Kramnik ended in a draw after a sharp opening where, instead of going for the theoretical draw after c takes d5, this is what I gave in my video series. It's supposed to equalize. Kramnik played a little more sharply, then yeah, his fans were a little worried somewhere around here. Rook fe1 looked like an interesting move as well. But in the end, Kramnik managed to keep it complicated. Found the very nice shot knight g4, after which it was already Nisi who had to bail out. And bail out he did, getting this position, after which the draw was agreed due to eternal check. After rook to d6, surprisingly, Andrei Keen has played the move bishop to c8. He has a different plan. Did not go for this knight f5, knight e3.
Why wouldn't you?
Played rook bishop c8.
What is this?
And after rook b6, what does he want? g4?
Nah, come on.
g4 is his point.
Are you serious?
What else would be the point of bishop to c8? It's fairly logical, no? The computer does not approve at all.
Well, for a start, I would be thinking about the move the computer suggests, rook b8. Like rook b8 here. I mean.
So you would think about the move the computer suggests?
No, but I would look at rook b8. That's like the first move. And
yeah, it doesn't seem to work. I'm curious what Andrei Kin.
Also, GFEF, there's bishop d3 checks, and it's mate, basically.
Does not look great. Very odd move when it looked like Andrei Kin had played a positional masterpiece up to that point. But bishop c8 could turn the tables here.
Really good. And there's not really another decent move apart from rook takes b6. Yeah, bishop c8 is a blunder.
And there's like 18 more moves. It looks like we're getting moves
in
trenches here. That has happened before. Rook b6, bishop e6. That's his plan, but yeah. Doesn't look like he extracted the max.
Wow.
This is a nice move, using en passant rules to his advantage. Because contrary to popular belief, and sometimes software misfunction on Chess24, you cannot take en passant if you wait for a move. So in this position, it's not legal. While if you were to do it immediately, then white would take here. So e4.
Great move.
Maybe a move that Andrei Kin missed.
Yeah.
Getting rid of the main weakness. And also the
this
geometry
transforms the
works
position.
in his favor now. He's gotten rid...
This is just... No, this is just...
White is slightly better. He's gotten rid of the idiot on f1. He has a passed pawn. This is weak. Having said all that, after rook d7, it looks like black is active enough to keep le balance.
Right. Rook d7, rook takes c5. Why, if I have a million pawns? I'm just curious, like, bishop c3, bishop takes a5. Why am I not winning with white here?
Well, my reading comprehension tells me that rook d3 was a better move.
Rook d3, and then if rook c3, rook d2. So rook d2 might be a serious error then, because bishop c3,
well,
and then if rook c2...
d3.
Yeah, and bishop takes a5, rook takes a3. Hold on, I have to calculate.
Or just read. b6 is good for what? Bishop a5 is less good, because then after rook a3, all these pawns fall. And Eva's Gambit is pointing out Matthias has a good chance to win this tournament now. At least he has a good chance to win this game now, and if he wins that, he will move up to +2, putting himself probably in the sole lead, because we don't expect Wojtaszek to win his game.
And actually, I did say that Bluebaum would win the tournament. That was my prediction yesterday. But
yeah, you also said that Andrei Kin was going to win this game.
Yeah, I did.
So you thought Bluebaum was going to lose this, but then win the tournament?
No, I thought that my prediction yesterday...
So you will just say a lot of contradicting stuff and then stick to whatever fits at the current moment. Fair enough, I'm just asking. You know, I like to...
It's called cherry picking. It's what a lot of... It's what a lot of religious people do.
Exactly.
You need to learn the art of cherry picking, yeah.
Yeah.
How do you think Donald Trump got to where he got to?
Well, cherry picking is a much kinder word then.
What Donald Trump did? Or you're just about...
Do you think he's... Yeah, what do you call what Donald Trump does? Cherry picking?
I would say that he doesn't highlight the flaws in his game, if I can call it like that.
So, in this scenario, I'm the fake media.
You are the fake news media.
Okay. Lawrence Trent said all along, Bluebaum was going to win this tournament. Bishop c3 played.
He's going to win this game, I'm telling you. He's reached move 40, he's got another 50 minutes.
That must be nice. Play bishop c3, go for a breather.
Yeah.
Then watch Andrei Kin shaking his head, thinking, what have I done to my position? Now I have to deal with this passed b pawn.
Yeah, no, this is unpleasant.
Yeah, this has gone wrong, and the key moment is after rook d6, where this maneuver would have kept black in the driver's seat, because this bishop is just so bad.
Yeah.
There's no way of defending this. Yeah, black is doing all right, but instead after bishop to c8, strange move really. Once again, using computer, Captain Hindsight and all that. But I have a feeling he might have missed e4 move. Rook c6, bishop c4. If white doesn't have e4, black is doing great here.
Yeah.
Now this is a great resource.
Great move, yeah.
Solving all his problems. b5 is no longer under attack. e2 is no longer under attack. The dormant bishop exchanges itself for the active colleague. This happened, and here in big time trouble, Andreikin went astray with rook d2, rook d3 apparently. Still kept the balance to lure this rook here before you go rook d2. Or, you don't even go rook d2, you go here. He's still active enough. But after rook d2, bishop c3, looks like there's no good moves. After rook d3, Boris, the b-pawn, is very, very powerful.
He's a big old pawn. Is that Boris? Lawrence, do I play the marshal? Yes, I do. No, I don't. I wish I did. I really wish I knew the marshal. Would solve a lot of my issues.
Where's the time? It's like hours of study.
It's just so much studying, yeah.
Come to it.
How long do you reckon you need to learn the marshal properly?
Hours.
How many hours?
Like 5.
That's not that much, is it?
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
More than 5, isn't it, to learn the marshal?
I think 5 is fine.
Okay. I'm going to play the marshal.
Boom! British Championship.
That's where I'm wheeling it out.
Exciting.
Man.
Rook d3 played.
Lawrence. God, I've got a troll account. Lawrence.
Oh yeah, Lawrence Trent. He's
right,
around.
I didn't know. Nice. Hi. I've got a troll account on Twitter. You know, somebody took Lawrence Trent GM on Twitter.
Oh, I missed that.
It's kind of upset me. So now I can't even get that. I had to block him.
Well, in fairness, he probably waited for like 8 years before he finally pulled the trigger on that, right?
He asked a poll, how many will I lose more ELO points or hair in my last tournament? And it was kind of...
Wow, that's rude.
Pretty rude and pretty fair also, because I definitely went grey during the last tournament.
But there might also be like a correlation, right? If you lose rating, it will also cost you hair.
Yeah, it could cost me grey hair.
That's what I'm saying.
Whatever hair I've got left.
Black Rook is asking, Jan, when is the next Banter Blitz?
Good question.
Great question, Black Rook. Tomorrow we have a Banter Blitz tournament, I believe, where you can partake. It would be such an honor to have you join that tournament. And it starts at 6 p.m., I believe. I could be wrong.
6 p.m.?
I think it starts at 6 p.m. Registration will probably open.
So what does that mean? So that means that if I play you, I'll be on screen, basically, at some point.
That is what it means.
Okay, and if you win the tournament, what do you get?
I actually don't know. Like, normally there are some prizes.
Okay.
Oh, some crap prizes.
Can I get a signed
You can get
mug?
a mug signed by yourself.
Okay. I would like that, actually.
Who wouldn't?
Lawrence, how many people do you block on Twitter? Actually, like, probably less than 5. Don't block. I quite enjoy trolls, so.
I don't.
No? Do you block people?
I normally mute people because I'm more passive aggressive.
What's mute?
Mute means you can't see what they're saying anymore, but it's not an open declaration of warfare because they can't see that you're muting them.
Right. I didn't know that. I have to check that one out.
Having said that, how come you haven't tweeted anything forever?
What do you mean?
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh. Man.
Man.
The whole man. If you hear me saying man.
That is what people from Hamburg say when we're very upset.
Yeah.
Man.
But in English, it just sounds hilarious.
It doesn't sound that strong, does it?
But apparently, it's very strong.
Man.
Is it
this
strong?
is like the biggest outburst a German can have. Man.
Oh my god. Are you going to lose with white here?
I might get checkmated.
Yeah.
Ambitious Pawn says, I would like a signed Lawrence Trent GM mug. By the Twitter account? Or by Lawrence Trent? I'm not following. G4 King
Chess
F4.
is so hard.
Chess is very hard. That's
It's
the
just
problem.
so hard.
And it keeps being hard. Like every move, there's new decisions. Like, poor Andreikin played a great game.
Yeah.
But then you're sitting there with 5 minutes, and it's still hard. Baron von Schulenberg saying, I read in an interview that Bluebaum, misspelled though, Baron von Schulenberg, so you didn't read that carefully, is considering to become a professional chess player if he reaches 2700 in the next years. If not, then he will study something. So he will be a professional for 5 years and trying to reach 2700, and if not, go back to studying, or he will study and pursue 2700 on the side. And if he reaches 2700, then he will abandon his studies. Which one is it, Baron von Schulenberg? We need more information, because like that I cannot determine. Is he studying? Is he not studying? Will he study? Will he wait to study? Has he given himself a timeline to reach 2700? Which one is it?
Lawrence, what is more likely, me becoming GM or Caruana world champion? I think that's the easiest answer in the world. It's obviously Fabiano becoming world champion.
And we're already being told that Bloombaum also misspelled. Stop misspelling Bluebaum, people. How hard can it be? His name is right here. Just copy paste this. It's probably impossible. Anyway, he already studies mathematics and physics. Those are like the cool things to study, right? I was so bad at mathematics and physics.
Which is surprising, as your parents were maths teachers.
No, just my dad.
Just your dad, sorry.
Oof, so he's probably a smart guy, this Bluebaum.
Wouldn't surprise me if he's a smart guy.
Wouldn't surprise me either. Artur Nawrowski is saying reaching 2700 plus ELO is rather not so simple. Yeah, that's what I've been told. What else is there? How's this game going?
I mean, this just looks totally rando to me.
Cray? I don't know what's going on. Feels like it should.
Why can't I take on e5 for a start?
I have no idea.
Yeah, okay.
Tactics.
Yeah, all right.
Simple mathematics. Bluebaum was laughing in your face.
Okay.
Have you never heard about geometry?
Yeah. Yeah, good one.
Dehenka is saying, I think Bluebaum deserves one of these caricature cartoons. I like those. Yeah, we should bring them back.
Yeah,
bring them back.
Where's the guy who was designing them, drawing them?
I'm pretty sure he's still out there, somewhere. Michael Frey is saying, I will become a professional beer drinker. That's the German word for drinker. They are very similar, if he reaches 2700.
Yeah.
So he won't drink any beer until he reaches 2700, and then he will become a professional beer drinker. Which, I could be wrong, but I've been told the salary in the professional beer drinking business is not what it used to be.
This is true.
Can you confirm that?
This is absolutely true. Absolutely true. Well, he played rook c6.
Did he?
Yes.
P. Diddy.
I think Fedosev will go king f5 because
King f7 looks wrong, right?
Yeah,
you don't want to unleash the dragon.
Unleash the Kraken.
That's true. But it's
the Kraken.
But you can you unleash the Kraken? You can just release him, right?
Yeah.
Artur Nawrowski is wondering, GM Jan, where you would be 2700 question mark. The answer is never. I'm retired. I play one tournament per year, the Thailand Open, where I typically win or lose 5 to 7 rating points. So at that rate, I would need a run of, let's say, 8 consecutive years of winning these 7 rating points, which of course gets tougher, assuming my chess level won't increase. And that's, I think the odds are not in my favor. Then again, who knows? I'll keep you posted on my progress in my pursuit of the 2700.
Pursuit of happiness.
Evans Gambit is saying, Lawrence is great commentator. No need to be a GM to be good commentator. There you go.
Yes.
Pursuit of Happiness. Is that a Will Smith movie?
Yeah.
Is that a real thing? You can't do it in real life, right?
Nah.
I tried. King f5 played by Roger Fedosiev.
I'll lay 20 to 1. He doesn't play Rook A6 here.
20 to 1?
What is Rook A6? No, not 20. I'll lay you 10 to 1 for Rook A6, but you have to bet 10 euros.
Your odds are changing very quickly.
Yeah.
10 to 1, 20 to 1, 5 to 1. Karakan is asking, Jan, could you please explain in more detail why Fedosiev cannot take the pawn in e5 with the knight? Currently, it's not his move. That is the main thing. And the line we looked at earlier was rook to d6, which looks natural in a way, coordinating forces. Then knight takes e5, knight d5 was a very picturesque situation where it's very hard for black to keep his material together because of all the threats. Mainly, I don't even know what the threats are. Rook f6 followed by bishop e5. Yeah. g4 is probably a threat.
Yeah.
It's weird, but long story short, the black pieces are coordinated worse than the white pieces, and white, with all these jumpy potential he has, is a favorite to win material here. So it's risky to take on e5. Still, it's hard to calculate, but you can just, coordinate your pieces like that and hope for the best. It's not like you're running any risk or have any better options with white. Well, other moves, it's not so obvious what Radek should do. e6 is a move that comes to mind when black has to find a sort of spectacular move. Do you think Fedosiev is up for that?
Nah.
This is the most obvious move, right?
Yeah.
Boom!
Come on. Wow. I think that's a tricky move
Boom.
to find.
It's a nice resource. And the geometry works in black's favor. The rook is hanging, the knight is hanging. After e7, knight takes e6. The bishop covers this square. And we would be headed for a draw. But not obvious at all, this rook e5 resource. And if you don't have it, Emil the e-pawn is on a mission.
No, but you go knight e5.
Okay.
Rook e5?
But now I don't have tricks. Oh, geometry strikes again.
Rook e6.
Dr. Geometro.
Oh my god. g4 is a cold shower.
Do you like cold showers?
I do, on occasion.
I force myself to take them.
Do you?
Yeah.
Why?
Just to toughen myself up.
Okay.
So like I've been
Did we have some water
become too
around
soft.
here? What happened to the water?
Oh no, I think there's water bottles standing over there. You have my permission to get up and grab one of them.
Are they just old?
If they're all empty, you can find more water bottles that way.
Alright, I'm gonna...
While Lawrence is staying hydrated, which is very important, we shall have a look at the position in the Bluebone game, where Bluebone played 41 b6. Good timing on the clock as well, that he made to move 40 with a reasonably forced move like bishop c3, and then had some time to calculate the b6 push, and all of a sudden Andreikin will be extremely unhappy, because if Andreikin were to take this pawn, which of course you want to do, the b pawn is just too powerful. Bouncing to b7, rook c8 is a threat. If you go rook b8 to deal with that threat, then white has time to just reinforce his b pawn, go rook b1, renew the idea of rook to c8. In order to defend against that, you would probably have to go passive, which is a recipe for disaster here. After bishop takes a5, white would just win the game with his two passed pawns sooner rather than later. Therefore, it's a tough spot for Andreikin to be in. There is probably no good solution. Rook b8 seems to be the most tenacious. When after bishop a5, at least you can get rid of the a-pawn. This construction, black should survive. Worst case scenario, you can take here and here. So instead of bishop a5, it's better to go rook to c6, cutting off the king. defending the pawn and not allowing the a3 pawn to get taken. When after knight takes f3, white is still in the driver's seat. Something like rook b1 once again. Similar ideas to push the b pawn or to make black go very passive in order to defend against it. Rook b8 has been played by Andreikin, who, yeah, to his credit, seems to have blitzed it out reasonably quickly. Has collected himself after things really have gone wrong for him in time trial. Now we'll see what Bluebomb does. Can you start with rook b1? Looks very natural as well, but it runs into a little tactic. Because ideally you would like to keep this rook flexible. But here, boom, boom, boom. And the king is not a happy camper, because this square is not really available. So rook b1 would be a bit of a blunder. Won't happen. Seems like rook c6 is the best move. And I expect Bluebomb to find that, because with a5 you sense that after rook a3 something's gone wrong. Black is so active. Rook b1 he won't blunder. You want to keep your b pawn. That really doesn't leave that many options. You can give a check first. After king g6, go rook c6 check or b7. It's a bit of a pity to allow this king to roam free. And here after b7, black has the option, I'm not sure if he has to do it immediately, to give up in exchange on b7 and then play rook c3. With the king coming to h5, f3 hanging, a3 hanging, it's probably fine for black. Hence, rook c6, best move. Let's see if Matthias Bluebomb comes up with it. Radek still taking his time. Are we pouring more water?
We are, because we're in for a long one tonight, boys.
Are we?
I would assume so. We're in for a long one. Dinner
You know
plans
what
are
happens
out the
when
window.
you assume.
So let me. I'm gonna message the other half because she's gonna be.
Is she gonna be worried?
She's gonna be worried. She's gonna be asking me about dinner and blah 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 and so on.
I see. This game is still going. That's still very balanced. After knight c3, probably the time has come to take here. When neither side can really use their majority. Therefore, it's just a draw.
Fake news.
Andreikin news. This is the best move. Bluebomb will take a while to figure out. Do you think this could happen?
Oh wow! Yeah, it's not out of the realms of reality, but
That would be a bit unpleasant.
yeah. I mean, rook c6 is kind of natural because you protect your bishop, you protect your pawn, and you cut the king as well, if that's relevant. But it's not an easy move. But actually, I suppose the point is bishop takes a5. And then rook takes a3, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, we looked at this earlier. This is a mistake here. Even rook a5, rook b6 is looming, so here black would be fine. But rook c6 keeps the initiative. The other option is rook c7, king g6, rook c6, king h5.
Yeah, but now the king's active.
This helps black.
Yeah.
Unless you checkmate him. But
No,
you don't.
You never checkmate him.
He runs.
Run, rabbit, run. Surprised the NBL game is still going on. I mean, I don't know what they're thinking about. Like,
I have a feeling it's time to wrap it up. Knight c3, bishop c3.
do you think Wang Yu is just trying to find ways to continue here? But
No. I think it's a language barrier thing. Like Van Yu doesn't speak French, VL doesn't speak Chinese. They don't know how to make a draw. Like maybe they're It's like some awkward sign. No, none of that is true. They're both perfectly capable of agreeing a draw here, if they want.
Yeah.
Let's stop talking. It's very important to be comfortable with silence.
Enjoy the silence. Does Jan enjoy commentating on more boring draws than Lawrence? I don't think enjoy is the right verb, unfortunately. We just appreciate well-played games. In fact, the Blue Bum game has been a pretty good game, all in all. Except the odd little mistake towards the time control.
Yeah, like turning the position from clearly better for black to clearly better for white.
Yeah, but...
Playing bishop c. Bad shout out to Blue Bum. He got a bad position and he fought back. He never made it easy. Like he kept finding resources.
Oh, he blundered.
Did he blunder?
He played rook c7, which is kind
No,
of...
it's not a blunder. It's the second best move.
Well, it's kind of a blunder. Getting the king active is kind of a blunder.
Agree to disagree.
No, let's just call it how it is.
You want to call a spade a spade?
We got a draw!
Finally! So far, MVL and Vladimir Kramnik, having played 8 games together against non-top... I was going to say non-top 20, but I don't think that's true. Wojciech is probably top 20. Have not won a single game.
He's not top 20.
Let's look it up. He might not be top 20. He's 21. You're right.
I got lucky.
And Dutch Defender is saying, at sure. Are we sure? Are we SHO? PS comments on the MVL game. The MVL game ended in a draw.
Over.
And it was good homework by Vachier-Lagrave, who blitzed out pretty much his way into this endgame where white is, if anything, slightly worse. MVL played cautiously enough to never let it get out of hand. And therefore, the game was a correct draw between two very good chess players. Wojciech is in deep thought here. Can he go e6? Can he go rook d6? Can he go knight d7? Can he go knight g4?
Very
so many options.
Position, yeah.
This looks like like a move as well. Threatening knight h6 and rook f6 check. Apparently h5 keeps black in business, but I'm not surprised Radek is taking his time here because there's so much to calculate. Like any random line that comes to mind, you have to check out. And this doesn't seem to work for white. Just saying, it's a very computery position in a way that the pieces have so many options and they're not standard pattern recognition things, but just pure brute force calculation. Like this e6 rook e5, I've never seen that idea before. Also
I played it
rook
once
e1,
against Ducky online.
Against Ducky?
Yeah.
Ah, okay. I'll look it up. What's your online nickname? Is it still BBC1?
No, it's BBC Lover.
BBC Lover? Okay. I'll look it up. So it's BBC Lover versus Ducky. GM Aryan is saying, Jan, I lost a classical game after 5 hours. How do you feel? I'm terribly sorry for you, GM Aryan. After you lose. I don't know, like I haven't lost for a while. Like I only play one tournament and I try not to lose in that. But basically, I feel like my fear of losing a game is stronger than the feelings that losing a game... No, that too, but then the feelings that losing a game actually trigger. It's not... Life goes on after you lose a game. Like, you're not happy, but it's not the end of the world. But the thought of losing a game, I find very unpleasant.
I just lost 5 games in a row at my recent tournaments, so safe to say that I'm an experienced loser. And it's not pleasant when you lose a game, but I will repeat Jan's sentiments, and that is that it's basically not the end of the world. You lose a game of chess, what are you going to do? Try and play better the next game. There's nothing else you can do. Just nothing. Learn from your mistakes. Move on. Life goes on.
I've always preferred to learn from other people's mistakes, though. I don't really think that losses make you tougher, although you learn from them. They might change you, but normally people that, don't really wisen up after losing.
I don't know.
I don't know either. I just made it up.
Yeah. I think, it's not a matter of life or death. If you are in that situation where it is a matter of life or death, you're doing something wrong. Like if your life depended on a classical game.
Like in a James Bond movie?
Yeah,
let's play a game of chess, Mr. Bond.
Yeah.
No, I don't expect you to make a draw. I expect you to die, Mr. Bond. That sounds, so like a tough spot.
If you had to choose somebody from the top 10 in the world, it's a life or death situation and you cannot lose.
Okay.
Who would you choose to play against?
The weakest, no?
Well, it's okay, but or the guy you think you have more chances of not losing against.
Okay, let's look.
So,
at
like
the top
for example, here's the top. 10.
I will make a mortal enemy by whoever I choose, right? Which do I get? White at least. I should get white. If it's a must draw life or death situation, I deserve the white pieces. Not Magnus, because he would take too much pleasure in like killing you literally. Wesley's so tough guy, but probably he would understand that the pleasure of beating you is not worth taking a life, so he might be more sympathetic. He's also a more solid guy, meaning that I would probably make more draws against him. Fabi, I'm not so sure. Fabi is very dangerous for me. Kramnik, depends what Kramnik you get, but this new aggressive cray Kramnik, like you're going to get a crazy game. Also unpleasant. Levon, depends. Levon with the white pieces is a monster. I wouldn't want to deal with that. Levon with the black pieces, I like my chances to draw a game, because normally he plays a set repertoire, and I think I can normally make a draw. Mamedyarov, also too unpredictable. Nakamura, I was going to say, similar to Mamedyarov, even though Nakamura, I think, nowadays is a little tighter, especially with black. MVL I'm quite familiar with, and he also has a fixed black repertoire. Against the Grunfeld, I can probably find some forced draw, right? Vichy, similar thing, very solid with
these
black.
Guys will know that you
Dinglier.
die, so he's not going to play a Grunfeld against you. You understand?
Because they all want to see me dead. You're saying the top 10, they're really dying to see me die.
Right.
Why do you think that?
No,
what have I done to deserve death?
Look,
Why
let me tell you
dead?
the players that I know you wouldn't choose.
Okay.
You wouldn't choose Vichy.
Okay.
You wouldn't choose Vladdy.
Okay.
You wouldn't choose Magnus.
Okay.
You wouldn't choose Mamedyarov or Nakamura. It's
Okay.
a flip between Ding Liren.
I wouldn't choose Dingley.
No, you don't like him. No. Why, you think he's too weird and tricky as well?
Yeah, I can't tell how he thinks.
Actually, you don't know what you don't. His moves don't ever make sense.
Yeah, I don't know what he's up to. Like, which is very very tough spot.
So it narrows it down to Levon, Wesley, or Maxim. Those would be my three. That I think. Well, you would pick one of those guys.
I think Levon, he might also be too delighted by seeing me suffer.
You would choose Wesley. That's my prediction.
Wesley, yeah.
And also, he's a man of
less
God.
Bloodthirsty, exactly.
He's less.
He might be.
He might give you.
Might have second thoughts about doing that.
Do you know who I would choose?
Yes, Fabiano.
You would think Fabiano.
Me and Fabi, we've been through so much.
We have been.
I understand he mildly despises me, but he's not gonna let me die.
I would either choose Fabiano, or I would choose Hikaru, probably.
Ah, interesting.
Yeah, because I've got no hope against Levon or Vladimir or Wesley. It's just too dry. And Magnus, meh. With White, meh. No.
That's a death sentence.
They'd all love to see me die. That's a sad.
Maybe that's the that's the problem, really. That they all want you dead. I think that's
a sad one.
Compromise your position.
Is he going to play Rookie 5 here? He might do it, you know. Because
he's a maverick.
He is a maverick. He might just find Rookie 5.
Which forces a draw, right?
Yeah.
This is really cute geometry. Under attack. So you have to go e7. Boom.
And that's just shake hands immediately. So.
Shake, 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 shake the room.
Yeah. We might get 4 draws. Oh no, the Blue Baum game. Caracarne says, Lawrence, sorry if not a good time if asking a question. Am I still working with Fabiano? No, I've stopped working with Fabiano at the end of last year, more or less. But we speak fairly often and we are on very good terms. And I wish him all the best in life.
All the best.
Yeah. I hope he qualifies for the candidates. That's step 1.
So if last round it comes down to Kayakin or Fabiano, you want Fabiano.
Of course. Would have been
anybody or Fabiano.
Would have been nice, 2 years ago, or a year ago, whenever it was. That was quite painful.
Sorry, man.
That was very painful. We had a great training camp. That was one of the most fun parts of the whole experience.
Can't have regrets. They'll eat you up. It's always a second chance. I don't sound like myself. I'm like built of regret.
Yeah, you are. You are one
I'm
big
one
regret.
walking regret. GM Aryan is saying, I'm friend of IM and GM. It's a pleasure. Must be nice.
If you're talking about me and Jan, then I feel so sorry. You don't want to be our friends, GM Aryan. Yeah, you do. Okay, so what about the... well, actually, he hasn't played Rook C6 check. What is he analysing here? He's analysing Rook B1 because you can't take on B6 because it's check. You understand?
I do understand the power of check. Even though I've never been to the Czech Republic.
Have you not?
Just strange. No,
Wonderful
I don't think I've been
country.
there. I should check it out one day. No pun intended. Okay, pun was intended.
Lots of good places in the Czech Republic. Even Prague is spectacular.
Even Prague?
Yeah.
I think Prague is supposed to be quite nice.
It's
I'm not sure why I've never made it there.
So close as well. I mean,
I know.
I think that's the next holiday destination for you and the family. Take the kiddo in the pram. Right?
In the pram?
The pram?
What's that?
The pram.
What's the pram?
The
Kinderwagen?
Kinderwagen, right?
No, I didn't know that word. Pram?
Yeah. I think the actual word is perambulator.
I've never heard that.
That's
ever.
the... You can
Perambulator?
Can you check that
You have
out?
some weird words that I've only learned
everybody
now
calls it
later
a
in
pram,
life.
but is it a perambulator? Can
Like
you just check
pacifier
that?
was a big surprise for me too.
Perambulator?
Perambulator. Then maybe later we can meet by the perambulator.
Yeah,
That's
there
the
you
kind
go.
of thing that you think you might be into.
There we go. Perambulator.
I did not know that. Finally, we've learned something today. This.
But
thing
everybody
is
calls it a pram.
called A
But
perambulator. Who knew?
if you went to 10 people randomly in the street in England, they would know it's a pram, but they wouldn't call it a perambulator.
Okay. I'll do it next time I'm in England. Even though it's tougher to
Do you
get
have
in
one?
there, right?
You have one, right?
Of course, yeah.
What one do you have?
I have the Mercedes of perambulators.
Which one is that? Wow, you have the Bugaboo Buffalo?
We have the Bugaboo Buffalo.
Oh my god.
It's done an excellent job. This is our pram.
Wow. Is it that color?
It's blue, yeah. For a girl. But I like blue better, so I thought it's more important that I like it than that she likes it.
Do you go around your little town and
Of course, we walked this morning.
Yeah?
Went to the baker, I got coffee, some Roggenbrötchen. She likes having a Roggenbrötchen.
What does she like?
She likes like sucking on the Roggenbrötchen.
Roggenbrötchen.
I don't know what
I don't know what a Roggen is actually.
Yeah, it's just some.
It's bread for kids.
It's not really for kids, but
She can eat it.
she can eat it.
So she's
Bits and
eating
pieces.
solids already.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
They grow up so fast.
Oh my god, A6 he played King O4. He's a coffee house player. He's a coffee house player.
He's going all in.
He's literally... He smelt victory. But what is this?
Victory will not be his. Because here...
What is he doing?
He's forked it up.
He's
Is this just a blunder? Let's confirm. King f4 plate. e7.
Yeah.
Fairly obvious move.
Yeah.
The plan must be to give this check.
Yeah.
King e2. Why is just winning here? You don't have any sensible checks but this one. And then king d2. You can't take because knight d5. If you can't take, then something very bad will happen to you.
Wow.
In the form of knight
what
d5.
a mistake. And you know, it's just so easy to make mistakes.
Tell me about it.
So easy. It's so easy. He should have been a bit more pragmatic, but he wasn't, so he's going to suffer for that. Maybe he'll learn from it. Maybe he won't.
Kara Karne agrees that it's a great stroller.
Strollers.
Team Bugaboo.
Man. Wow, what a mistake.
And Bluebaum in deep thought here. There's a very interesting line. This stuff we dismissed earlier. But it continues. h3 threatening jaque mate. King h4 forced. And king g2 and worry about nothing. Still threatening checkmate. Attacking your horsey. So you have to go g4. This might hold, but it's a mess. Probably it holds though. Yeah, you're active enough.
Wow. Crazy king f4.
Cray cray. Now this is a bit shocking. Fedoseev probably got tired of defending that position. But really he had a bunch of chances to simplify the position to a reasonably easy draw at 2700 level. And he always chose to leave more play in the position,
Really
which really has little upside if the best you can hope for is a draw.
I would understand it if it was A, must-win situation, and B, playing a plank like me, you know?
Yeah, but he's a pawn down against a
a
player that
world-class
outrates
player,
him,
yeah.
so
It
it's
doesn't
no
make any
reason to
sense.
like push your luck that hard. Maybe he thought the other options he had weren't simple draws, but really, here for example, just take it.
Just
Bishop c5, knight d3 doesn't work.
You have to take.
So you go for this, and you don't lose this
You
at
don't
this level.
lose, yeah. Even I would be really confident to make a draw here.
Right.
Would you?
I don't get many compliments, but I am confident. In this position, I'd be quite confident. Like, as confident as you can be when you have to make a draw pawn down, which really is one of the greatest pleasures life has to offer. Andreikin is currently also experiencing that pleasure. I have a feeling he's gonna make a draw as well. Oh, the computer keeps saying this line is interesting. Let's put on the board again. Boom, boom, and h3 key move. Goes rook h6, king g4. This is a typical counterattack by a king that's getting hunted. All of a sudden, the hunted becomes the hunter. Probably get checkmated here, no?
Looks like mate, doesn't it?
Boom, boom. But h3 key move. The difference being after king h4, now we go king g2. We don't allow you here. After
But all
g4.
of this is just so...
So what?
Just a bit random.
Why? This line is perfectly forcing in the position they have on the board.
No.
Of course.
It's just a bit rando.
Didn't happen though. King
It's just
g6,
a bit
rook b1
random.
was played, and king h5, fishing for rook b6 trickery. Andreikin is playing for a win.
Yeah.
He's trying to, you know, keep 3 results in play. Bishop a5, he probably wants to take here.
Not
He's
easy at
hoping
all.
that he can organize some serious counterplay here.
I agree.
Messy.
I didn't like rook c7 check.
No.
Letting this king get active is... I don't think it was a wise idea.
Yeah, well, it's It's also not
We are
easy to give up.
fantastic
this point, and so on.
armchair generals, though. So.
Yep.
Did Wojciech win any super tournaments? He did, right?
I can't recall. Which one did he win? I don't think so.
He won something. No? Maybe he
I can't think of it.
Maybe.
Let's Google him. Chess career, Radek Wojtaszek. He tied for first at the 39th Wilton Cup. Not technically a super tournament. I don't think his Wikipedia is so updated. But it does not mention any super tournament victories. Nope. I don't think so.
Maybe. Yeah, this is all a bit random now. All three
Anything
results.
can happen Friday.
All three results.
What day is it?
Also, Mateus is really down on time now, and I'm starting to get a bit concerned. 16 minutes goes very quickly in this position. You get kind
That's
of
true. Also, the fact that he's used like 40 minutes since they made it to move for 3 moves is not ideal.
It's not ideal, and the problem is that b7, you already see rook takes b7 here, and
Yeah, this could, well, it could go either way because the b pawn also is a major force. But it's always nicer to play for tricky checkmates than trying to queen a pawn. So what happens here though?
well, b7.
Boom.
I think you have to go rook takes b7, right?
Do you think so?
Probably you do. Rook c takes only move.
Because we don't want to get back rank mated.
Rook takes bishop. Rook 7 to b3.
Okay, here at least we run 0 danger.
Rook c2. And
Well,
now
white always has a draw, of course, with rook
no,
3b2.
no. But I'm wondering if he's just going to take that off and take on f3.
No,
No.
this is lost. This is Rezainovich. Can't do that.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Any plans for a team banter blitz marathon? Not at the moment.
Not
But
really.
me and Jan will. When did we do that? That was that earlier this year?
I lost all sense of time. We've done a couple, but yeah, maybe it was
February or
this year.
something, no?
Could be. Have I
What
seen
are-
the movies Whiplash and Cheap Thrills? Is what Don is asking. I did see those movies. Yeah, both of them. Yeah, I think I enjoyed them, even though I didn't quite get the message of Whiplash. It was a message that you're supposed to be a horrible, slightly sadistic teacher to make your student.
Not seen the
Giving
film,
his
so
all.
I don't even know who's in it. Oh, Blueby has. Yeah, he's going down. He's going down here, believe me.
I don't believe you. He took on a5.
Yeah.
Rook a3 will happen. It's nice psychologically to get rid of this guy, so you know you
Yeah.
only have to deal with one. Then you can focus your attention on the other side.
Lawrence wants to forget that banter-thon. I had a great time doing that banter-thon. When I say great time, what I really mean is I struggled doing the night shift. That was really
I
tough.
don't really see you as a man of the Night's Watch.
Game of Thrones. Anybody who has the episode of Game of Thrones that has been obtained either legally or illegally and wants to send it to me, please reach out.
Please do.
I'd like to watch it, but don't disclose whether you were the ones who got the episode via illegal means. If you send it to me, it's not illegal. Is that right?
I have no idea. Probably asking for it is already a felony.
Felony.
And we're being informed that Wojciech blundered. Whoa, he didn't go e7?
Insane.
That's madness. Well, how can you not go e7? What are we missing?
Not missing
And I know we're not missing anything because we have a computer running, but
So
what is
easy.
Radek missing?
So easy with
Are they tired enough that he
Yeah,
just missed
they're just
95
tired.
check?
Of course.
Must be. He must have. Yeah. But this is not hard.
Of course it's not, but
It's
they're
a
just
knight
tired.
fork. Still.
They're just exhausted.
I don't know. This is very, very confusing. And King e2, maybe it will end up being the same thing. His point is that after rook b1, he can be cute and go king d2.
That's
so
really
e7.
cute, yeah.
But there's no need for it at all.
So what did he do?
Probably
Oh,
he's
he
seen
can
some other knight fork. Probably he's seen that here he has bishop e3 check. And then after rook e3, he has knight
Yeah,
d5.
yeah.
But yeah, it's weird. Some double hallucinations. Sometimes it happens.
Of course it does. But now...
Thrifty is saying, you watch GOT on BBC. I always like a good callback. Shout out to Thrifty.
I don't get it. I mean, there's zero... I mean, king g3 is a legit possibility here. Yeah, he played it. Like... Yeah, and now...
No, it's anybody's guess.
Yeah,
If
because
Radek's
if
still
you
winning
go
this.
e7, knight f4, I win all the pawns, I can't lose.
Yeah, this got a lot tougher.
Surely Radek's not going to lose this. Nah, he's not going to lose. Can he lose? Maybe he can lose.
Nah,
No?
he won't lose.
Why?
Trust you me, he won't lose. Kramnik did not lose either, but did not win a game in Dortmund yet. 3 draws, 1 loss for former world champion. The number 2 in the world going into this tournament, he's lost a bunch of rating, is now, I believe, the number 4 in the live rating list.
Yeah.
Won't be happy about that.
It's hard. I mean, you just think how hard chess is and the level that these guys constantly produce. It's mind-boggling. Really is hard. We're sitting
It's a
here,
hard knock life.
cup of coffee, you know. I
don't have any coffee.
I played the first tournament for over a week ago, and it's to keep any sort of levels of concentration, it's just insanely hard. It's really, really tough. Really, really tough.
Chuck is asking a fairly easy question. I like easy questions. Which Kevin Spacey movie is better, Seven or The Usual Suspects? The Usual Suspect is a classic. It has aged very well and remains one of the most clever movies out there. Well, Seven is fine, but it's not. It's not Usual Suspects level. Dutch Defender is saying, Jan, will you read us a story before we go to bed? Dutch Defender is very meta. I don't know. Let's keep that fourth wall in place. Have you heard of the fourth wall?
No, I haven't.
They're breaking down the fourth wall nowadays.
Don't tell
I don't
me
think we
anything.
ever had a fourth wall on Chess 24. I also don't know how to pronounce meta. Will you say meta or meta?
Meta.
Metadata? Meta world peace?
Meta.
As a matter of fact.
I met her on a Monday morning.
Wow. What song is that?
I just made it up.
It's not a song. You didn't
Not a
really
song.
meet her on a Monday morning?
I didn't really meet her on a Monday morning. Meet her on a Monday. Meet her on a Monday. Met her on a Tuesday. Then I met her on the Wednesday.
Have you been called the great songbird of your generation by others?
Songbird.
And our friend Jordan Van Forest. I'm not sure if he's our friend
Jordan!
because Radio Young once insulted him, but he is a very strong young grandmaster. He's saying probably Radek missed something in this line. E7, rook b1, king e2, knight c1. Ah, we should look further into that. King e1, knight b3, king f2, knight d4. Ah, so it wasn't that straightforward. Let's put that on the B-O-R-E-D.
B-O-R-E-D.
That's how you spell board.
Oh, okay.
E7, rook b1, king e2, knight c1. What's going on? King e1, why is that only move? King d2, knight d3. Gotcha. So king e1. Ah, okay, but this is more complicated than missing. Knight d5 check. Fair enough. Thanks, Mr. Fun for Raised.
Fun for East.
How does white win this? I still don't get it. Looks like we're down a piece. Knight d5 check. We take here and we win in the end. Okay, but that's a lot more understandable than just simply knight fork we had earlier. Missing king e1 or quitting your calculation somewhere around here is forgivable.
Yeah.
What's going on now? Will Radek win?
No.
Probably not.
No, because I win all the pawns and...
But if I queen my pawn, you can have all the other pawns. I don't care.
Yeah, but you're never going to win that anyway.
No?
No.
No? Because you play rook b8?
Yeah.
Yep. Some friends become enemies. Some friends become... enemies become friends. In the end, we all learned a valuable lesson.
Yeah.
And it looks like Dutch defender can now direct all his silly questions to Jordan. Beautiful. He's already added more chess value than the two of us have the entire program by pointing out that line. What will happen? Blueby? Blueby's not going to lose. But he might not win either.
That's true.
My phone is doing something.
I think, wow. What? What is going on?
What's going on? The boy by my side and it seems like I gotta run. I really don't know how to operate a smartphone.
You don't?
I'm not good at it, let's put it that way. DJ Ende is asking, why is Lawrence using some American accent? Is he ashamed of being British? Yes, he is deeply ashamed of being British. I can answer that for you.
I am. Just out of interest, what American accent am I?
I believe it's a Boston accent.
Boston accent. Well, but I would love to do a Boston accent, actually.
I've always thought of you as more of a Midwest fake American. Like, if you were a fake American, I'd put you in the Midwest.
Okay.
You have this Midwestern look.
Okay.
I don't even know where the Midwest is.
Okay.
Are you just gonna okay me the rest of the show?
Okay.
Okay. GM Aryan is asking, Jan or Trent, have you beat Kasparov?
Yes.
I can only speak for myself. I have not, but I have a feeling Lawrence has probably defeated
him
in hand-to-hand combat.
Crushed him. No, never played him, unfortunately. You know, given that he's playing this World Rapid and Blitz in... this Rapid and Blitz in St. Louis, do you think if the World Rapid and Blitz Championships were sort of decent conditions, he might have a bit of a taste for that as well, to come back and play the World Rapid and Blitz?
You keep talking about that.
No, I'm talking about the Blitz in St. Louis, followed by the World Rapid and Blitz.
Mm-hmm. I do not know. I don't think so.
I think there's a chance.
And J.D. Caesar. What's the D for? Julius? What's Caesar's second name? Julius Decathlon Caesar? Decimus?
Decimus.
He might have been called Decimus.
No.
Caesar, let's look him up. I always struggle spelling Caesar. That's the level of my education.
No, that's not how we spell Caesar.
In certain cultures you do.
Yeah, mate. We did spell it the way you tried to spell it.
Mm-hmm.
Not well. That'll do. That'll do.
Mm-hmm. Kaiser Sosse.
But that's
Gaius Julius Caesar.
Yeah, Julius.
No D. All right. So, but the Gaius just stands for he was a guy, right?
No.
In ancient Rome, if it was a girl,
I
it
know,
would be Gullius.
And
Julius
I think it's
Caesar.
produced Caius, not Gaius.
No, it's Gaius.
Are you sure?
I'm very sure. I met many a guy.
I'm sure it's Caius.
You think so? Caius?
Yeah, like I would be willing to bet it's pronounced Caius. Maybe in English, I don't know.
All right, so we still don't know why he's called J.D. Caesar. Oops, I closed the chat. What have I done? Will it ever be back?
We love the chat.
We do love the chat.
Without the chat, we are nothing.
Great tourney of Bluebaum. He is having a good tournament, Mr. Bluebaum. And today, everything's still in play, even though I have a feeling a draw is now a favorite, because black has this counterplay, the b7 pawn will serve as an insurance. A white can never be worse. But with this king, it's hard to imagine he can win. Then again...
Okay, question. Can I take
Yes,
that?
question. Answer, no.
Yeah. Just a bit offside here, aren't I, basically?
But you can give a check, little kind of check.
Oh, no?
No, check.
Oh.
And then you start
Molesting.
and you create enough counterplay, enough awkwardness, which really is always, it's always a goal to create enough awkwardness. And then you make draw.
Not easy, though.
Never easy to make draw, even for Fedoseev. It's been a bumpy ride. No, De Henke, you can't do this. He says I should probably cook before getting to Hungary. AFK a bit. AFK, for those of you who are not internet nerds, means away from keyboard. You can't do that. Do you think we ate? I didn't eat for literally 10 hours.
You must be hungry, no?
I am a little hungry.
Should we get some pizza in, or what do you want to do?
No. I wanna not eat anything until this round is over.
Then what do you want to do? You want to go and dine with me?
It depends on the hour of termination of this round. I think it's like 10:30. I just want to go crash. But if it's over in half an hour, we can have a pizza conversation.
I need to know, really.
You need to know?
Yeah,
It's a lot of pressure.
yeah. I mean, I'm dedicating my soul and my life to the cause. And...
Is that true?
Kind of.
Okay.
He played knight g4, so rook b8's kind of...
I think he wants to take.
Yeah. I've been acquaintance zoned.
Acquaintance zoned again? No, I love to have pizza. For the logicians, is asking Jan or Lawrence, what is your recommendation for best endgame book?
Easy
I don't like
answer.
endgames, so I'll leave this one to you.
Fundamental Chess Endings by...
Wow, controversial choice.
Why?
No Endgame University?
Who's that by?
Dvoretsky.
Nah, Fundamental Chess Endings. Just get your fundamentals done.
You want the fundamentals. Isn't there a book like 100 endgames you need to know?
Probably there's that as well.
I'm waiting for the version that's like 5 endgames I need to know.
Endgames are
might do it
extremely
myself.
tough.
Endgames are very tough. You don't like Secrets of Pawnless Endgames? That's not your favorite?
It's up there.
It's up there?
Chess is too hard, folks. Basically, is the problem.
I don't think that's the problem, but we've seen some stunning turnarounds today.
Yeah.
Starting with this game that looked like an Andreikin masterpiece all the way till move 34. language numbers are hard. Where instead of going f5, knight e3, really, installing a kraken, he did play bishop c8, which turned out to be a less good idea, and here he ran into the very strong e4. He's been fighting for a draw ever since. Big turnaround there. In the Wojtaszek game, Radek earlier missed a chance, even though, as pointed out by Jordan, was less clear-cut than we thought. After king f4, to just go e7. Past pawns must be pushed. Had you read your system, Radek, you would know that. The key line being that here, knight c1, which looked dumb, that's why I didn't think of it. You have to go king e1 and knight b3. King f2, knight takes d4. Magically, white wins, because the e-pawn is a nice little asset to have here. Instead of that, he went king e2, when now he should no longer win, even though can't blame a guy for trying. Do you want to have the mouse a little bit? I feel like I'm too mouse dominant.
You are a dominatrix.
I have been called that before.
Rook b8 has been played. That is by far the most natural move, covering against rook takes g6. And now, if you take on h6, I can take here, and basically you're never winning this with white.
It's a sad, sad situation.
And it's a sad, sad situation. And there's nowhere else to go? Is that right?
No.
What is it?
Was what?
The song.
So
Sad.
sad. So sad.
So sad. It's a sad, sad situation. And it's getting more and more absurd. That's it.
Sorry. Seems to be the hardest word.
Yes.
Do you agree it's the hardest word? Like,
No.
I find it a lot easier to say sorry than to say mother effer, for example. Maybe that's just me.
I think that's just you.
Probably it's just me.
Carsten Muller, yep. Knows a few things about endings. Not a big fashion expert from what I understand, but that's only from what I know.
What's this black thing doing there? See that?
Oh, wow.
It's very confusing.
Holy
Is
smokes.
it the microphone?
No.
We don't know what it is. We'll just stay there. Will it
Wow.
hang over us?
Is that tilting you?
It upsets me greatly.
Which one is it? Should we turn us off and then on?
No. I don't know how to fix it. And Evans Gambit says, please analyze Bluebaum game. It is far from over. I agree with that.
Bluebaum game. Bishop c3. So the question is, if black takes on f3,
Dance monkey.
white then pushes, black then says, you know what? Little threat. Little
finger.
threat. If you go rook b2, I then have to check you because this is losing.
That's unpleasant always.
Check here, and then I have check. King f2.
King h3 would be a mistake.
King h3 would be a mistake due to Schachmat. Have to go king f2, rook h1. And now the point is, if you go a move like rook c8, this is losing immediately.
I don't know if it is.
Because
but it's
of check.
dangerous.
Let's say here takes, you have to go rook takes b8. And then rook somewhere, and there's no decent way to move the rook. And you've got these guys rolling. Even this is somehow not completely over, but... so this is really the key position here. Rook h1. And now apparently the move e5. And after check, king somewhere. Even if you give checks, king here. Something like this with these two passes. You know, this is just winning for white actually.
There you go, Der Henker. Out of solidarity is not gonna eat. Attaboy.
Do it, Der Hanker. That is solidarity. Is it that thing?
Yeah, I think it's the... whatever you call that thing.
I think it is.
It is that thing.
It's tilting me a bit.
It's tilting me too.
I'm gonna Jadoob.
Please, Jadoob it back. There you go.
Is that okay?
Beautiful.
Are we good?
We're great. In the meantime, Radek has played bishop e5, which I believe means that they will discuss cette position un peu.
Nothing to discuss.
Isn't there? Rook h6? Why is a piece up?
Nah.
Not a piece up?
F3.
I don't know.
I don't know what
scared.
they say. I'm not gonna go anyway.
And beaten by Quokka says, how
food.
about some Thai food? Yeah, I wouldn't mind some Thai food.
Yeah, actually.
I think I had Thai food yesterday though. I had some nice massaman curry.
Oh, I love massaman curry.
Massaman curry is good stuff.
With the beef and the potatoes inside.
Potatoes, it feels wrong, but it's actually
it's
correct.
really good. We could go to a Vapiano. There's that option as well.
Not really a Thai place. Well,
No.
We could do that.
We could go to... Well, we'll see.
So many options. We'll see.
What else can I say?
I don't know.
What else can I say about this little position? This is a position in which black has to be very precise. Rook e8. I take. You take. I take. You take.
But the sequence is not so easy.
Well, it's kind of forced because
It's forsage.
rook, bish, rook.
Yeah.
This is all forced.
Yeah. It's all forced,
Takes,
baby.
forced. And now takes and problem. If f3, this still draw. Incredible. Incredible.
How's this draw? 91 check. H4. I understand. It's not easy.
It's really not easy to see this stuff. Lawrence is a famous dancer, maybe the best in the chess world. I think that's a slight exaggeration.
Exaggeration? I thought you were the best in the world.
Maybe. Okay. Lawrence, will you do a dance for us since you're already singing? Yeah, sure. I might. Why not? How about I put on a little costume for you as well? And
We do have a wig over there.
Yeah. If you want me to dance for you, Dona, I'll do it for a lot of cash money.
Sounds tempting to me.
Wow,
I'd love
bishop
to give
e8.
lots of money for dancing.
Blunder?
That's what I'm saying. It wasn't that straightforward, that line. Looked kind of lost. Now the battle resumes.
Wow, this is a tough game.
It is a tough game.
Wow.
Let me show you my cold knee.
Who knows?
Can we check the information if they get extra time after move 60?
I really hope they don't. For the sake of humanity.
15 minutes for the rest of the game. This could take a while. Wow.
What did I sign up to? Wow, they get 15 at the end as well? What kind of a time control is this?
It's fairly standard time control. 100 for 40, then 50 for 20, then 15 for the rest. But yeah, it's not short.
It's not Nigel.
Wow, I'm sure no one's ever used that pun before. Like Nigel Short's last name is also the word short. Sick. Yes? Speak your mind. Danka saying, games are very interesting for this late in the round. I agree. Anything could still happen. Here, as long as the e7 pawn is alive. Radek Wojtaszek will not bury his hopes of winning the game.
Absolutely not.
And moving to +2 in the Dortmund sphere.
Wow.
That was very unconvincing. Wow. Are those the standings? I believe those are the standings, but we have to price in that some games are finished, some are not. So we have Matthias Blühbaum on 2 points out of 3 games. We have Radek Wojtaszek on 2 points out of 3 games. Then we have MVL on 2 out of 4. Nisi on 2 out of 4. The Fat, 50%. Kramnik, 1.5 out of 4. Wang Yu at 1.5 out of 4. And Andrejkin, last place, but really has 50%. So if he wins this game, all of a sudden, boom, he's right up there.
All 3 results possible
Cray.
in that game, though, it seems. And he's taking his sweet time.
They're both thinking a lot. Such positions are so hard to play. You try to calculate everything, but you can't. Well, I'm speaking for myself here. And then you just bang out some move like, okay, let's take the ball.
Yeah. It's always... But you do it with an air of confidence, like you've calculated.
Like sit there for half an hour and then okay, take, and then
it's amazing.
They make some random move and you do it again.
Yeah. Just concentrating is tough, you know. Just concentrating is really hard. I think we're still going to be here in an hour, folks.
Is that a promise?
It's not a promise, but it's definitely...
It's a premise?
It's a premise.
Speaking of premise, where's Pramod? Has he left us again?
My boy.
I think he's doing what they're all doing. He's only chiming in for Svidler, fires off all his questions, and he's saying, you know what, I don't care about this tournament. Pramod, you've disappointed us.
Fair enough.
And it will take a while to restore the trust that you and I once had. Are you singing or are you just...
I was actually
whining? Ah, it was a prayer.
Have you ever meditated?
No. Okay. You want to plug your meditation stuff again?
No, I don't, but I'm just asking if you've done it.
No. I read a book on something. It was some mindful thing, but I didn't feel that mindful.
No.
No. Is there any moderator here? I would like to ask them something in private chat.
Oh.
No, Evans Gambit. You can ask me anything. I won't tell. That's probably not true.
Donor is there actually. He's a moderator, right?
Boom. If in doubt, you can always email support@chess24.com and they might reply. Or I don't know how stuff works. That's my problem. I'll just sit here and talk. Donor is saying Phil Jackson recommended, which used to be an endorsement in the old days. Nowadays means like, ugh, don't do it.
Yeah, this is kind of tricky.
Where will we go here, no? And we take the pawn.
Wow, 98?
Okay, now we need to get this pawn. Can we do that? We probably can do that. Boom. Yeah, this looks draw. Because I will pin you, no? Will I pin you?
Jalapin me?
No, the line is this, no? Takes, boom, pin.
Yes.
Must go here, and now must go here.
And you still...
I'm still not managing it. Ah, no, because 95 check also on 94. Oh, okay.
Not easy.
Still not easy. I probably must go here. Body check, like Castamula would call it.
Yeah.
Stopping the king.
Yeah.
And then we go
Good
G4.
luck
That's a
with
bad
that.
move, but not easy.
Even that, like, is not completely clear to me. Like, I'll put a nice line. King C3. No. In that position.
Yeah.
No, in that position we
okay, in
decide.
that position?
Yeah.
Will you put a nice line?
Yeah.
How do we get here?
Something like this. Here. King C3. G4. Rook F6. King G3. Knight E4 check. King h4.
Okay, but why would you ever play King h4? You can take the pawn.
I actually completely forgot you could take the pawn, but we'll put King h4 up there.
Checkmate.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's fantastic.
Pattern recognition, folks.
Did Andreikin fall asleep?
Hopefully.
I don't think he did. But I can't rule it out at this point.
They've still got to make 15 moves.
That's right, they're on move 45.
15 moves is a lot of moves here, by the way.
So, would you consider Bluebomb and Andreikin chess stars?
No.
So you can't say they're the stars on 45.
They're not.
Fair enough.
Are you a star?
I'm a star, in my own mind, which is all that matters. What is stars on 45? Where did that enter my head? Stars on 45. Ah. It's a Dutch music project that had great successes in the early 80s. With their song Stars on 45.
I really don't know that song.
Then my reference must make precious little sense to you.
It does.
Sorry, man. Freegler's asking, did you ever encounter a player falling asleep in competitive play?
Yes.
I fell asleep many times during competitive play.
No, you haven't.
Of course I have. But normally, I did this more in the old days when the pressing of the clock would wake you up.
You're kidding me.
No, this is a lot.
How many times have you fallen asleep?
No, literally a lot. It's easy. You lie there like this, and then you fall asleep. But then your opponent pushes the clock, and you wake up.
What if you don't wake up?
Well, then you're in trouble. So you better wake up. No, but it happened many times to me.
Oh, wow.
Easy to get sleepy during a chess game.
Wow.
Sometimes you need a little power nap while you're playing. The Henke, I had a colleague last year who would fall asleep at work. Tell us more about this colleague of yours, the Henker. Would he take little naps? Are you like at some progressive company? Are you at Google where you have like a little sleeping room?
I quite think those are really very fine in general. And I mean,
I think that
get
in general corporate culture where you're not taking naps is wrong. People get tired and you're much more productive. If you can take a little nap when you're tired, then get some more stuff done.
Exactly.
So I've been to the Google office nearby. They have a lot of fancy stuff. They have their gym there and
why have you been
it's
there?
a nice. I don't know. Like I want to Google something and then I saw Google and I was like, okay, you know.
Are you allowed to sleep during a chess game? Yes.
Of course. How can they check? I wake. Do you sleepwalk? I would think you're a sleepwalker.
Definitely not a sleepwalker.
You're not a
Very
sleepwalker?
light sleeper, unfortunately.
Just sorry.
Little noises wake me up, so I'm
I'm a very sound sleeper.
Yeah, I'm not at all.
I
imagine you're a snorer.
No, it's not.
No? Okay.
I sleep very deeply.
Yeah, I wish I did. I don't. Wow.
Rook d8. He's still dreaming of like some cheapos and rook b3 and then boom.
Yep.
That is his plan, literally. He wants b7, rook b3. But what can the blue star do about it? Because contrary to popular belief, it's not blue bomb, it's blue bomb.
Sorry, it's not?
It's not blue bomb.
It's
blue bomb.
Blue bomb. What's the literal translation?
That is a big mystery because he's lacking the H. With the H, it would be a blossoming tree, as I believe we've discussed.
Right.
But he doesn't have the H. So where has it gone? We don't know. It's nothing to do with the Blue Man Group.
Okay.
I'm guessing it's just one of these names thing where over time the H got lost, but it's still
got lost in the post. Do I have issues with breathing? No, I don't have issues with breathing. I just have issues with sleeping very light.
You should look into meditation.
I do.
What's going to happen here?
I mean, there's no way he's going 93 check, king h1, h4.
That is sick. What is this?
I will give 30 to 1 that this doesn't happen.
I don't understand anything. Which goes to show you what a rich, beautiful game the royal game of chess is. Here, for white, it's about if he has to part ways with this pawn. He at least wants to win a piece and keep his h-pawn alive. So the first line that you calculate is, of course, this one. And I still think, more likely than not, this is where we're headed. Where black has to be very precise to make a draw, but apparently he can by playing king f3, preparing g4. And after h4, his g-pawn would provide enough counterplay to barely hold the balance.
Put on the walls for recording. I don't have problems getting to sleep. I'm saying that I have problems when I'm asleep. That I get woken up very easily. Actually, I take that back. I also get very disturbed by noises when I'm trying to get to sleep. It really tilts me.
Sorry, man.
Need absolute silence. I also like very, very dark rooms. I don't like sleeping with the light on.
I can fall asleep in any circumstances. Like, I can fall asleep here, right now.
If you wanted to fall asleep in the next 5 minutes, could you?
Well, now, I'm not going to. And
no, I know
it's
you're
weird
not.
in such a fake scenario, but I have zero problem sleeping.
What I'm saying is, if you had to fall asleep in the next 5 minutes, could you?
Probably not, because you would yell at me, but in
I won't
theory,
yell at you. Go for it.
No, I'm not going to go for it, but I'm very good at falling asleep.
Alright.
Which I'm not sure. Doesn't seem like a valuable skill, because I've always had it, but I'm imagining it's painful if you don't have it.
Yeah.
It's like with everything. You don't know what you've got till it's gone.
That's true.
And we are headed straight down this line. Knight f6, knight takes e7, blitzed out by Fedoseev. Knight takes e8 will no doubt happen. And yeah, I think we'll get this. See you when you get there.
See you at the river.
When you ever get there.
See you at the river, my friend.
I see you. And here black has a try. Rook d7 looks tempting. Oh, you did, because you've been bad. You get to give it a check, maybe? Give a little check, then go after the h-pawn.
Yeah, that's much more sensible, actually.
Looks fairly drawish as well.
Let's call it all a draw and go home.
It was all a dream.
I used to read Word Up magazine.
Oh, you're a big
Look,
hat,
buddy. Don't start messing with an old school pro. I'm not.
Are you an old school pro?
I'm not your French Montana.
Frenchy.
Waka, blacka, waka, flame.
Waka Flocka Flame?
I mean, I
Gotta
just
love Waka Flocka Flame.
refuse to respect anybody with that name.
What's a better name than Waka Flocka Flame?
I mean, what they used to have such good names, you know, like Melly Mel and Grandmaster Flash, and yeah, just
Jungle Brothers?
Jungle Brother, and just like if you can be outlandish, but you don't have to just invent sounds. Waka Flocka Flame.
Waka Flocka Flame is the best name in the business. What's better, Wally?
Well, I mean, it's just insane. It's just insanity. It's insanity gone mad.
So are you a Biggie or a Puckhead?
Am I a Biggie or a Pack
Fan, supporter.
fan? If I had to choose,
Yes.
Tupac.
Oh, interesting.
There was some energy in Tupac's voice. There was just something so powerful about his rapping. With Biggie, he was clever with wordplay, but he did kind of struggle for breath
Right, he's a heavy guy, but yeah, I enjoyed his lyrics, you know.
His lyrics were good. But no, if I had to choose, I'm definitely a 2-pack. Got 2-pack's greatest hits. And so on. So, Waka Flocka Flame.
Are you Googling Waka Flocka Flame?
Yeah, I wish. What's his real name? It's going to be like George Smith or something, right?
I'm not sure.
Let's guess what Waka Flocka Flames is.
I have a feeling it's not Waka Flocka Flame. That rhymes. Waka Flocka Flame, real name. It's Joaquin Melfers.
Well, I can understand why he called himself Waka Flocka Flame now.
2 Chainz' real name is Tawheed Epps. Gucci Mane is Roderick Davis.
What's wrong with... Why can't people just be called Brian or George or, you know, Jan?
I enjoy the works of Mr. Flame.
Waka Flocka Flame. Waka Docka Dopey Do Delicious. I know I'm being sort of offensive, but you know what? That's my prerogative.
Is it your pre-arranged draw?
What happened? He played Rook H7? This is interesting.
Something's going down here.
No, I mean in the other
game. Going down
game.
for real. But both games are interesting.
Yeah, but
Rook H7 he didn't take.
Oh. Nah.
This? Draw. You take. I take your last pawn. We go home.
Yes.
So you must go there. But then I can also take your pawn. It's just a draw, no? Boom. Ah, see, I can't even tell which piece it belongs to which side anymore. What is this? Boom, boom. Probably a draw, but we don't want this. Must be able to do better than this. I can take. I go here. How complicated is this? These things sometimes are not so straightforward.
Start. Yeah, this is
not so easy.
Yeah, this is not easy at all.
So that's
let's go to the blue bum game. This is really... What happened?
That escalated quickly.
Oh my god, he's going to win!
Is the Bluester
going to win the tournament?
Rook d8, bishop e1, and Andrei played rook f3. Apparently mistake, if we can believe our Silicon Valley friends.
Of course we can believe.
Obviously. Because this was better. Now, in order to double on the second rank. Anyway, rook f3 played. Bishop h4. King h4. And is he just going to queen the b-pawn? Bring the ruckus?
Bring the ruckus.
Bring the Waka Flocka Flame? King h3, rook h7 is probably a bit of a problem, no?
Slight issue, yeah.
Very
it's over. Matthias!
Oh, that would mean +2.
+2.
The blue one win the tournament.
And my prediction from yesterday would be correct. That's the most...
That is the most important. That one of your 18,000 contradicting predictions. Why don't you just predict every player to win the tournament? Just, you know, I mentioned that. Kappa Jr. is asking, Jan, will you be covering upcoming Blitz tournament in St. Louis when that Kasparov is playing in? Sure, I'll cover it in some way, but I'm not sure. I'm not aware of the behind-the-scenes talks if we'll do live stuff or not. We'll figure it out, of course. I am just as excited as the next guy. If the next guy is not Lawrence Trent, who's the biggest Kasparov fan in the history of chess. But I am looking forward to that.
I don't think I am the biggest Kasparov.
Probably not. We like top 4.
Probably. I'm a big Karpov fan.
I
try to emulate his style when I play.
When you play?
Yeah.
Okay. Rook h7. Why not go for a little Kanishek?
Wow.
Boom.
Wow.
Showing off. But let's stick with Matthias, because he might just win now.
Yeah? Well, b7 is kind of...
What did Andrei miss? I have a feeling it's probably rook h7.
Yeah.
Or... even though I'm not sure there's not other ways leading to Rome. But the point is, you can't queen yet, because I'm backranking you. And rook c8 is also a bit of a mistake.
Can you go rook c2?
When?
Rook c2?
Why would you do that?
To threaten... No, I mean... Doesn't actually threaten anything.
No, but rook h7
No,
is
rook
just
h7 is just...
final destination.
Final destination, and we got nowhere else to go.
Yeah.
And Draken seems tired. I'd be tired as well, playing since 3 o'clock. These games are brutal.
What's happening? B7 plate and rook f2. Whoa, but that allows a little move called b8 queen. Takes. What's his point? Oh, he just wants to. Well, just wants to continue the fight like this, but doesn't look like it's enough. Rook is a rook. I'm not sure if you've heard about my book project. I'm working on an endgame book where
a rook is a rook.
One side is a rook up. And doing research for that book, I've learned that the side with the extra rook is often a favorite in the endgame. I don't think this is an exception. Tom 160868 is saying maybe this Borens. I believe they're looking for names of the B pawn.
Borens the B pawn.
Borens the B pawn. Why
no
not?
double.
I always thought of the B pawn as a Boris.
What's the hawk going on about?
Huh? No double on 7th. Hang on. After B8, does he want Dablovich? That's his point, of course.
That's kind of. Queen B6?
Only move Queen B6.
It's kind of. I mean, it's hard, but it's not that hard, right? You just cover F2.
And now.
F3?
Well, you're also attacking this pawn.
And then King G4? There's a check on E6.
Yeah, once the queen gets checking.
Also, you can just take on H2. So.
Well, of course, that's his point. Yeah, we're going slightly mad.
We are going a bit bonks.
And good luck calculating this with limited time, by the way. Like,
and after 5 hours,
This is still very, very exciting. The computer spits out that Queen B6 is winning for white.
Obviously.
But the computer also spits out this is the only winning move for white.
Yeah.
Which makes sense because there's lots of checks threatened. And if you, for example, just go here, there's no way out of daddy and the family.
Let's go to the Federal Save game quickly because he's gone nice.
Very quickly, because I want to stick with the other one.
Yeah, but this has got also. Has he just found a way to completely do the business?
What is going on?
Everything is on freeze.
Every piece is hanging. It's literally blowing my mind. So if you take.
The point is no. Now you go rook e2. This is no. You don't want to take there because you lose everything.
Yeah, but still draw. Give me that.
Yeah.
Looks like straightforward draw. But you can go rook e2, which is even
really
trickier.
Clear, yeah. And the point is rook h8. You can just take on d6, rook e3 check.
Yep. Should be a draw.
Yeah, that's really simple. So.
Fedoseev, in a weird game.
Really
managed
weird.
to finally hold it.
Yeah.
But this blue bound game,
So
of course
why
his
doesn't
idea is to go
the
rook
hawk
d2.
says why doesn't queen b5 work? Let's check it out in the.
Let's think about it real hard. It's actually losing.
Yeah.
My best guess is
F3,
because of f3, and we don't have a check.
With no check.
Ooh. Bad news.
Bad news.
Bad news, bad news, bad news.
So, still
Dubis
bungling
wunderbar.
opportunities here, right?
Another question
So
is,
what's
do we have to queen?
Yeah,
or
so
can we
what's
try to defend
But
from
this
behind?
one, suddenly rook b8 is not clear, right?
I don't know. Would not be a ridiculous move if we are not sure that b8
Right.
is winning. We're just trying to stop rook d2 by threatening rook h6.
The Hawk in the chat. By the way, did you know the Hawk has late regged the British Championships, which has upset me greatly?
It upsets me greatly that you think you have any chance of winning the British Championship, no matter who early registers, late registers at all.
Mama just killed a man. Yeah, you're right.
The Hawk won the British Championship in the past, right?
Won it twice.
Go.
He's a proper player. Proper OG.
OG?
Yeah,
Nah, he's like, he's a noob on the scene.
He's kind of a noob. A noob G.
Noob G. NG.
Oh, man. Man. So we have 12 moves left. He played Rook H7.
There you go. Not easy to come up with this
No.
B8, Queen B6.
No.
This is a logical choice. You also, sometimes you trust your 2700 opponent, you know, if he allows you to queen. And
What
you
if
see...
if I go H5 here?
If you go
Oh, no, now I
H5
go
here,
Queen and Rook takes H5.
then we have too many enemy like this.
Yeah.
And Queen H8. And once white starts checking, it's normally bad news.
Yeah.
So probably Andreikin has to swallow his pride, go here, and keep fighting, because this is not a win at all.
King G1. No, King G1.
No, the pawn is not queen. King G1, we go somewhere. C2. I'd say it's probably a draw, actually.
Yeah.
I'm actually almost certain it's a draw. Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Wow.
Means
There
we're
we
going to
go.
be here for a couple more hours. This is exciting.
Great.
Kasparlsen is asking, Lawrence, what's your favorite music?
Favorite music is... well, that's a good question, actually. I don't have a favorite, I suppose, is the answer. Depends on my mood.
What's your mood?
I could listen to a bit of bossa nova right now.
Bossa Nova?
Yeah.
I'm not sure I know what Bossa Nova is. Is it like some big band thing?
No.
What is it?
It's a relaxing, chill out, Brazilian, Portuguese, Brazilian style.
Some dance related
Not dance.
business.
No, not dance. Just relax.
Google tells me it's a style of Brazilian music and a dancing style.
Might be, but it's more...
It's
most
Portuguese
people
for
just
new
listen
wave. Bossa Nova.
to- I knew that, actually.
Me too.
I thought it meant new boss, but
Yeah?
yeah. Holy smokes, we're going to be here all night.
Beautiful. Good thing we didn't have any plans.
Good thing we
Imagine you had dinner plans and then you're stuck here watching Blue Bomb Andreikin. This is a tough battle, but such experiences are invaluable. Are they?
No. Blame it on the boss.
You know, today I tried to get into classical music, but it didn't last very long. True story.
I like classical.
Yeah, I tried. I got this playlist
Yeah.
with relaxing classical music, so I put it on the train. After 1 minute, I thought, this is driving me crazy.
Right.
Let's do something else.
And then you put on Waka Flocka Flame.
And then I put on some Waka Flocka Flame. See, relax. It's my playlist. I put on Concerto Number 21 in C major for piano by some dude called Mozart.
Right.
Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. I put it on and yeah, it wasn't my thing. Never heard of the dude either. If he had some Waka Flocka Flame features, we'd be talking. Better than that. What else is here? Orchestral Suite Number 3 in D major. Johann Sebastian Bach.
Bach.
Frédéric
I
Chopin.
think it's called Bach.
You think it's called Bach?
Yeah.
I'm German, like I don't know how to pronounce these names. Frédéric Chopin.
Yeah.
Ludwig van. Oh, they go to Ludwig van. I know him from Clockwork Orange.
Yeah.
So, Xerxes. George Frederick Handel. Claude Debussy. Tchaikovsky. Anyway,
We're getting off subject here.
slightly. I'll
Did
keep
you
you
go Rook
posted
B8?
about my
No. Oh, you went
progress
Rook
in
H8.
the classical music scene.
Rook E2, Rook H8 is on the board in Vachier.
Yeah, this is gonna
So
end
this
peacefully.
is really simple, actually.
Peace up, but peaceful.
No, just knight d6, knight d6.
I don't know.
Rook E-
I don't know. I'd be very tempted to take this.
Would you?
I'd be very tempted.
Why?
I don't know. 'Cause I have a feeling this pawn is gonzo.
No, I understand, but the other line, isn't it easier to defend
Rook
knight?
versus knight is really easy.
Huh?
Rook versus knight is really easy.
Is it?
Yeah. Like, it's a matter of taste at this point, obviously. But I believe I would take. Or I would go check, then take. Then take.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactement. We will see.
Anyway, I don't... 60s. Hendrix, yeah. Janis Joplin, awesome. The Who, yes.
Who?
Led Zeppelin, awesome. Yep, I'm into all that.
Oh, we have visitors. I should probably close the door
Because of the cleaners.
because vacuuming might swipe us away. I also need to attend the bathroom.
Please
we
go.
didn't take any breaks
We
forever,
have
right?
literally not taken a break.
Shall we?
in 6
Shall we
hours.
take a break?
Yeah, let's take a break. Oh, but I mean, it's kind
We'll
of...
be back with the finale grande in Alemania.
I mean, I can carry on. I don't mind because
All right, I need to take a leak.
you take not quite the most let's say
High class.
high class way. All right. So in this position, if I were black, I would definitely do this one. I would go here, here. Oh, can actually lose this. How about that? Not king c4, but king b4. I would do this, rook somewhere, and I would do this and this. Because I feel like defending this one is a lot easier with rooks on. And yeah, he's probably not even going to play on here with the extra pawn. So the question is Andy going to go rook b8? There's a chance. Maybe he's just going to go f3 though. Because that's a serious move as well. Because queen runs into rook b8, and if rook b8, rook f1 is mate. So after f3, king g1, I can check, king f1, and then again you have to analyze rook d to d2, rook h6, king g4, and the point is h3, king f4 runs into b8 equals queen. This is quite an important little trick. Oh! What happened? Oh, it's all gone crazy. He went... Hold on. He went rook h7, h5. Wow, he went h5. He didn't go rook b8. He went h5. b8 equals queen. Takes f3. But king f1, rook g2, king f1. Happy days. King g4, unbelievable. Unbelievable. And this is just completely gone. What? I mean, like, you still have to be a bit careful here with right. Because black is taking on h2, but there just aren't that many threats. I mean, if I go here, rook takes h2 here, is this any good? Just doubling on the f-file? I mean, that's a sort of... This is a way I would think about playing because, you know, I basically win this pawn. And I assume that this position is very winning. Just anything. And it is a rook, right? I mean, you're just going to have to play around a bit. So, wow, Mateus is actually going to win this now. Yeah, a rook is a rook. Jan was right. And in the other game, they've swapped down to basically the endings we were talking about. In fact, exactly the position we were looking at. Rook h3, rook g8 takes. Why you would go rook h5 here? Well, he did it to protect the pawn. Knight e4, and he's gone g4. And knight f6. And we've got a rook and knight versus rook ending, and you won't believe what happened in the Bluebaum game.
I will believe it.
He played h5.
Right.
Pretty sick. Just
playing on a rook down?
Yeah.
It didn't feel like going rook b8.
No,
like they both seemed to be a bit on the edge.
Yeah, I mean, to allow this, and now...
This looks hopeless, no?
Yeah, of course it does. And he played the move I suggested, rook f8. This is the most human move. Oh, thanks. Because after rook f8, if you go here, you just double on the f file. And
game over.
That's all she wrote.
Wow, that means Blue Bomber is going to move up to...
He's going to win it.
+2.
He's going to win the tournament. I have a question. Can I do this with Radio Jan for the last round?
No, probably not.
Why?
He's normally not in the mood. Maybe he can do a cameo the last day. I'll check with him.
Can you message him? And
No, I doubt it. He doesn't play well with others.
Is Jan eating beef jerky?
No, it's
a Duplo.
It was a Duplo. We have a lot of healthy organic food around the office. Gluten-free, vegan.
I have been eating good, and then I came here and it's been bad. I'm still pretty tan from my...
Must be nice.
Yeah, look, he's just done what I thought. Just double on the f file.
Yeah.
Just hopeless.
Yes, resigns.
Rook h3, e5. Resigns.
That is odd. This h5 move is odd because rook b8, it's clear that you're not losing. Or not losing on the spot, is what I'm trying to say. So, yeah, why? He would prefer to go h5? I don't understand.
Maybe he saw takes king g4, rook a6. Okay, you still have to find rook h8.
f3.
No, but king g1.
I have a feeling I'm going to win.
Yeah.
No, you want to do this. You won't be happy with the results.
Yeah, this is how it would pan out. Yeah, h5 is really a howler, actually. I mean, he needs to resign now, Dmitry.
Yeah, that was a strange decision.
Yeah.
Like earlier, I understand it's not what the computer asks for, but there's rook f3, rook f2, b8, queen rook d2. It makes sense, but after rook f7, I don't know what escaped his attention. Maybe he still thought that he has rook d2, and then last minute realized that there's rook h5.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the explanation.
Yeah.
Yeah, it clearly shows that they were both getting very tired.
Yeah. Out of curiosity, I just want to let's just entertain.
Please entertain.
Rook e2.
Yes.
Rook takes f3.
Yes.
Rook takes e4. Are there any fortresses here?
No fortresses.
None at all.
No bravery.
Let me put one up there.
Please put one up.
It's going to take a bit of creativity.
Take your time. Is this the fortress?
Yeah.
It's not a fortress, is it?
I don't know. That's my question.
It's not.
No. I suppose it's not, but...
Zugzwang immediately, no? Rook g8, king h5, king f2. Doesn't look very fortressy to me.
I suppose you can just block the third and bring the king in, right?
I can offer it. Rook exchanges along the third, or go rook h8, rook a8, rook g8 behind. No, this has to be
never.
Very
okay,
winning.
well we have this position: rook e5,
similar.
rook e8, rook g2,
Rook g2, forcing king h4 looks like a good start.
Is it?
How do you do this? Like, you're a rook up, that really helps things.
It's like you're trying to work it out. It's like you're just a rook up.
I don't need to do anything.
Here, here, and now here.
h4.
Yes.
Isn't this your fortress?
Yes. You were going to get it. With another pawn, it's a fortress. Nah. Still not another pawn. This game, there's just nothing to analyze, basically, until we get to a critical position.
This is a draw. I'm surprised you didn't go for rook versus knight, but this is also... It's nothing to do. Just don't blunder your rook. Don't let your king drift to a8. But if you keep your rook at a distance and pin the knight whenever it's appropriate, there's really nothing that can go wrong here.
Should we just demonstrate very quickly?
Please demonstrate.
Let's say you even got really far pushed back. The pushback. Let's say you got really pushed back here. Let's make this... Let's just do something like this. What to do? Something like this.
I've learned a lot from this line already.
Something like this. Even this is an easy draw because you just pin the knight. And if we can somehow get it so that the knight is on e5 when we do that, even this is a draw. Because you come over here and you just give checks. And you just check from behind and you check and then you just pin. And when you pin the knight, white just can't make progress.
Yeah, but there's no way you can be forced to the edge of the board even like. I would not want my king on the back rank.
No, but I've defended this one increment. It's really simple actually.
Yeah.
You can be on the back rank. I mean, it's just so drawn. Thank God it's not rook and bishop versus rook, is what I'm saying. You ever had that actually in a real game?
Yeah.
With the bishop?
Yeah.
And?
I drew it, no problem.
Who did you play?
Lars Schandorf.
Lars Schandorf, the Danish Grossmeister. Rook f3, check king h4 on the board.
You think Andrekin's going to hold this?
Yeah, be nice to just like...
So like Waka Flocka Flames?
Waka Flocka Flecky, Flicky Flicky, Licky Licky. Not really much to analyse. It is just a rook for 2 pawns. Rooks are worth 5, pawns are worth 2. That's a +3.
No, pawns are worth 1.
Sorry, pawns are worth... He has 2 total. It's a kind of winning position, theoretically.
It does look pretty good.
What does that mean? Blue Bum's going to be rated 26.58 after this game?
Winning rating left and right in this tournament.
He'll be 26.70 by the end.
Boom. Is he still playing Dieter or they played first round?
Yeah. Who does he have to play? Let's check.
Are you checking?
Yeah, we're gonna check a bit. We're gonna check
Should I help
yourself.
the checking process?
Check yourself or you wreck yourself.
In the meantime,
he has got Wang Yue tomorrow with the Black Boys, and then he's got White against Vachier, and then he's got Black against Kramnik. So he's got
he has a decent schedule until he meets Kramnik with Black.
Well,
Wang Yue is not the most aggressive of players. Against Radek, you really want to be white, not black. Therefore, yeah, I think it's decent pairings.
Yeah. He's gaining 9 at the moment, so wins today will be 15 rating points. Wow.
Boom.
What does that feel like?
I wouldn't know.
I really wouldn't know.
I do know, actually. When I was a young man, I once had +2 and won 15 rating points.
Where was that?
In the Dortmund tournament.
Wow, okay. It's
Felt,
the Andorra
no, I didn't
Open.
feel that good. I think I was very stressed out.
Okay. The Andorra Open starting. One open that I have very fond memories of.
I also played it once. It was nice.
Yeah. Very, very well organized tournament. Some very strong players.
Are they very strong players?
Sunil Weermantra, the stepfather of Hikaru, is there.
Does he qualify, and I mean no offense, as a very strong player? He's like, what, 2200?
2170. Romain Edouard.
Wow.
Constantin Lander, Yannick Gozoli,
They are very strong
Jean-Marc
players.
de Graaf,
Allez.
Daniel De Vreni,
Chess is very tough.
Tal Baron, and so on. Arthur Kogan.
It's loaded.
It's kind of loaded.
Yeah, I like playing there.
Yeah, I would like to go back there.
But you
What
won't.
happened in the Portuguese league? Hold on, my
Isn't
boy
Pepe
Pep.
Cuenca
He
playing
is.
there?
So he won the first round against Alex Fear, which was a great result. Let's see, how did he do in the second round? He won the second round.
Boom! Cuenca on fire.
Third round, Pepe drew. That's not bad against the Grandmaster, 2500.
Fourth round.
And the fourth round, what? Wow!
Wow, he's crushing it.
Wow, he's absolutely crushing Pepe, gaining 12.
3 out of 4.
Getting back to where he should be. Pepe crushing.
Get back to where he once belonged.
Absolutely. Crushing the field, crushing souls.
Taking no prisoners.
That's my boy Etsu, also doing well. So the Portuguese team championships, yeah. Oh, there are 9 rounds? Wow, so sick. The Scottish championships are taking place as also today. No, not interested.
I'm very interested. Andrei Maximenko is Scottish.
Yeah,
Oleg Korneyev. These people aren't Scottish. Can't fool me.
kind of Scottish.
Danny Gormley, he's not Scottish. Mark Captain. None of these players are Scottish.
That's irrelevant.
How can it be the Scottish Championship? It's an open tournament and the highest placed Scottish finisher gets the title of Scottish champion. Is that how it works?
Something like that. We haven't had much. I mean, we could be here for a while, right?
Beautiful. Because Andreikin is sticking to his fortress. Actually, at the risk of sounding dumb, it's not super easy to win this, right?
I really hope it's not drawn.
No, it's not drawn, but it's not super straightforward, I believe. Because I think you have to double rooks on the 5th at some point, and then you're allowing a check on the 2nd when you get, your king to the back rank, and you gotta handle with care. Let's say, whatever, rook a2 check, rook e2, rook, I don't know, a5 or a1, rook e5, rook somewhere, rook d2, rook somewhere, rook d5. First of all, there's rook h6 as well, but then probably rook d1, and I triangulated you. Yeah.
Oh, that's nice. We'll put that on the board. That is very nice. That's nice, actually, to cut the king.
Break formation.
So
So you have to go.
Oh, I hate doing that.
Why did you?
Because I am P. Diddy.
So I think this is the plan. But here, you have to at least allow king e1. And again, who cares, right? Rook a1 check, king e2. No, you gotta keep giving checks, I think.
And then?
Yeah, the problem is the king just runs into.
But you have to be
great wide
careful
open.
not to
No,
bungle
this
it.
is probably a draw.
No, apparently it's still winning.
So yeah, the king is close enough. But after rook d2, I can just go back to wherever I was, and we keep the dance.
So what's the idea? That I bring the king... I'd probably bungle this with like...
No, I should be winning, but yeah. there's
But
still
like
some
the
work to
problem
do.
is like if you
Well, it is
bring...
work.
If you bring the king over really far...
We have 2 rooks, that really helps.
Ah, there's this move as well. Why is this so...
Because we have 2 rooks.
Ah, there's always a tic-tac.
No need for tic-tacs. There you go. Really helps to have an extra rook in the end.
It really does, yeah.
But it could still take a bit. Oh, Wojtaszek really trying his best to induce a rook blunder. But okay. It's very hard to blunder your rook here.
No, it's not.
It's not that hard. It's very unlikely that this will happen to the Fed.
Also,
Yeah, knight d1.
those are 3 ways to blunder the rook immediately.
Probably the only 3 ways to. Rook f1 you should also list.
Rook f1.
Are those the only losing moves in the position? Oh, that's true.
I think that's it.
Yeah, that's...
So,
That is the list. Let me see how Chet and the boys are doing.
oh yeah. Oh my god.
The Henke can't understand why Andreikin doesn't resign. No, you don't resign here. You made it all the way. You wait until you lost your h-pawn. Once these rooks are running up, rounding it up, you can probably resign. He does. He can understand why Andreikin doesn't resign. Fair enough. Beaten by Quackers. Saying that's how the US Championship appears to be. How is it supposed to be? Evans Gambit still has a question. No games tomorrow, guys.
Yes.
Tomorrow's a rest day. I'll be here, of course, because I enjoy coming here. We will play the Banter Blitz tournament at 6 p.m. I also want to take a look. I shouldn't promise any videos, because I never... don't always live up to all the stuff I promise. The problem is...
Tell us the problem.
Do you know this, whatever it's called, the Stanford character test, where you get like 4 letters? I'm an INTP.
Yeah. Is that the one? Is it the emotional intelligence one?
I don't know, like they test something. It's not just emotional intelligence, but you get a bunch of questions.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm an INTP, and often when I say stuff, it's just running ideas by other people.
Right.
But then they take them for
Gotcha.
bare planning, and you get in trouble. So that's my excuse for everything. But yeah, I'll be doing the Banter Blitz tomorrow. The Banter Blitz tournament.
Okay.
What is there to say? That has not been said already. I think Blue Bomb has a different plan. He just wants to go here. Then if you go here, he wants to go rook e5.
Yeah,
No, but
it's the same
it's
thing.
the same pattern. Yeah, at some point you need this. Because this does not
Doesn't do anything.
help. Evans Gambit is asking, can you draw bishop and rook versus rook against computer? Probably, but computer strangely does not go for the best winning tries.
Right.
So for a computer, it doesn't help you to like drive your king to the other side of the board and so on. So against a computer, at least I tried this once, this straightforward second rank defense, got the job done. But against a tricky human, it's much tougher. Are you enjoying yourself?
I really am, yes. Why hasn't Fedoseev made a move yet? That's what I'm kind of concerned about.
Maybe they agreed to a draw.
I hope so.
I think I would play king c6. But maybe rook h1 or rook a1 too. But I believe it would tilt me to allow knight c4 check. So maybe I'd cute to play rook c1. Just fighting against. Yeah, they're still moving around.
They're moving around. Moving around and backs on the Scooby Snacks.
What song is that? It's running around, right?
I think it's... Is it Bloodhound Gang? Can we look at
Colin
that?
did not understand anything about what I just said.
Were ye? Can we get that song? Running around.
I don't really know the lyrics. They only exist in my German head.
How does it go?
So in my head, it's robbing banks all days for the Scooby Snacks.
Yeah. Thanks.
But Google is pretty smart, like deciphering what I'm trying to tell it.
Whacked on the Scooby Snacks, is it? Or high on the Scooby?
I don't know what Scooby Snacks are either.
It's from Scooby-Doo.
Oh yeah, Scooby Snacks?
Fun-loving criminals.
Fun-loving criminals, Scooby Snacks.
Yes.
Probably the Scooby Snaps tipped it off. Song text. Let's see the real lyrics. Oh.
Running around.
Oh, wasn't that far off?
banks, all whacked off of Scooby snacks.
They are actually robbing banks.
Yeah. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Fun-loving criminals.
Well, it makes sense that they would rob banks. They're criminals and they love fun.
Yeah, they were a good group.
Mm-hmm.
Are a good group, I should say. Nothing to say, guys. Rook and knight versus rook and bishop. Just pin the knight and we're okay. So we're just not...
Maya's Brig, that's what the thing is called. Maya's Brig. You should do it.
Oh. Yes. The Myers-Briggs, the four. Yeah, I think I know what I am. I'm a ADDCG.
Well, there's no question you have ADD, but I don't think that's a possible result from this.
Okay.
But I could be wrong. No, carpal tunnel is a different thing. Come on, Radek, this is a draw. Have a little faith in the Fed. He must be fed up he didn't win this.
Yeah, he'll be fed up that he didn't win, probably. Yeah, I don't want to analyze this.
You don't?
No. Because there's nothing to analyze. This one is more interesting.
I'm into wrestling. Best thing since wrestling.
Ah, I know what he wants to do. He just wants to double on the 5th.
That's what I've been saying.
Yeah.
You want to double on the 5th and then run with the king.
Right.
And then win. And there's nothing you can do about it. Are you hungry?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's fair to say. Are you?
No.
No?
No.
You don't want to eat with me?
I love to eat with you.
But you don't want to? Nah.
Let's see how long this takes.
I mean, this shouldn't take that long.
Love Wetman, says Eminem.
Yeah, I was kind of a fan of him at the start, and then obviously he had a whack album, wasn't it? One whack album, 2 whack albums?
Yeah, one bad one, but the one after that was good again.
I just liked his edginess at the start, and then he just got a bit, I don't know.
Wasn't he always edgy?
I did memorize the entire lyrics to...
Stan?
No, the other one. When he's a superhero.
Huh?
Just like me? No. This looks like
Real
a
Slim
job
Shady?
for me, so everybody... It's time for me.
Doesn't sound like you memorized the entire lyrics, to be honest with you. You don't know the title, you don't know any of the lyrics.
Without me, it's called.
Isn't it called Real Slim Shady?
No. That's... I'm Slim Shady, yes, I'm the real Shady.
Yeah, it's not
that's
called
not the
Without
one.
Me.
There's one called Without Me, that's the lyrics that I was talking about.
Okay.
I think it's called Without Me. I mean...
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
You're right.
2002. 15 good old years ago.
Time goes by, huh?
Incredible. I could... Do you want me to rap the whole song?
Please.
I'm not going to do it. I can't do it.
Not going to be able to do it?
I do. Are you going to do it?
No.
Okay.
Put up the lyrics real big so everybody can read them.
Okay.
Oh, Obi Trice on that track.
Obi Trice.
Trice.
Is he still around?
No idea. Was he ever around? All I ever heard from him was on this track, I believe. The good old days.
Really, the good old days.
See? He's like me with Radio Young. He created a monster. Nobody wants to see Marshall no more. They want Slim Shady. That's how I feel. That was a good song. Forgot about that song.
It was a good song.
It's a good song. Yeah. I like that song.
Looks like Hamburg's going to get some storm soon. I hope so.
Uh-oh.
I hope so. It's been very warm. And
Shacho's a very wise man. He says, time flies like an arrow. Fruit flies like a banana. I've played a lot of Fruit Ninja, and not all fruit flies like a banana.
It's a good one, Shacho. It's a good one.
Time is simply how you live your life.
No.
All right, Andrejkin, what are we going to do here?
Yeah.
How you want to handle this? You want to resign? You want to think for like another 60 minutes? You want to like move your rook somewhere so we can get this over with? I don't even want to fight with you, man. I'll leave you right where you stand. Is there any bungalow potential here? Not really. Well, with the rook on b3 it's worse than with the rook on the a file, because king c3 will hit it. So we should probably give him at least rook a4 to be fair. Something like this we're gonna get.
Yeah. We are going to get something like this. You're right.
Am I right?
Yeah.
Did I bring a charger? No, but I still have 46%.
Wow.
It's nice, huh?
What phone is that?
It is this invention by Apple, I believe they call it the iPhone.
Right.
The iPhone.
Which number?
I have no idea. I
It's
don't
a
think it's
5.
the latest one. No, it's the 6, I think.
Oh, you got the 6. You poor thing.
Huh?
You poor thing.
Well, there's been 2 new ones, which I don't have, right? But no, I'm loaded. I can't afford a smartphone.
Do you have a million in the bank?
Yes, I have 1 million baht. And probably in Vietnamese dong, is that the currency?
Vietnamese.
I really have lots of money.
You've been to Vietnam?
Yes. At some point I went to the bank and withdrew like 6 million. See, it's really...
One Vietnamese dong is 4.4 times 10 to the 5.
1 euro is 26,173. But this is a point.
Yeah, 26,173, more or less. Just, yeah. So how many euro dong in euro?
I can't do math, like I said. I'm not a blue bomb. I'm not studying any math, any smart stuff. But I'm aware.
1 million dong is 38 euros.
There you go. Also, I withdrew a lot of money when I got these 6 million. Boom! Rich!
What were you doing in Vietnam?
We played a match against the Vietnamese national team. Then the Escalifur, or whatever it's called, volcano erupted. And we stayed there for an unscheduled extra 2 weeks. It's
Wow.
beautiful.
Who do you think is going to win the tournament, Jan, after Mateus wins this game today?
I think after today, you gotta go with Radek Wojtaszek.
Are you joking?
No, I never kid.
Okay.
You could do this. You know, get it over with. Shacha also knows the lyrics to Marshall Mathers LP. Yeah, I also know most of them. Christina Aguilera, better switch me chairs. Let me sit here between Carson Daly and Fred Durst. Hear them argue over whom she gave. The rest is not for PG-13.
Okay.
Little beep, put me on beep on MTV. Oh, he's cute, but I think he's married to Kim. He. I should download. Download an audio on MP3 or upload?
Probably download.
Show the whole world how she gave Eminem. Beep.
Beep. Very nice. How are we doing for...
It's good. It's a good album. I haven't listened to it forever.
Great album, yeah. Great album. How about Andrekin? Has he ever heard of...
Andrekin? No, I think he's a little younger. He's probably not that familiar with the Marshall Mathers LP.
No?
He's probably just Dima Andrekin. He's just a regular guy, and I don't know why. All the fuss about him. Why? Because you guys just lie just to get me here? Sit me here next to Britney Spears? I'll listen to it when I get back home. I will listen to it forever.
Please do. It's really difficult to commentate on when there are no moves. Yeah,
Blue Bomb is winning. Wojciech is drawing. Thank you guys for watching.
I mean,
I stopped sitting up like a while ago. Like I look tiny, but I'm really very tall, man. Look at this. Boom! So what can we talk about? Like you're done watching TV. What newspapers do you read? Do you read the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Guardian? What are you reading?
I read the New York
Sun,
Post.
Of course. The New York Post. Yeah, I thought so. Breitbart.
Absolutely, big Breitbart fan. And I read a bit of what's the one in Germany?
Bild-Zeitung.
Bild-Zeitung.
BZ.
Yeah.
Do you watch a lot of Infowars?
I'm an Infowars
junkie,
fan.
I've been told.
Yeah.
Fox and Friends?
Yep. All of the non-fake news media I watch.
Gotcha. Shacho is an old hip-hop hat. Shacho and I think we're probably similar age, because I was listening to all this stuff. Bambula I listened to the other day. Gefährliches Halbwissen is 1-2. They're forgotten nowadays, but it was a fantastic album when it came out. Die Omi aus dem ersten Stock, die mich aus der Reserve lockt. Dendemann. These are legends, but it's for Germans.
Okay.
I still know all the lyrics from like these German rap albums 20 years ago. It's sick. I really do.
Did you ever go to a German rap concert?
Yeah, I went to a lot of this stuff when I was young and cool. Like, these guys are all from Hamburg, like Beginner and Semi Deluxe and 1-2. So yeah, I went to a lot of that.
Yeah?
The old days.
The good old days, huh?
Good old days.
Not a care in the world.
Not a care in the world. Like, what was I doing? You're going to school, you like
played a bit of chess.
You don't do your homework, play a bit of chess. Have your 18-year-old friends buy you booze, and then you go to one of these hip-hop jams, they call them. Sit outside.
Nowadays in Hamburg,
good old
it's
days.
Just not the same. The nightlife scene is a bit...
I've been retired from the nightlife scene for 20 years, but the music scene is also not the same. Like this 187 Straßenbande, it's no beginners.
No, yeah.
When do these chess players eat on tournaments like these? Actually, these tournaments are nice because you can just go in the back and there's like a room with food. There's sandwiches and stuff. Shacho is now... What is this? This is Semi? Is this Eimsbusch style? I'm not sure which one this is, Shacho. Oh yeah.
We've got no moves. We've got no moves, guys.
Semi Deluxe and Mr. Schnabel.
Mr. Schnabel.
I don't know, Mr. Schnabel. He never had.
Hopefully, I'm going to see Mr. Schnabel a bit later tonight.
Mr. Schnabel.
Yeah.
Artur Nawrowski says, "Come on, Radek, it's a draw." Radek knows. They both know.
They both know.
And I wouldn't be surprised if they already agreed to draw. Also, I have a feeling that the transmission might be a little stuck, because there's no reason for the Fed.
Yeah.
He spent 2 hours in this position to move his rook somewhere.
So can we check the main page on Chess24 and see if it's on there?
No, we cannot.
I think we can.
Okay, we probably can. Semi-Deluxe am Mikrofon dran am Anfang. Das hört sich krank an. Ich will an allen Ufern ankern. MVL against Vachier ended in a draw. In case you were wondering. But I'm pretty sure they are operating on the same PGN we're operating on. I have a feeling this is a transmission error, because Fedoseev would not spend an hour here. Colin, what's going on?
Do we not, if it's...
We don't go home. If this stays like this all night, I'm going to sit here all night and say Fedoseev could go rook c8 or rook c7.
Maybe you'll go rook c1.
Or rook c1. Which would be a bit of a mistake. Are you opening your pants again?
Yep. Remind me to bring shorts on...
Shach was asking how I like Fish Mob. I had the Fish Mob album, but I never really got into it. Like, most of my friends from those days were celebrating it, but I wasn't much into it. I was into some other weird stuff at some point. Abstürzende Brieftauben. It's not hip-hop, but German music is very weird. Artur Nawrowski is wondering, GM Jan, are you teaching students now? Not really, except for Lawrence Trent. But I'll let you know if that policy changes. Blitzky is saying, enough of music talk, let's go for some sport talk.
Agreed.
What sport do you want to talk?
Anything except basketball.
That's the only sport I know anything about or care about. So everything else I'll just be trolling. I know literally nothing about football. Madrid won the Champions League? Real Madrid? Okay.
Only team in history to win it years back to
back. Back to back to back?
Not back to back to back, just back to back.
Do they have the German guy, Toni Kroos?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or as we say in English, Toni Kroos.
Toni Kroos? Like Tom Cruise?
Alright.
Who's the best English player these days? And I know it depends.
Yeah.
Is there anybody good?
Harry Kane? Striker?
He's called Harry Kane? It's a fantastic name for a striker.
Yeah, it is.
Wow. Shout out to Harry Kane. What happened today in the Tour de France? I don't know, but I did watch Tour de Pharmacy, starring Andy Samberg, John Cena, Dolph Lundgren as an old John Cena, Jeff Goldblum as Andy Samberg, in the Here Now, and many other celebrities. It's less funny than 7 Days in Hell, which was really funny, but still worth a watch. It's a mockumentary of the Tour de France and the drug intake that allegedly happened during.
Anything with John Cena has to be top class.
John Cena plays a cyclist, but he's a really doped up cyclist. That's why he has all the huge muscles.
Okay.
How about actual football transfers? I could literally not care less, Blitzky. Shacho is asking, how do you like the semi-final Brazil versus Germany, being an English guy?
The funny thing is, I was actually with Jan.
Were we in Gibraltar?
We were in Gibraltar,
watched there, right?
Yeah, I was with a bunch of Germans.
Oh.
And they were celebrating in a very sort of restrained way. And they watching all the Brazilian players cry, and all the Germans took great delight in seeing these guys cry.
That's not wrong. They were just happy. They won. Nothing to do with Schadenfreude.
No, it was Schadenfreude.
No.
It really was.
No, I did watch that, but yeah.
We watched it together.
Oh, yeah.
It was the whole team, actually, that was down in Gibraltar. Those were the days.
So ask, how could you falter? You're the Rock of Gibraltar.
Precisely.
Make a move, people, or resign, or make a draw.
I mean,
do something.
I think we're going to have to, in 5 minutes, if we don't get an update, we're going to have to...
I'm staying.
Okay, you stay.
I find this too exciting. Like, I really want to know how these games end, because it's not like we know that Blue Bomb's going to win.
We do,
and
actually.
Vojta is going to Draw. Colin saying the games aren't finished in the PGN from Dortmund. Yep, looks like some transmission error. Unfortunately, we don't have any chems.
No cams.
No chems. To confirm. King Lee is saying, hi Jan, love your commentary. You should start every question that way. You probably still will get a condescending answer, but I do appreciate it, because flattery works. In your show about Kramnik's first game, you didn't mention anything about e4, c6, d4, d5, ed, cd, bishop d3, knight c6, c3, e5. I don't know anything about that move. And black after d, knight e5, knight f3, knight d3. What do you think, Jan? Why for the save didn't play e5? No one ever plays e5 in that position. It's literally the first time I hear about it. And all my life I've been... Game ended in a draw, by the way. Fede say of Vachier-Lagrave.
Yes.
Boom. Yeah, I don't know about e5, but I don't think e5 is a good move. Queen c7 or knight f6 in the main most. We have some more moves here.
Wow.
This ain't nothing but a summer jam. He's gonna give a bunch of checks. Then he's gonna go g3. Then he's gonna lose. The bloop +2. Who would have thought in the sole lead after 4 rounds? 3 out of 4.
I hate to say it, but I predicted it.
Yeah, you did. You also predicted he would lose today. Multiple times. Did I tell you I got wireless headphones today?
You did, yeah.
I'm very happy about those.
Yeah,
I don't know what I've been doing all my
I
life.
think it's time for me to get some of them as well.
These things freak me out though. I can change it, I can get rid of them, but they annoy me.
They annoy me as well, yeah.
Where am I supposed to put them? Like in my ear?
Yeah, it's not a
so
good
weird.
design.
Another question, which I actually Googled earlier.
Yes.
Say, do you carry this in front or in the back? Like the cable?
It must be in the back.
Yeah, that's what Google gave to. But it also felt strange.
No, but it looks silly when it's...
It does look a little silly.
Yeah.
But it's very convenient.
Very
because
convenient,
you can have your phone anywhere.
Yeah, it's...
You can do it in the gym, your phone lies somewhere.
Yeah,
you just
it's really nice.
around.
I'm getting some. You're right. I've got some
there's always this
headphones,
cable into your pocket.
Yeah, it's just annoying.
And the sound quality is very good. Who would have thought?
Yeah. Modern technology, folks.
But it looks silly.
Yeah, so do you.
Wow, that's very hurtful. I don't think I want to have dinner with you after this.
Okay.
Rude insult.
That's fine.
I really hope I feel.
I might go and have dinner with Fika.
You do that.
We're now friends on Facebook.
Boom! There you go.
Now I know he's a true friend. Rook A3 check played. The thing is, if you come over here and go here, it's still really easy.
Still really lost.
Because anyway, here we take the check, and we just...
Thing is, a rook is a lot of material in a rook endgame.
Right. So Rook A3, he is just gonna... Ah, he's come this way.
We've come so far.
Yeah, it's just almost impossible to bungle this.
It's gone, baby, gone.
Here, check. Here, check. Oh. Whoops, not that move. Here, and then just down. And, like, this just runs into check. This is also a good check. So, move like this. This, unfortunately, the white king is still too close, I think. No, wait, there is one trick. Because this might be a draw.
You're a magician of not winning this position.
No, this is what I'm trying to say. There's just one trick. This is a draw, folks.
Who knew?
Incredible. Incredible. And the point is, you don't go in front of the pawn, which loses. You go this way.
It's called shouldering.
Shouldering. Do you know, I learnt the word for shoulder in German.
Mm-hmm.
Schulter.
That is correct.
and I know the word for blade.
Okay.
Blatt. Schulterblatt.
No, blade is not blood.
No, blade is in here.
Ah,
It's
yeah.
Schulterblatt.
That's true. Did you learn that because the street is called Schulterblatt?
In Schanze, right? Is that correct? It's in Schanze?
Yeah. The twins are probably in Schanze.
Would you say you're well accustomed with the street names in...
No, but I have Google Maps.
Okay.
Nowadays, I don't go anywhere without asking my Google Maps.
That's true. Most people don't.
Do you?
Yes.
Do you like to delve into the great wide open? Thing is, if Andrekin had another rook, he'd be even better. But since he misses one rook, he's sort of lost. The problem is that generally, in chess, materialism is a very healthy habit to have. And two rooks can often outclass one rook. For example, here, you can use both rooks
to gang up on the pawn.
To gang up on Goran the g-pawn. And even if you use your one rook to defend it, normally the both rooks will get the say eventually. Here, for example, rook g3 check. And wherever you go, Goran will be gonzo next move. I believe Matthias
he found a
has
good way.
gone for rook
g5.
g5.
That's a very quick way. King f3, rook h3. King f4. Maybe he wants to.
Would you go rook h4? I think you would go rook h4.
I think it's Banglabov.
John L. Banglovich. But this is still pretty good, this plan.
Yeah.
Ganglovich.
Gamelovich.
And I'm reading, Dmitry is a wiener. Not to resign is extremely disrespectful. Is 1600 would win this 100% of the time.
No,
could not disagree more. 1600
would bungle this 50% of the time.
At least.
At least?
No, that's probably
No.
not true.
I mean...
But yeah, I don't think it's rude to not resign here.
Yeah,
Like you
I
wait
agree.
till you lose your g-pawn and then you resign.
Yeah.
Tell
Question.
me. Mm-hmm. Beautiful. Rook f5.
Yeah.
You might have thought I'm a 1600, but it's a 2 in front. Gimme.
Yes. You play king f3. Now we're just looking for
Rough and brutal wins.
rook
Doubles
h.
down says it's a basic win. A 1600 will win this 100% of the time. Well, you're wrong. What else can I tell you?
Is rook h3 drawing after rook g4?
Well, it's not drawn, but it does not make your life any easier.
Like, rook h3, rook g4 is a good way to start the bungling process. Just rook g8. No threats.
Yeah, this is what you want to do. Rook
Yeah.
g4, rook f5.
So,
Ed Wallen is saying, could you commentate on the weather, please? I can. Let me check the weather, because I don't go outside. I just check the weather on my phone and then I get upset about it. It says it's raining. Oh, there's going to be thunders. Lightning, thunder tonight. Oof.
I'll probably get caught in it on the way home.
Wow. Scary. What about tomorrow?
What are you going to do?
I don't know.
Tomorrow?
Take the long way home.
Along.
Tomorrow's gonna rain. Who would have thought? Hamburg City. Friday is gonna be sunshine. Weekend, no thunderstorms. Looks good. Pretty good for late July or whatever we have. Like. Bit of thunder, bit of rain. King f3, and yeah, rook g8 is the way to do this. Rook f5, bit of a mistake after rook f4.
Banglabov. Rook f5, rook f4. Did he go rook f5? Tell me you didn't go rook
No,
f5.
no, I didn't.
Bogulabov.
Did you study the games of Bangul closely?
He was a good player.
Was he?
I think so.
And he's playing 8.
All right. Time to wrap this show up.
The end is near. Rook G4, Rook F5.
Good night.
Buenos dias, Matias.
Matthias, doing things for the fam, the German fam.
This could be the time to resign.
Yeah, this is...
Because it's very hard to stop.
Yeah. This is the time.
Did you have the time of your life today?
The time of my life. And I swear it's so true. Happy with that?
How often did you watch Dirty Dancing when you were a teenage girl?
I have seen Dirty Dancing.
Did you imagine you were a baby and Patrick Swayze would catch you in his strong arms? Is she called Baby? She's called Baby, right? I'll pretend like I'm
I
not.
learned one of the routines, one of my first ever salsa
See?
things.
Brutal Winds was still bungled here by going Rook G3.
Yeah.
Yeah, tell me more about your Dirty Dancing.
Yeah,
routine.
so it's called Hungry Eyes.
Yeah,
Do you know this?
of course.
No, you don't. Hungry Eyes.
I know all about it.
Da-da-da-da. So the first ever time I learned salsa, we had to learn this routine, which was horrible.
Sounds like really
I did get
traumatized.
laid
Beautiful.
via the routine,
There you go.
and since then I didn't stop
The routine or getting late?
the salsa.
See?
Well, actually, I have stopped it now, but until recently.
Leonard is saying no one puts Jan in the corner.
That's another film, isn't it?
No, it's the same film.
Is
That's
it the
why it's
same
funny. No one puts
Oh, no one
baby
puts
in the
baby
corner.
in the corner, right? Oh, I was getting confused with Connor. Put the bunny back in the box.
Are you confusing that with Size of the Lambs? It puts the lotion in the basket.
No, I'm not confusing it with that.
I know which scene you're talking about.
Do you in Conair when they're on the plane?
No, it's not on the plane.
Yeah, it is. Surely.
Put the bunny back in the box. Isn't that on the ground with the little girl?
That was lightning outside, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thunder, lightning.
Very, very frightening me.
Hang on, I'm getting some feedback on your singing. Nah, don't worry. We're allowed to sing real badly.
Oh.
Penguin Do says, my son asks what is getting late. That is when it's really late at night. It's approaching midnight and it's getting late. So you want to go home before the thunder
That's
starts.
true. That is true. I wanted to finish the routine and
Actually,
go home.
I remember the first time I heard that expression. It greatly confused me. Someone wants to get late.
Thunder
It
and
is
lightning,
thunder.
guys. I'm going to get a nice wet head of hair on the way
You're going
home.
to get a nice wet head of hair.
Hungry eyes.
Andrejkin does not want to go home yet. He's hanging around. Hanging around.
Well, isn't it exciting?
I don't know. It's the most fun I've had since earlier today when I wasn't doing commentary.
you just like...
And rough and brutal wins. Could you please explain how the white king will come all the way over and triple on the pawn after rook f3? I'm curious.
Kind of like,
Tell me. Because so trivial. Please explain the winning plan in your own words.
well, but go back a sec.
Nope. John Vanderwall says, good points, I don't have kids. De Henke is right too. It's dangerous to make up explanations for expressions because they will use them and think that's what it means. Penguin Do's Kit, don't listen to what we say. I believe that is the best advice I can give.
I don't care.
Because especially Lawrence is a very unreliable narrator. Rough and brutal wins, but you keep saying this is basic. Don't look at an engine. So please explain without an engine. How do you win? Like just explain me the basic winning plan. I'm curious.
It's not easy. It is easy, but
I normally wouldn't put him on the spot like that, but he's been saying 18,000 times how rude it is for Andrejki not to resign and how basic it is for every 1600 would win this 100% of the time. So I'm curious. Do you break the engine, by the way?
I hope not. Oh,
That's
God.
okay. We don't need an engine for this one because we're highly qualified chess players.
Are we?
I'm highly qualified. I would say in the world there's like only 130 better chess players than me.
No, I disagree.
You disagree?
I would say there's a fair few below you that have got a right to...
I disagree. I think I'm actually underrated. Not by much.
I disagree. I think you're overrated.
I disagree.
About 100 points.
No.
50 points.
No.
30 points.
No.
20 points.
20 points it could be. Yeah. I've been moving in this 2620 till 2650 window pretty much my whole life. So, maybe if my average is 2635, I'm currently 5 points overrated.
For the logicians, as Jan, something off topic, but what is your favourite thing about being a father thus far? Good question.
I like everything about it. It's
No, you
really,
don't.
I do.
Do you like
Nothing I
changing
dislike.
nappies?
Yeah, I'm completely fine with it.
Yeah?
Takes 1 minute.
Do you like it when she's sick on your shirt?
Yeah, it doesn't bother me. I don't like it when she's sick. That's the only thing that's...
I mean, not
Sad.
sick in general. I mean, when she...
No, I understand. I'm saying I don't like it when she's sick. Hasn't happened much, but yeah, once or twice, because she's just not herself, and you
What does
worry,
she like?
you know, you
She's
understand.
a conversationalist, or like her father?
I don't know. Frankly, she's not good at any language yet.
Okay.
It's a bit disappointing, and I will have her tested. But, we communicate in other ways. No, I'm enjoying it greatly.
Will you send her to learn English?
She's probably going to learn English eventually.
I mean,
no, poor girl's going to be
Is she
very
going to be
confused.
speaking?
She's
What's she going to be
exposed to
speaking?
like 3 languages.
What's she going to be speaking at home? Is the
I
question.
speak German to her. My girlfriend speaks Norwegian to her, and a lot of English around the house, obviously, too. So she's going to be very confused. I don't think she's going to speak anything. She might just, shut up.
Okay. We're not getting the moves, so it's very difficult for us to... Should we check the... Let's do it manually. Let's check the...
Rough and Brutal Win says the white king will come over and help rid the g-pawn or provide mate. Nothing black can do to stop it. Okay, so I play rook f3.
I think we're crashed, by the way.
I think we crashed big time. We can't even make moves anymore. Which is fine. We'll just restart the system and you will get the pleasure of watching us full screen.
Hungry eyes.
Would you say you have very hungry eyes?
No,
No?
not particularly.
You wouldn't say that?
No.
Are
Do
you
you know
more
a
of a
good
lying eyes type?
Vietnamese restaurant
Eagles?
around here?
Around here, no, but I read there's a good one, like Schlump somewhere.
Schlump is a bit far in the storm.
That's true.
Schlump. One of my favourite stations.
Schlump, you like the sound of it?
Yeah. This is...
I need to find the live PGN. This can only take hours.
Schlump.
There you go.
Die nächste Haltestelle, Schlump. That means the next station or stop.
It does mean that.
Schlump. And Schlump means it's an 18th century instrument.
It is?
That Germans used to use to humour themselves.
I did not know that.
Yes. Shaped in the shape of an orangutan's
penis?
penis, right?
That's what I thought.
No longer a friendly show. My daughter 5, curious as if you hope she didn't just hear that last.
I apologize.
It's curious if you're...
Rough and brutal wins. You're not making it better by saying it's basic. The White King will come over. I do nothing. Your king is over. How do you come further? Please explain. To help threaten mate or create zooks against the g-pawn? I have all the zooks in the world. Rook b3, rook a3, rook b3. Show me.
Show me the money.
Okay, I'll stop it. I'm
Let's
just trying to hammer
game.
my point home that it's not trivial for... Yeah, it's not resigns, and a 1600 would not win this every time.
So... Let's go to the board.
Where shall we go?
So they can see it. So if rook a2 check here...
Nah, I just want to go king g2. I just want to wait.
Wait and see.
Wait and see.
I just want to wait and see if you want to be with me. Oh, Yanni.
Jesus. It's really getting out of hand. We shouldn't be allowed to do shows this long. Like all of a sudden
it's been a long time. It's nearly 7 hours, guys. So forgive us, you know, for being slightly loopy loop.
What is it, rough and brutal wins? You're saying, yeah, if you're not decent at endings, true, it would draw? What is the winning plan? That every 1600 will play? Nah, I'll stop. I'll stop giving you a hard time. It's obviously winning, but it's not clear-cut. Because you have to, this pawn is pretty far advanced.
You have to go rook d5. I mean, that's obvious. And then you block
is
the
it?
sec. Yeah, because you're... Oh. Is that winning, though?
Is it?
But can you go rook d2, Jan? Is that winning just?
You do the math.
I think that's winning just, no? Yeah, but
Just in time.
King f3, king e1 is
Yeah,
winning.
that's winning.
King f2, rook f8 is winning.
Winning-ish.
Yeah, we're in. So that's what you do. You put the rook on the d file.
But
rook b3.
just not going to be able to do it. Huh?
Check. King e2. Rook f7.
I enjoy this. I get a sick pleasure out of this.
Rook g8 is good enough. Yeah, king f2.
You did it!
I did it, baby! Woo! Look, he's just holding along the third.
Yeah, also after rook d8, rook d2, I can still go back to the third.
Huh? No, but then I've got to check, no? Oh, but then king h3 and...
Game continues.
Oh, God. God almighty, save us. I'll probably draw this, actually.
Faust fan is pointing out the correct idea, I believe at least. You go here and here. It takes is lost because the king is very close. After check. This pawn is gonzo.
Gonzo.
Okay, you can give a bunch of checks, but
yeah.
it is gonzo.
Gonorrhea.
Rook g5. What's...
Have you ever had gonorrhea?
I don't know what that is, so
Okay.
I think not, but
You
who
can
knows?
Google it and then don't talk about it. But
Okay.
I don't think you have.
Me neither. Do you
He's
say
not-
neither or neither? You say neither, right?
Neither, right?
Who says neither?
He's kind of just moving up the G file though. He's got to be careful he doesn't 3-time repetition this, right?
He'll be fine.
He's just getting some time on the clock.
Yeah. There's not a lot of time left, by the way. They're more or less operating on increment. Poor Blueby. At some point
he's going to be exhausted as well.
He's dying up there. But he will win. Like, eventually, you're going to do one of these things. And they're all winning.
No, because you see rook e6 g2 maybe, and you start to... Yeah, king 8 g1. Haven't you just got the same position with the g-pawn?
Ah, you're saying we just...
Yeah, you just improved the g-pawn.
There you go. Go on.
Not easy.
Not easy at all. Shout out to Andrake. It's so hard to beat these 2700 dudes. Like, even a rook
How annoyed
up there,
would you be here? Like,
I'd be going nuts. Like, cray. Resign already. I'm a rook up.
Would you retire from chess if you didn't win this position?
No.
In 1 in 100 times, would you bungle this?
Yeah, of course. It's down to 24 seconds. Like, you gotta make a move. The thing is, it's hard to bungle it with one move, but
it's actually hard to bungle it ever. No.
Yeah,
No.
Start saying all kinds of Phantoms of the Opera.
You don't do this, king e3.
Boom!
Even that's
Even this probably
winning.
lost. It's so sad.
It's really easy, that one, but... Rook h6, king h3.
Okay.
Rook g3. Bungle of the Opera.
King g4 check, unfortunately. So
It's
close.
unfortunate. Even this is probably winning.
I don't know, it looks winning, right? But I can't see how.
Of course it's winning.
How's it winning?
Because it's rook on the... Just any rook move.
Any rook move?
Rook h8.
H8?
Sorry, no, sorry.
H8?
Sorry. Rook g3 is what I'm talking about.
This is what you're talking about? This is your win?
Oh my god. Is this winning?
I don't think it is. Not gonna happen, not happening.
Rook f6.
And Lawrence Trent is completely correct, of course. This game should be mentioned in Jan's upcoming book. I think this will be the whole first chapter. G2 is draw according to table base.
Wow.
Wow.
Holy smokes, he bungled it. This is incredible.
Where's my boy Rough and Brutal wins 1?
Yeah, G2 might be a draw, boys.
Why is this a draw?
Because it's the same position as before, but you're advanced, so in all of the rook lines where you give the rook, it's just a draw. Like in all.
Yeah, you had to give a check first. The idea is correct, but you want the king on G2.
Why not king G1?
The king was going to G1. Yeah?
Ah, no, rook h3.
No,
king G2. No, what's the difference?
It's very tough. And yeah, G2, king G1 has happened.
It's a draw.
Whoa.
That's insane. Wow. And Drake,
drama, baby.
Like, Mateus just won't believe this after the game.
He won't be happy.
Yeah.
If this is a draw, I don't have a clue, but I trust.
Feels like a draw now because you
Tablovich.
don't escape from the checks ever.
No. Yeah, whenever there's a rook trade, it's normally a draw because you always have king h1.
Yes.
Whoa.
Wow. I'd be so tilted. Rook d6. Is it still winning?
What's that about?
No, because the...
Check.
No,
rook
but that's
G6
winning.
Plate.
Huh?
Can we go here? Just for funsies?
Also, that's very interesting.
Check.
That's not bad. Wow.
Stalemate.
That would be nice.
King h1 looks like a good move.
Yeah, it looks like a really good move.
Just being even more annoying.
But here... Just looks like a draw, right?
Looks draw, yeah. Eelroll's asking, is it really a draw? Does everything we know about chess not matter anymore?
That's true.
Why? We know about chess that you don't mess with passed pawns on the second rank.
Yeah, he let the pawn get too advanced. It was never easy, though.
Shout out to Andrakin. He found this construction, and frankly, I don't find the win easy here at all. I'm sure it exists, but it's like, yeah, you must do something very precise.
Yeah.
And it's not so important what the engines say here. They will count pawns. This is 5. This is only 1. But the table bases probably know if this is a draw or not. And I can't see a winning plan on this. Drama, baby! Rough and Brutal wins 1 says these guys aren't table bases. I do agree.
Yeah, any move is a draw, which is helpful. King H1 is really nice, though.
Colin is saying some smart stuff, like some link to a table base. Shall I fire that up?
Fire that up.
Ah, but I have to put in the fan, that's what I was talking about. It's too complicated for me.
Yeah.
I'm not really a chess fan.
Not going to put in the fan.
The fan has been running forever, though.
It's been nice, though, right, with the fan?
You like the fan?
Yeah.
Are you a fan?
Yeah.
Fan.
Yeah, poor Matthias. I kind of feel bad for Matthias as well.
Yeah, it's tough, but also kudos to Andrekin for just defending like a lion. Strong like lion. But yeah, it's unpleasant if you're in a winning position, you're playing there.
But there are still some lines where you can bungle this with black, right?
Of course.
So, like...
Bungling John Malkovich.
So, like, here, he's going to give a check.
You go back to base.
Yeah, and now let's say I go... here.
Boom! What's your point, good sir? Let's say I give another check. I'll give a bunch of some more checks.
Yeah, sorry, I need to do it with the other rook.
It's a draw, so you can do whatever you want.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I'll go this way.
I still give a bunch of checks. More checks. Hang on. No, let's give more checks. What's your point?
This now looks winning.
Check.
This is what I'm trying to say. There is one way to bungle this. Am I right?
I was gonna play this, but this is really unpleasant.
Really unfortunate.
This is not a legal move. Even if it was, you'd still win. So how do we draw? We should probably
move the king, yeah? King H2 or something like that.
Go somewhere here. But hang on.
King H1. No, that's a bad move, allowing King H3. Come on.
This is winning.
Yeah, that must be winning. Once I get my king there and can block a check, that's...
You are not wrong. So...
And king...
You can give this check.
But now king G3. And I block the checks again from the side. Like king G3, rook A2, and then rook F6.
That's true.
So that's bad.
So you'd still win this.
I wouldn't still win this. But hold on. I'm confused.
Hold up.
King H1, yeah. That's the move.
Now we can at least try some things.
Can we?
Check.
Oh no, this is winning now.
It looks very dangerous.
King F2, rook F8. Oh my god. No. Well, no, this is winning.
Win the witch.
Maybe he's gonna win. I don't understand anything.
We don't know stuff. I don't know stuff. Rook E6. I'm gonna have to analyze this game very carefully for my upcoming book on rooks up. Faust fan says rook H3 now loses in 50 moves. I'm not sure which position. I should wise up and get the fan as well. Where's the fan? This is the fan. Control C. Where do I input the fan?
But I don't think it's with the minus 890. Oh, it is.
You don't?
Okay.
Okay, I am now smarter.
King G1.
King G1 draws. King H2 draws. Hang on.
He played rook H8, King G1.
Ooh.
Oh, but it's horrible because you can't.
This is hard input.
Yeah, you can't.
What? No information available? Give me the loop.
There's no king on the board. All right, I'm not going to watch you do that.
Why not?
Because it's tilting.
You're not enjoying it?
Kind of tilting.
Is it upsetting you?
Yeah.
Whose move is it? It's white to move. It's a draw with every move. Except for probably rook h1. Maybe rook h2.
Yeah, they both lose.
Rook h3. Rook b8.
Yeah, there's a bunch of losing moves. So rook d6 he's played. Okay, hold on.
It's very annoying.
Why is this a draw? I don't understand anything.
Rook b2 or rook b1 draw?
Yeah, this is the point. Like, there are a lot of moves that lose here.
Yeah, rook b2 makes a lot of sense though.
Okay.
It's kind of obvious you don't want to allow rook d1 checkmate. So I believe most of the losing moves you can rule out. And the two moves that stop the checkmate.
Ah, but now you can't block checks ever. Why did he do rook d6 if you can't block checks?
He wants to block checks.
No, but he can't.
He wants to.
Rook d2. Ah, but this is...
It's a draw.
Why?
Why not?
It's a draw. King g3.
Nietzsche.
It is a draw, you're right. So rook d6 was really... Rook b2 is a really easy draw, actually.
Well, you can
You can...
reshuffle the deck, I guess.
Can you?
Maybe you can't, maybe it's just checks.
No, you can go king d1.
Raffenbrühl wins says rook b1 is forced.
No,
I
he's
beg
not...
to differ.
Rook b2 also draws.
I'd go rook b2 all day long. And twice on Sundays. Rook b2, king f3 on the board. My best guess is he's going to give another check.
It's probably a good guess.
It's very tilting to do this. So, interesting little tidbit. Rook b1 draws, rook b3 draws, rook f2 loses.
Or any rook along the second loses.
Any other move loses as well.
To mate in one. So it's
less surprising.
Not so surprising. Yeah, rook f2, king g3 is obviously losing. You got to give a check here. I mean, it's not really rocket science, folks.
It's rocket science.
It's rocket science. God. Man.
Still got it. I still got love for the streets.
Man.
Let's see what the engine says. Engines are not so useful in such positions. See? Still
Yeah.
+3. It's a draw, Bram van Eynatten. Well, it's a good thing we did not get to go home soon.
Yeah. Really great.
Bram Van, thank you, man. What other movies did influence your childhood? I know Dirty Dancing was a big deal for you. What else was there? Anything else that...
Johnny 5.
Johnny 5? Oh, in German we used to call it Nummer 5 lebt. It's a tearjerker for kids.
It's a real tear.
Really? Yeah. It was
The
very sad.
robot. And it was very sad.
I know.
Brought me
I'm
to-
not trolling you.
Brought me to tears.
Same here.
Did it?
Yeah. Nummer
Very
5.
sad.
Johnny 5. He was a good guy, Johnny 5.
It really was.
Harold Van Heringen says, wow, another chapter to the thinnest book ever, German sense of humor. I think if your sense of humor needs that beaten to the ground joke, you might want to do something about that. At least you should mention the other thin books, like British cuisine. Sorry, Bram, I'm not focused anymore when it comes to pronouncing names. Let me try again. Bram van Eynatten. Is it I? What's the EIG sound? Make moves, people. King d3. Let me go back to the... Oh, it's so upsetting to do this. Nothing has ever tilted me more than entering the position here. Whose move is it? It's black got the mover. Every move draws now. King f1, king f2, rook a4, rook f4, rook b3, rook b2, rook b1, rook b5, or rook b7. That's the list.
But rook g4 loses.
Rook g4 loses, surprisingly. That's a really dumb move too, after king e3, you know what I'm saying? King e2, yeah, you've really...
No, not king e2, yeah, you're right. Oh, God.
Go premium. Oh, you already are premium, yeah?
Send money. More.
Yeah. Ilroy is asking, is Matthias the kind of guy who can just shrug this off, or will it torment him for weeks and months and years? I don't think. If you're in the lead in Dortmund during your second super tournament, you're not going to be tormented, even though you didn't win a good position. So I think he's just going to be focused on his next game. But of course it's upsetting if you play for 8 hours, lose a lot of energy, and then don't get the job done. But I think he's going to be so high on adrenaline and focus on the next game that won't bother him that much. Harold Van Heringen is asking, so why is the engine not smart enough to understand it's a draw? You can't trust engines in end games where one side has a big material advantage, where it's either a draw or a loss. They will just say +3 or whatever. Normally it's a good tip. If the engine keeps giving the same evaluation for a long time, then it's a draw. Even if it's +3 and it doesn't go up, that means it's a draw. But you can also pimp your engine by feeding it some table bases.
You're right.
There you go. Did you watch Pimp My Ride with Exhibit?
I did, yeah.
I'm not surprised.
My kind of show.
It was all fake. It was very upsetting to find out. Like, these things would not really drive. What was the company called where they would take it? Like, Chessplayer007 says, Jan, we are in chat RO Premium. Do you want a double premium from us? First of all, I was being facetious. Secondly, we are uploading these things to YouTube after the round is done. We're not everybody's premium. So go premium, you YouTubers that are not watching this live.
I'm just messaging my family that I'm never going to see
He
them
passed
again.
away during Dortmund round 4, the most prestigious tournament of the year, featuring 2, not 1, but 2 top 10 players that have yet to win a game. West Coast Customs, not West Coast Orders. Was it West Coast Customs? I think it was West Coast Customs.
Oh my God.
The thing is,
Oh my
Harold
God.
Van Heringen says, I would have thought Andrew programmers would have covered
Ethereum
this.
has just been wrecked.
What?
Oh God.
West Coast Customs is what I'm saying. What's happening?
Ethereum.
Ethereum?
Ethereum. Ethereum.
What are you talking about? You're losing more money with your crypto?
Oh my God. Someone just stole 32 million worth of Ethereum.
Boom.
And I think the thing has... It's not really boom. Oh my God. Oh my God. I've lost like... I'm not even going to go there. Let's just carry on.
Do you want to talk about it? You want to go on break?
Oh my God. Somebody stole 32 million.
Maybe it was a time cop. Travel back in time. With technology from the future. I shouldn't even joke about it.
Oh, I suppose if
I have no idea what you're talking about, but it sounds like it's a big deal.
When you say somebody stole $32 million worth of something is pretty big, no?
I don't know.
Rip. Rip F.
John Vanderwall. All right, shall we make a draw?
Yeah, maybe he's bungled it though. Yeah?
King F2, was that a mistake? Let me ask the table bases. It's going to be very upsetting to put the position in. Extremely upset. No, it's a draw. King G1 or King G3 draw.
Okay.
Hang on, I got the wrong position. This will drive me insane. Eventually, this will drive me insane. Do you think you will go insane one day?
I think it's going to happen pretty much tonight.
I have a feeling it's getting worse for me all the time. Like, most of my fears are based on going broke, starving, but I think like mental health is a much bigger problem than financial.
You're worried
health.
about going broke?
No, it's not exactly rational, but yeah, I have like all these thoughts. I'll be sitting on the streets, but I think I should care more about my mental health, less about my financial health. Raff and Brutal wins 1, says, yeah, the king was perfect on G1. Nah, king G3 is fine.
Oh, man.
What's your addiction? Is it money? Is it weed? Is it crypto?
It's gonna die. It's just plummeting. Like, people are losing fortunes as we analyze this stupid rook ending.
Sorry, man.
Do you know the good news?
What is the
I've
good
got
news?
no Ethereum.
Huh?
I sold it all.
There you go. And why are you so upset?
Because it affects all the other stuff as well.
Oh, you don't even have any of it.
I do.
So
I have all the other stuff.
So what? It wasn't stolen.
No, but the good news is I haven't put that much money into it, but still it's kind of tilting. Not really.
No.
It is really. Can we go home? What is this? I mean, we are just wasting... We could be solving serious crises in the world.
Would you be solving serious crises
Yes!
if you weren't here?
Yes.
I don't think you would be.
Of course I would.
Which crisis would you be
I'm
solving?
a genius.
Would you give, like, elite minds the exposure they deserve if you weren't here?
I would. I am. Crying out loud.
King G3. Did the position change? I'm not even. Like, I lost all will to live. This crypto thing really got to me. Whose move is it?
No, you don't understand. This is just...
I honestly don't. Sorry for my ignorance.
Are you not... You're not into this stuff, right?
Nah, I'm really not into anything.
What are you into?
That is a good question. I think I'm fairly transparent about it. Good thing is the chat is with you, like, feeling your pain.
Who did somebody get wrecked in chat? Please let me know somebody else got wrecked. Who got wrecked?
No one got wrecked.
Everybody got wrecked, believe me. It's a sea of red.
It's a sea of red?
Yes.
It's a jungle out there? But that must be good for me with my, like, very dull investments, right?
What? I've just lost 2 hours of my life looking at this ending. No, you've actually gained, Fiona, because you've realised this is now a draw.
We've all learned a valuable lesson.
That you'll never get this ever in your life.
Friends became
wrecked.
enemies. Enemies became friends. Harold Van Herringen says, yeah, beats watching Better Call Saul. I heard Better Call Saul Season 3 is pretty good. I'm not far into it, but I made it past Season 2, which was dullish. And I'm now dedicated to delve into Season 3. I'm not really. I didn't even like Breaking Bad. What am I doing? I should do something useful with my life. Study cryptocurrency, something, not just watch TV.
It's not your style, mate.
That's true.
You are not a gambler on random invented coins.
Yeah, that's true. I do have stocks, but they're all very boring.
Oh my god.
Make a draw, people.
Okay, time for a draw.
Fiona's coming to Hamburg.
When?
I don't know, in August.
Wow. We'll have a party.
How do these chess parties look like?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I haven't been to one in
old.
years. I'm boring and old now. You know?
I'm sitting in my suburb, like
You're-
playing with
you're
my
a-
daughter, going to sleep at 10:30.
Is that when you go to sleep?
Not always, but it happens.
Sounds fair.
Waking up at 6:30.
Wake me up before you go.
But I'm
Don't
free
keep
for a whole
me
week.
hanging on like a yo-yo. Yo.
Harold Van Hering says, Jan, study the poison pawn knight of instead. Takes you off the street for some time. I don't think that's a moneymaker for me to study the poison pawn knight of, so probably won't happen. Dan says, looking forward to Radio Jan commenting this game. Also won't happen. Chuck says, literally any place in San Sebastian. That's where your boy Levon bought a house. I heard it's gorgeous. I've never been there. I like Spain.
11th of August, I think I'll be here. I'll be back from the British as British champion.
Yeah, you'll be coming with the crown, the British champion crown. Van Kaal asked, why does engine evaluate wrong? I've tried to explain this earlier. Engines in endgames, normally they just count the material and then they use whatever they have there. Evaluation algorithm, so it will say +3 or whatnot. The better clue is if its evaluation does not change over a long time, if it keeps saying +381, that normally means the position is a draw.
Yeah.
And they don't have tail bases, because I think these engines are supposed to be very lightweight, and tail bases, they take up storage space, so you can probably download them and copy them onto your hard drive or whatever, but they're not part of the package. But I don't really know how stuff works.
Jawbreaker says British champion at what? Tiddlywinks. Do you know what tiddlywinks are?
Is it something dirty? Like there might
No.
still be people's daughters watching.
You can Google it, tiddlywinks. It's not dirty at all. The opposite.
Tiddlywinks?
You can spell it how you want.
Tiddywinks.
No, not tiddy.
Urban Dictionary, tiddywinks. Oh, it is dirty. That's what I thought.
There you go.
Sometimes I think that most of the Urban Dictionary terms don't really exist. You don't even have that thing. Like now, I feel less sympathy.
What? No, but once one gets hit, everybody lose confidence in everything else.
Sorry, man. Maybe since you know that, you should sell now. Get out.
I'm
Get out while you're ahead.
No, I'm not ahead. I'm losing.
Okay, then get out while you're not losing more. What's in the pot is in the pot. Don't chase losses.
Getting wrecked. Oh, man, where does it?
How often a day do you get news that completely rattle your world? Should I bring this up?
Yeah, sure.
Why not? Sorry, I got distracted by tiddlywinks. I'm not sure I'm Googling the right thing.
You're not.
I'm not?
No.
Is this game finally drawn? Is it lost by now? Some friends become enemies? I don't know why that line is stuck in my head. Some Stoic Griffin thing.
I've got a curious case of something.
You've got a curious case of what? Was it explained to you?
Unfortunately, I just can't organize it.
What can't you organize?
I want my king to be on f3 when it doesn't matter. It's just a draw.
Don't matter. Ilroy is saying, after the game, Andreikin will be like, Dvoretsky showed me his endgame when I was 9 years old. No, I don't think so. I think Andreikin, he's a self-made man. I don't think he's worked that much with the famous coaches out there. I could be wrong. Maybe he did work with Dvoretsky. But, I don't think so. Still, Andreikin, he's resourceful. It's very, very tough to beat these 2700 dudes, even from an objectively winning position. And I honestly thought earlier, somewhere, where was it, like 18,000 moves ago, after this pawn fell, that yeah, after rook g8, it was just time to go home. But he did find this construction with the king on g2. And the rook on the third, which is not at all easy to break. And you need to be extremely precise here to break this down. When, what was I going to say? Which is not easy to do, living on increment on 30 seconds per move. The position they have now is a draw, even though, of course, you still have to pay attention due to the fact that you are a rook down. I hate this so much. Nothing ever upset me more than trying to put the position into this thing. And I've been very upset.
You've bungled it.
Have I bungled it again? Being John Bunglovich? Whose move is it? It's black to move.
Whose move?
Rook c2 draws, rook d2 draws, rook e2 draws, rook a3 draws, rook a4 draws. All the other moves lose.
Rook c2.
I go rook a3. You like? Probably I would go rook a3.
You would?
No, I probably would.
Why not?
Yeah, I think I'd give a check.
You did give a check.
It's nice to give checks.
Wow. What a save, huh?
Ugh. Ugh.
Who knows anymore?
No one really knows. Do you know what time it is?
It's
business time. Because you know when I'm down to my socks. It's time for business. That's why they call it business time. I'm so unflexible. I want to put my shoes on the table. I literally have to go all the way back here to do it. It's not more comfortable.
Should we just keep this on?
What do you want to keep on?
Just keep the
You don't want to have to do stuff?
Yeah.
All right.
Can we do that? Surely this should update it instantaneously, no?
Harold Van Heringen is saying Peters and his Dutch are trying to get Netflix to work. I could imagine that's what happened. Even though I'm not sure he has Netflix. I don't think they have Netflix in Russia. Maybe they do. I don't know stuff. Speaking of Netflix, I should watch Glow. Have you guys seen Glow? Glorious Ladies of Wrestling? It's supposed to be a very good show.
Not seen it, I'm afraid.
But you haven't seen anything.
I haven't
really out of touch.
seen you for a very long time.
All this time you spent googling crypto, getting upset about it. You could used to watch valuable TV shows.
Yeah, people are just getting wrecked.
It's a jungle out there.
I'm gonna message Fika.
I hope you're enjoying your premium, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, they did get 8 hours of commentary. I mean,
If you call it
talking
commentary.
of course it's commentary. Has he bungled it, by the way?
Has he bungled it again?
Looks bungled.
No, he's fine.
Why?
Oh, let me
No,
move
don't
up
do
to
it. Don't do
the
it.
table business.
Let's just watch them.
You just want to watch?
Yeah.
Sometimes it's nice to just watch. Rook A1? What do you want to do? Jawbreaker is saying it's a dog eats dog world. I went to a dog eat dog concert when I was a young man. Chuck is saying nice shoes, Jan. Thank you. My feet look giant when the rest of my body is so far away from the camera. is Jan wearing Uggs? Is it called Uggs?
Uggs, yeah.
No, these are like shoes. These are what do you call those? I think they're Adidas Stan Smiths.
That's true too. Every time Lawrence sings "God kills one kitty," it's true.
That is true.
That is true.
That is why.
A sacrifice to the Lord Odin and
There's
Thor.
somewhere on some street, Kitty just got run over because you sang again. Ugh.
Are restaurants even open at this time in that?
No, that's why I was so coy, because I knew this was going to happen, and then we'd be running through town. Actually, we could go, but I need to get home.
Here, look.
To Erikasek, still open.
Wait, look at this position. Can I try King F3 like a bouse?
Like a bouse? You want to provoke G1 knight?
Rook F2.
I'll go Rook F2.
It's
I
embarrassing.
might be winning.
No, apparently it's still a draw.
Probably not.
No, hold on. How do you hold?
What?
Is it easy? Is it easy to hold there if you run out of checks?
With what color?
With black after King E2.
Oh, well, I'm never going to run out of
Rook
checks.
FF3.
What are we even talking about?
I don't know. King.
Are you playing this for a win?
Yeah.
I'm
a crazy guy.
To continue this conversation.
Fair enough.
What else is there? What's the meaning of life?
Crypto.
Is it cryptocurrencies? And I'm reading in the chat, I'm not sure if this was earlier, but there's a question where Carl Nearing is. And I'm also a bit concerned. Carl, where are you? Are you out there?
I'm not concerned.
I know you're not. Drawbreaker is asking, no 24-hour burger joints in Hamburg. I'm sure they are.
In Schanze there are. There's one called Kleiner Pause.
Harold is saying, Uggs are terrible. All Dutch women wear them because they are comfortable instead of hot heels. Dutch people, and Luke Van Wely in particular, they don't know any shame about their shoe wear. Like, Luke, what are these things, these ugly yellow plastic shoes called?
I don't know.
Clogs?
Oh, clogs. They're horrific.
Clogs?
Yeah.
They're horrible. But he was wearing them to every place we went to in Thailand. He would not take off his clogs.
Horrible.
And I mean, he was immune to my relentless mocking. So I hear your pain about the Uggs. Uggs are like these moon boots sort of things, right? And as for the position, it's still drawn. But kudos to Blue Bomb because he's Crocs. Sorry, not clocks. Crocs. Yeah, let's bring up a picture. I probably have a picture of Luke and his Crocs, but I would have to find it. Which sounds like too much work.
God, they're so ugly. They're so popular as well. I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't understand either. I think it's for going into the garden and
Yeah,
you don't
what is
want to
it
wear
for?
real shoes.
Incredible.
It is pretty incredible. These are the shoes. I was taking Luke to all the cool clubs in Bangkok where they were playing Waka Flocka Flame. And he was wearing the Crocs. Don't worry about nothing. Shout out to Luke if you're watching. Ah, Crocs are like plastic clocks. I gotcha. Jawbreaker says insightful premium show. I think Jawbreaker wants more cutting edge chess analysis in R8. It's a draw, Jawbreaker. This pawn is worth a whole rook. Blue Bomb is doing his best to provoke a mistake from Andreikin, but he's not going to be able to do it. And now King F3, he's finally given in. He allowed this tactic, which we've already pointed out earlier. Rook F2 check. Making sure that after King takes, you get stalemated here. Cute little trick. Did we point this out? No, we didn't. It's cute now.
He played rook f2.
Yeah, but here after.
Ah.
It's a nice.
Oh wait, so it's over.
Not yet. It's white to move. But,
but he just queens is what I'm saying.
Yeah, king e3,
Beautiful.
go g1 queen. And of
finally,
course he took
draw.
Draw agreed.
Wow. Wow.
We did it.
We did it. We got through, baby.
It's all good, baby, baby. Thank you, guys.
It's been a pleasure.
Thank us for
the
insightful expert commentary provided through the last 7.5 hours. Apologies to both Chess and Matthias Bluebaum for the heartbreak after being upper rook against Dmitry Andreikin in a very dramatic game. Like, I forgot most of it because I lost most of my brain cells over the last 3 hours. But this took a lot of turns. Let's not forget that Andreikin outplayed Bluebaum in the first stage of the game. Almost 34, like 18 hours ago. He had the chance to go knight to f5, rook b6, knight to e3 with a serious advantage. Which was such a silly idiot. But he went bishop c8. After that, Bluebaum's been in the driver's seat. Star move e4. And then somewhere around here, Andreikin successfully bluffed that after b8 queen he was going to go rook d2, which according to the all-seeing eye loses after queen b6. But no surprise that you don't want to allow that. Instead, Bluebaum played a very human move. The move rook to h7, stopping all counterplay against h2 because h6 is hanging. But Andreikin did not feel like going for defense, even though I have a feeling that this should have been a draw. But instead he went forward with h5. Maybe he missed that after b8 queen rook d2. Now rook h5 is decisive. And here I thought that the fact that white is a rook up would decide the issue. But Andreikin just would not go away. Kept defending stubbornly. And once again I thought after the g-pawn fell, now it's time to go home. But Andreikin once again would not leave his g-pawn alone. Found this construction, which is very hard to break actually, at least for us patzers. And probably there are some study-like wins combining mating attacks and whatnot, but it wasn't easy. And once Andreikin's pawn made it to the g2 square, the position is a theoretical draw, as your table base says, can confirm. Then they played another 1,000 moves. Lawrence Trent lost literally $1 bazillion in cryptocurrency while that happened. And that's all she wrote. In other news, all the other games, everything ended in a draw, right? I forgot.
Yeah.
MVL, Wang Yue draw. Wojtaszek against Fedoseev draw. Nispianu, Kramnik also draw. Which means that in the standings, Delta Funky Homo Sapiens. I don't know who's leading. I can probably find out. Probably it's still Wojtaszek and Bluebaum since they were leading before the round. And all the games ended in draws. But I could be wrong about that. Where is the thingy? The thingy. Let's bring up the cross table. Sources, screener capture. Here we see the field is really spread out by now. There is a whole point between first and last place. Bluebaum, the Bluester, and Wojtaszek, the Wojo, are in the lead on +1. Then we have Fedoseev, Andreikin, MVL, and Nisipiano, who between them have a total of 2 decisive games, both played by Fedoseev, on 50%. And we have Vladimir Kramnik on -1 and Wang Yue on -1. In the wars to come, we will have games like dude against other dude. Then that guy will play against that guy. And there will also be the encounter between... I'm sorry, I'm on the German version of the site, which I cut out very clumsily here. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, next round. Sources. We have Wang Yue against Bluebaum. Bluebaum, of course, lost a lot of energy today, but he's still in the lead, still up a lot of rating. still higher rated than me, which is really all that should matter to him. Is facing Wang Yu Black. Of course, Wang Yu a tough player, but did not win a lot of games in 2017. By a lot, I mean 0. Then we have Vladimir Kramnik, White against MVL. Those are the 2 highest rated players of the tournament, facing each other. We have Fedoseev against the German number 1, Livio Dieter Nisipiano. And we have Dima Andreikin against Radek Wojtaszek. This will not be tomorrow, because tomorrow is a rest day. But don't you guys worry. I'm sure you were very concerned about that prospect of not seeing me tomorrow. But I'll be here. We'll have the Banter Blitz tournament thing, where you can join if you're a premium member. Starts at 6, probably registration opens at 5 or whenever. So sign up, we'll play a lovely tournament, and I'll crush you all. That's it for today. Thank you so much, Lawrence Trent. Apologies that your life is ruined. I really feel your pain, if I have to. Right. Do you want to say anything?
Cheerio. See you on Friday. I'll see you on Friday. See you then.